Airline ranked first for satisfaction among all North American airlines. But you know what ranked least in satisfaction? 9/11 Airlines. What a terrible name for an airline. It reminds me of that tragedy. Oh, 9/11. Yeah, don't laugh at 9/11.
PLO leader Yasser Arafat announced this week that his wife is pregnant. The happy couple said they really don't care if the child is a boy or a girl, just as long as it hates Jews.
Real authors are obsessed. This is what, going back to I don't know, Updike and Hemingway, male authors have been, anyways, male authors do tend to be obsessed with female bodies. Male authors obsessed with female bodies. Going on and on about webbed feet and soft insulated. I'm sorry, that's male otters.
Know why people are gay? You don't know. Do you know why you're heterosexual? You don't know why.
No, I don't know.
Maybe the abnormal gene would be hetero.
That's true. Hey, maybe the normal gene would be those ladies that
normal to be gay,
that cut their cocks into vaginas.
No,
if you're looking to make it in standard television, you're not going the right.
No.
You're not going the right route.
Once I get on Hulu,
you're not sending this tape to CBS, are you?
now once I get on Hulu, the whole act changes. The president of ESPN says he quit the network because he was being extorted over his cocaine use. Cocaine also explains why the fuck it. Dressed up.
Yeah, they told me to dress up for Comedy Week.
Explain to the folks what Comedy Week is. You fucking retard. Can you explain?
Not really.
This weekend, veteran news anchorman David Brinkley apologized to Bill Clinton for an election night commentary in which he called the president, quote, boring and uncreative. Admitted Brinkley, there was certainly nothing uncreative about the way you moved Vince Foster's body. President's a murderer. You didn't know that? Well, according to a new Entertainment Weekly poll, 72% of their readers say they would not be offended if a TV show lead character were gay. Though that figure shrinks to 1% when these same readers are reminded that being gay can...
He's so crude. He's so crude. Hey, puppy boy. Good morning. I didn't realize he was going to be so crude. That was Norm Macdonald. And I just was playing it to get psyched up before I went live. And I apologize for the bad language and all that. He's normally not. He normally does it on such blunt talk to make his jokes. Yeah, Norm is funny. He is funny. Hey, Carnegie's Painter. So Ham's going to come on in 16 minutes. I was going to go live last night when I got back, but then I realized or remembered that Richard Hoffman was doing an interview with Kristen, and I didn't want to interfere with that before or after or during. So I meant to come on a little earlier than this, but I'm not feeling that. It's not feeling. I took a medicine. It's making me uncomfortable. But I walked on, Tuesday, I walked from 65th all the way down to 8th for 2 meetings. And I didn't do it rapidly. I just did it. But my right ankle is in severe pain. I get gout. And anyway, enough about me. Thank you for being here. And there's a lot of activity, interestingly enough, in several of these. Where's our list? Do I have it here? Here it is. Several of these doggy stocks. There's some activity. So let me just highlight a couple of things from Edgar, which is the SEC page. Logic yesterday announced, filed their Form 8K, and it basically said that this April, the board of directors concluded, blah, 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 that they would have to change the audited statements from 2022. And it has a relationship to Lavara, which is GoLogic. They made that distribution in 2022, and it doesn't say it here. Actually, I'll go to GoLogic. I'll tell you what GoLogic says. Because they announced it the day before. And it's a little longer, their announcement. They did a quarterly and they did an annual, and an amendment. So let's just look at the. I don't want to get bogged down in it, but they restated their on November 21, 2023. The SEC released a statement highlighting that the accounting acquiree, Lavera, which is now GoLogic, was a non-operating public shell. So they merged these, maybe you don't recall. I owned Logic back then, so I got GoLogic distributed to me. And it was all this accounting, and without getting bogged down in it, they had to revise their accounting treatment for that reverse acquisition in 2022. And the company, that's GoLogic, acquired all of Create App assets from Logic for shares. And the fair value was determined as $31.5 million. That had goodwill of $7.5 million, intangible assets as 24. So the app was revalued in the beginning of 23, just about 2 months later, to $11,800,000. And so anyway, they've gone back and adjusted all that. It really doesn't change anything. It's just that they had to restate their 2022 numbers, and now their 2023 has been filed. All right, and then I just want to check on one other company because I mentioned GoLogic. Yeah, there's on our CRT, there's a current report from a week ago. Oh, I read that one to you. This is where GoLogic granted our CRT a worldwide exclusive license to our CRT to develop its fintech technology and sell products derived thereof. It's Create App, PayLogic, GoLogic, and Radix AI technology. So anyway, that's our CRT. I wouldn't necessarily sleep on our CRT. I would pay attention to it. And then, what's the other one? Oh, Hnrc. Let me just see if he came out on Edgar. There isn't any. You got to go to HNRA. Anyway, Hnrc just came out. Frank Kristen just came out. He had an interview and I listened to it so you don't have to. It was a recap of everything they released on January 1. But basically, he said that HNRC has acquired Cunningham Resources, or however you want to say it. They're changing their name to Cunningham Resources, but it has 352 million in reserves. That new acquisition. They also own a partial interest in Rhino. I can't read my handwriting here. HNR Acquisition Corp, Cunningham Mining, and they're looking at new opportunities. Oh, they also own partial in Cunningham Energy. They're going to have a name change soon. FINRA came back with questions recently as last week. So they expect the name change to go to Cunningham very soon, maybe next week. They are going to look at additional oil and gas opportunities, but also copper, lithium, and gold. Sounds like my playbook. And other precious metals and rare earth. The WDHI dividend is still being processed. They have had to answer questions with the SEC, and they're responsive to those. And they just answered some of those. They needed to update their financial statements, and they're doing that, or did just do it. They expect that will trade in the second quarter of this year, and we're in May now. It got a little confusing. I couldn't quite hear what he said, but it sounded like he said it's going to trade. WDHI is going to trade in May. WDHI also is looking at acquiring a public company. He didn't say anything more than that. He recapped last year's earnings. HNRC for the 12 months had 21 million in revenue, 11 million in earnings per share. Earnings were 6 cents. The NAV, the net asset value per share, he just stated 42 cents. So HNRC is trading at 2 cents, sorry, 0.0232, and its net asset value is 42 cents. He talked about the HNRA de-SPAC. They acquired a company with assets of 70 million. I actually think the assets are 430 million, but I guess he's talking about some financial valuation, an accounting valuation. And then finally, which I think is brilliant, they're doing a digital token for their mining operations. So that was HNRC. How much time do I have? I've got 6 minutes. I want to just tell you on Logic that I continue. If I had to summarize what I digested from all the different people and meetings, I think Logic, don't chase it, don't make it run up, just be not calm, don't run after it. But I think Logic, which is trading at 3.5 cents, could be worth, I'm just going to pick a number, 35 cents 6 months, 9 months from now. But they just announced what I read to you, which is a restatement of 2022 for that acquisition, that distribution. But maybe I didn't read Logic to you. I'm having a brain. I don't think I read it to you, but they just had it last night. Logic just released, the current report for May 1. And Logic said, concluded that it's the same information. So they just filed that, Logic did. My point is, this is all preparatory. It's necessary before they can complete the reverse merger. So I think the trade in Logic is coming. It's imminent. And if you can buy it at 3.5 cents, sell it at, I don't know, 9 or 10 or 12 or 15, or wait for 25. I don't know. It's a nice quick trade, depending on what you do. But I expect announcements to come on that soon. And all right, we got 4 minutes. Finger, I'm sure Ham will talk about it, but Finger was really impressive. It's a great team that Martin's put together. He's an excellent leader. And the story, all the things Martin has said seem well in place. And if I had to summarize, I think I said it on the call yesterday, but I think Finger's downside is upside. As long as you're willing to wait, as long as you don't get into Finger or hold Finger and be anxious. What's happening today? What's happening? Because the criminals seem to have the ability to sell everything down anytime, but that's in the short run. I think by the second quarter, Finger's second quarter, which is our third quarter, I think they very well could be in profitability and never look back. So I came away just pumped up on Finger. There was a lot of money in the room, a lot of excitement, and a lot of optimism. Finally, on this, we got 3 minutes on DJT, which is David Nunes. I received a letter, and to give credit where it came from, Kristen Shaughnessy sent it to me. And I think I can read it here. I'll just read the highlights she gave me just so we can be quick. I believe quick action, this is Nunes, I believe quick action is necessary to protect retail shareholders, identify wrongdoers, and determine whether any laws, including RICO statutes and tax evasion laws, have been violated. Based on factors including the volume and price of purportedly available locates, TMTG has identified ongoing anomalies in DJT trading. To assist in determining whether intraday short sales of DJT are being approved in violation of SEC rules, we would encourage you to seek documents and testimony from firms, including several depository trust company members that facilitate short sales, including the following: APEX Clearing, Clear Street, Cobra Trading, Cowan and Co., Curvature Securities, StoneX Securities, Trade Pro, Velocity Clearing. In addition to asking for records and information regarding trading in DJT, relevant documents include compliance policies, including any policies that condone the application of a, quote, multiplier to facilitate the lending of more shares than are actually available. As noted in my previous letter, I believe quick action is necessary to protect retail shareholders, identify wrongdoers, and determine whether any laws, including RICO statutes and tax evasion laws, have been violated. I appreciate your prompt attention to these matters. And so that letter just went out, and I think, and then he included the signatures from the MMTLP letter. All right, let me call into him.
Sorry, William, I was getting,
You're live, so don't say anything. Don't say anything you don't want heard by 235 people at this point.
I sucked at pickleball today. Don't tell anybody.
Well, all I know is you're as scared of KYP. Until you meet her, I don't believe anything you say about your pickleball exploits.
Anyway, there was big news that I wanted to get out to everybody today. And excuse me 1 second. I was eating a slice of pizza that I had from yesterday. I heated it over. Let me take my Dr. Pepper sip.
I'll call you at a better time than the time you scheduled the call.
I started, no problem. I just wanted everyone to understand, listen, I can't control the manipulation of the stock. I can't control the buy-in. I'm not Fidelity Management. I don't have billions and billions of dollars to buy the stock. So please don't ask me why the stock goes down. It's manipulation. That's all it is. All right. The trend in this case of naked short selling, it's game, set, and match. Just read what Devin Nunes is saying on TV. He's not going backwards. They know if they squeeze DJT, they can make a fortune. And that's what they're going to do. And in the middle of it, we get dragged along with it. That's it, plain and simple. Today, I just posted a couple of times how the big firms, Citadel, all these characters are doing all they can to do what? Block the new CAT system, which is basically, it follows all the trades. This has been going on a long time. They want the trades. They don't want anybody to see what they're doing. Shining the light, as Patrick Byrne used to say on the cockroaches, they don't like it. And here it is, excuse me, they're doing it. The SEC spent $1 billion on making sure they can follow the trades. And these guys don't want anybody to see it. Now, I don't know about you, but they're doing everything in their power to hide what they're doing. That's what's at stake here. And the SEC can bow down to the pressures, do whatever they want. But Devin Nunes and his cohorts in DC and the new President Trump, what's will be happening in November, it's game, set, and match. They can keep doing it. They can play the games. Yesterday, they attacked DJT right at that point. It's the breakout point. They pushed it down. There's not a share to borrow. They're paying 800%, the ridiculous numbers to try to borrow a share. CNBC is reporting the short interest is 9%, the reported short. They hide everything. All these numbers are false. Everything you're seeing is make-believe. These guys are selling counterfeit shares by the droves, and they're just trying to hide. Now they're actually trying to hide what they're doing, which is just fascinating. Not only do these guys, should they get wiped out financially, they belong in jail for life for trying to get away with this crime, which they've been getting away with for a long time, since 1988. You know, the story's on Bloomberg. I put it out. It's all over Twitter. I took a photo of it and I posted it there. You can actually see it. They're trying to avoid and block the CAT system to be implemented so that they could be exposed. That's it. I don't think anybody in this phone has a problem following your stock trades. No one cares. I don't care. These guys are trying to hide it at all costs. They're trying to sue the SEC so they don't implement the new trading system. It's called Wall Street seizes the opportunity to gut. Hold on. Wall Street seizes the opportunity to cut the SEC trading surveillance consolidated audit trail. It captures almost all U.S. trading data. Citadel Securities is suing to halt the SEC database. Now, I don't know about you. If that doesn't tell you there's a problem, they're doing everything in their power to try to stop it. But this is the cat's out of the bag. Devin Nunes, you know, Trump, they all know it. The people from buy-ins, everybody that I know already knows what they're trying to do. And it's just going to keep coming, the pressure. And we will get the congressional hearings. It's coming. I can't tell you the second. You know, what's his name? Jim Rogers from Ohio will be the pit bull leading that charge. All right. So again, this country's got 100 holes in the dam, and these guys are still trying to rob everybody. Think how crazy that is, William. That's how much they don't care.
They don't care. They don't care.
You know, so as far as I look at it, this is still the greatest opportunity ever. If Devin Nunes and Trump can't close this out, this game is over. Sell everything you own. Do never come back to the equity markets again, because the crooks are running the whole place. But I don't believe that's going to happen. And I think the trade is to the upside. You can find your own stocks. You can do whatever you like. I could give a rat's ass what you do, what you buy. All right. I made a point that when I'm following this finger motion, DJT, I can't afford it. It's a $48 stock. It was $55 and they drove it down like crazy. I sent them the data on the bar chart of how many shares they sold. You can actually see the bear rate. It was from 10:30 to 11:30 or 9:30 to 10:30 yesterday. I forgot what I sent. But you can see it, plain and simple. It's the same pattern in all the stocks.
Somebody asked
Finger
you that.
motion. Excuse me?
One of the gentlemen here asked you that. Is it the same pattern?
It's got to be Richard. It's the only person that asked that stupid question.
It's somebody named
But-
Zachariah.
Nah, it's okay. I'm only kidding. Listen, it's hard for me to even say it every day. You know, I mean, this is such a slap to everyone on this phone call, to your families, your friends, your children, your grandchildren. I can't believe they're still trying to do it. They robbed everybody, and they want to continue to rob everybody as though it's their God-given gift. They were put in this planet for them to keep stealing. Ken Griffin has $45 billion in his pocket. This guy has to be the biggest mental midget in creation to roll the dice with $45 billion on the table. What's he looking for? To make it get it to 46?
To be taller.
He's risking $45 billion to go to zero and go to jail, like Bernie Madoff, Sam Bankman-Friedman, that other guy from
He
the
just
hedge
wants
fund
to
guy.
be good looking. He figures if he has 100 billion, he'll be good looking.
I just don't understand it. And you know what? I can see Trump saying, okay, this rat fuck wants to take over Palm Beach. Trump has been in Palm Beach way longer than this guy. And he's going to send him a message and he's going to wipe him out. That's what I think is going to happen. I think this guy overplayed his hand. He overstayed his welcome, and he's going to get his ass spanked.
Wouldn't he be the poster boy for corruption if they needed? The one thing I noticed about Ken Griffin, well, I noticed something about Ken Griffin that makes him stick out like a sore thumb. They could go after him, and then all the other criminals could recede back into their reindeer games. Ken Griffin is vulnerable.
Listen, he's going down. I'm telling you, you can mark it down. This guy.
He's a lot like the Kramers or Jeff Easton. They think they're such big shots, but they're just the patsy for the short sellers. Griffin may be, I think you said that somebody told you he's just the Fed. They run a lot of trades through him, but he's just the patsy. As soon as they want to turn, throw him away, they will.
Oh, there's no question that Trump is going to throw him into the wolves. There's not even a question.
Just more zeros.
The only thing I want to do is when they have the court hearing, I'm going to be there. And when they put him in a federal jail, I want his roommate to be that fat fuck savvy management, Hal Mintz. Throw him in here with jail with that fucking guy. Let them all look at each other all day. That'll be his new boyfriend when he goes to jail. But again, it's so obvious what's going on that I don't even pay attention anymore because I know it's going to happen. They can't get away. They keep trying to, if you look at it, the stock just DJT went to 48.44 and they move it back down quickly, selling 100 shares, trying to manipulate it back down. This is the same trading pattern that Root had. They spike it up, they attack it, They walk it back up again. They try to do these little quick drops, but the trend is going up. These guys are just sitting here and they have no idea when they're going to get called to DC. And when they get called to DC, if they're trying to sue to block the SEC from their trading records, what do you think is going to happen when they get called to the SEC? When they get called to DC, they're going to get roasted alive. Roasted alive. Now I can't tell you what second the stock is going to go. DJT is based on what Nunez is saying. And Nunez, I'm burping, coughing here, whatever I'm doing. I think Dr. Pepper's got me crazy. Nunez is throwing haymakers, and he's going to knock these guys out. There's not even a question. I watched the videos 10 times over. I showed it to my family. I showed it to everybody I could. And they all said the same thing. Don't worry about it. It's going to happen. They all say the same thing. They can't believe that Ken Griffin and Virtue and Citadel and Jane Street, who are the bigger players, which will lead to the smaller players. If you think Jeff Easton and the Kramers or Yorkville or any of these other guys are going to get away with it, it's not happening. They're going to be, those guys need to be the first on the gallows to be hung. Are you kidding me? When they start this game, the low-hanging fruit is the one that goes first. And that's who they are. You know, these guys are out of their, these guys are crazy. And William, I do expect that they're going to break rank, meaning if there's 8 big players in DJT, number 7 is going to get, number 7 is going to squeeze and walk away. He's going to say, screw this. And they're going to walk away.
That's interesting.
I think once it goes to that 54, 49, whatever that number is, that 54, 49, that this thing, is buying, says every share they sold short is in the red. Finger motion, it's 473. It could be 472 now. You know, each day that they play games and sell it down here at 340, it just keeps bringing that average down. So eventually, I don't know how many more days it's going to take until we start passing it up. The number may come down to 4, and when we break 4, that's when it takes off. Every share is underwater. Right now, they're standing with $1 plus, so they're up $200 million right now. It's $200 million of shares they have to buy back. Now, if you really want to understand it in finger motion, think about the buffoon that short 2.2 million shares, who's borrowing it to pay for it. Anyone on this phone who has a finger motion, a share in their account, call your broker up and do not lend it out at all costs. Don't feed these guys. Let's make the guy who's borrowing the shares trigger the short seller to have to cover the naked short. One will trigger the other. We know they're tied at the hip. All right. So if the real short has to start buying it in, there's no shares to lend out, finger motion. They're standing here. I'm not here trying to get people to buy it every day. I know there's 3 hedge funds that are buying it every day. I can't tell them, hurry up, could you pay up? Squeeze it for everybody. That's not my job. All right. I'm bringing it to the attention of big plays every day. And the ones that do get in, and when it does go, I posted last night, William, while you were on the train, I posted a photo from the movie of The Big Short. At the end of that trade, Michael Burry and his fund was up 500%, 490%. And their total profit was $2.69 billion. I took a photo of the end of the movie. All right. He got paid to wait. He suffered just like we have. We got in early, we suffered, but we're going to get paid to wait. And that's what's going to happen. And here, DJT and many others, again, I'm not following all the other stocks. Pick your poison, figure it out who it is, find the company that the CEO is behind you. Devin Nunez is 100% behind the shareholders. Finger Motion is 100% behind the shareholders. They have a special dividend coming out. It's with the SEC right now. They'll give us the record date. It's a what is it, 1 for 10, it's a special dividend of a warrant exercisable at 7. It will be tradable. It'll be FNGRW when it does come out. It's been filed with the SEC. They wait to approve it, and then we'll get our record date. That's it. And once it goes past 7, these idiots will be short another 22 million shares. Right? It's 10%. So 10% of 220 million plus the 2 million real shares, 222, they'd be short another 22 million shares overnight. Walking into the DJT hearings, think about that. I mean, you talk about throwing gasoline on the fire. And the reason I focus on finger motion, besides that I've been following it for a long time, as this company has been moving in the right direction for a long time on fundamentals. At this point in the game, William, fundamentals mean a lot. Because when you go in front of Congress, you need to be able to back up what you are. You can't just say you're, a company that's been naked short.
And you don't want to say you're just a speculator, that you're an investor.
Right. Yeah. We're going to say that, right. We're not speculating. This company has been going the right way. It was recently listed on NASDAQ. If they put me in front of the congressional people, I can explain finger motion. Why wouldn't I own it? It was just approved to list on NASDAQ. Why wouldn't I own it? It just rang the bell at NASDAQ. Why wouldn't I own it? The company's giving out a special dividend. You can just keep going. Why wouldn't I own it? The data is posted every day. The short is 220 million. Why wouldn't I own it? Some guy's short 2.2 million. There's no chance to borrow it. Why wouldn't I own this company? I can keep going on. I can have a list of 30 reasons why you should invest in this company. And they can't say anything. The company's fully funded. They had a toxic note with the biggest scumbag on the street, and he's gone. So it leads me believe that the criminal was here and is trapped. Those are the reasons I would buy this stock. DJT, they know it's big players here that are playing the game. We know the player, we know the short, we know the size of it, we know everything. And actually, figure motion fundamentals are better than DJT at this point. I'm not trying to shoot down DJT. I'm with you. They should, the guy has tons of money in the bank, the most powerful man in the world behind it, a guy that was from the intelligence committee. If you hear him speak, he said he was on the committee. This guy knows how to get it done. Now, I feel bad for the people in MMTLP who are trying to get this done with all the people that are signing it. But we have the guy who's saying, I know how to get it done and will get it done. So the congressional hearings are going to happen. Why all those 100 people that MMTLP, they're all afraid of their shadow, those people. They don't want to say anything. They all say yes, 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 but they haven't done anything. I can't make it happen. We were given a gift from God with Devin Nunes and Trump coming into this thing. I don't care if you hate the guy. You can say what you want. This is not a political issue. This is a financial issue that's going to change your life. If you can go out there, I don't give a shit who you vote for. If you want to vote for Diaper Joe, knock yourself out. This is not a political issue. It's a financial issue. I want to support my family. My family wants to be able to support themselves. My kids and my grandkids want to be able to survive and make money in this world. Not everybody goes out there and buys real estate or buys gold and silver. I met a couple of people in the park. They've been buying gold and silver. For years they've been buying it. All right. That's because they don't understand the equity markets and I'm an expert on the equity markets. I'm not here to accumulate gold and hopefully it goes up or whatever. I don't do that stuff. I wasted my life to learning how to trade, and that's what I want to do. And to sit here and have it manipulated, for example, DJT was breaking out at 44.50, whatever, 44.50. They bashed it down $7 after it touched that point. It was like they're showing you their hand. The next day we get the CAT system. They're trying to sue to block the SEC from exposing their positions. Think about that. They want to hide their crimes and they're going to sue for it. How is no one even laughing at that yet? I don't know. Everybody here is an adult. How do you sit here and not laugh at what I just told you? Right? It's like, we were caught robbing the bank and our fingerprints are over the place and we're trying to wiggle way out of it. And these guys have the balls to sit here and try to pay off and get other politicians probably trying to approve it. then they're getting smoked here. I don't care what you say. And if any crazy reason happens, I don't want to say it, but God forbid they do something to harm President Trump here and not get in. Run for the hills, because that's what it's all about. It's about this money, because it's not political at this point. Go ahead, William. I'm sorry. Just one other thing, William. I told everyone about Root and how the shorts are trying to cover. They squeezed it to 100 the other day. After the short squeeze is over, the stock comes tumbling down. Now it's down $15 to 55 the other day. Let me ask you a question, William. Is that normal trading? Stocks go from 50 to 100 back down? You want volatility, and that's why I keep trying to tell people, when you buy stocks and you think you're in a stock that's going to squeeze, always put a good till cancel order in. What else if you had it out there at 90 and it traded up to 90, you got out, and all of a sudden the next day it's 55? You could step back in and buy it here for free. You made enough money on the swing up that you could buy the stock and have Root for free for the rest of your days.
Well, I mean, it's got to be obvious to everybody by now. They always sell, so you should you should trade at least on the margin, 10%, 20, 30% of your position. They're going to sell. They just keep selling.
Well, that game is coming to an end.
Yeah, right? But until then.
Well, no, I'm saying, right, if you're lucky enough to catch a Root on a squeeze like that to 100, you put a good till cancel order out there. You have to put an order out there for sale. Pick a number. I don't know the data on Root anymore. I haven't followed it, for a long time. Plus, they did a reverse already. They took 25% of your position away already. All right, so the investors lost 25% of their investment. So it's a different company. On the market cap of the company has been changed already from the IPO. Nothing's changed from the company. The company's building a company, and yet they destroyed it. But that's not my fight. I can't fight all these battles. We finally got someone that's a leader that stepped up. And if you look at DJT and the trading on it, it's slow, controlled buying. That means the shorts are trying to cover slowly but surely. They're trying to get people, they're trying to walk it up. It's the same thing that happened in Root. The sell button is being turned off. These guys have to get out of the way. I wouldn't be surprised if you see the stock at $60 or $70 this afternoon. It can go at any second. It could scream. Because who wants to, any trading desk that is now seeing this stuff in the videos of Devin Nunes, you have to be crazy to risk your company. I could see, what's that small one? He's a big player. Virtue. What's that guy, Doug, whatever his name is, that guy, Dirty Doug, as Pete from Philly calls him.
Yeah.
I can see that guy who owns a hockey team. He owns this. He came from the garbage pail, stole all his money. You think he's going to sit here and roll the dice with Ken Griffin? He's going to say, screw you, Ken, I'm out. Cover my position. If there's 10 big players short DJT, I guarantee you, they're all looking at each other and wondering who's going to cover first. All right? And that you're going to see that panic. Once one goes, it triggers them all. I can't tell you if it's going to happen today or tomorrow, but Devin Nunes is putting the pressure on these guys. That's going to be brutal, and it's going to get worse every day. All right? Every morning, you're going to see more information coming at him, more interviews about what's going on here. And it's so funny how they keep trying. Some of the shows come out, oh, the DJT was down, its hot streak is over, fighting the shorts, combating the shorts. The battle hasn't even begun yet. And Trump and his people know about it. Go ahead, William, you got anything? I sound like I'm babbling again.
No, you're not babbling. It's just saying the same thing over again.
It's Groundhog Day, but it's Groundhog Day for everyone here 1, 2, 3 years. How do you think I feel 24 years? 24 years. If you think it's Groundhog Day for you, just think about how I feel about it. But I don't quit, and I keep going on. I'm telling you, I can see this trade as clear as can be, and I'm trying to instill in you to look at it. Give me the narrative for not seeing it. Tell me what you don't see. Tell it to me. If anyone has anything to say, tell William. Tell me what you don't see, what's going on with DJT. Tell it to me. I don't see it. And I'm not playing DJT. I'm playing the next one, which is finger motion. And finger motion is in the front line because the people at DJT are talking to my friends and they know about finger motion. That is a fact. Okay. And we will get a seat at the table. So,
I have to laugh at this guy's comment. He says, if they can't bust the Kramers or Alpine or Lynn Partners, I don't see them busting Citadel or Virtue. I don't
but
think.
that's listen, no, listen. I'm with them. I agree with you. Go buy puts on DJT and short finger motion. Go ahead, have some balls to back up what you're saying. Mark it down. Tell us what you did, and we'll see how you do.
He says that Trump is on Citadel's payroll. I just can't believe you would type that. I mean, there's the last thing Trump is paid for by anybody.
But listen, William.
Anyway, I'm not upset. It's just I can't believe
The person who's typing to you doesn't know how to watch a video and understand it. He's probably, just watch.
I think he's scared of getting caught out.
It's nonsense what he just said. Just go watch Devin Nunes. I don't know the guy. He's on the Intelligence Committee. He's in the position because of Donald Trump, and he's got permission to go all in to fight the naked shorts. That's it. So you could sit there and say Donald Trump's. Donald Trump is on anyone's payroll, it's his own. And when this stock goes to 500, DJT, he'll have Ken Griffin's $50 billion in his pocket. And then he'll kick him out of Palm Beach and take over his whole property. That's what I hope he does.
So this guy, he's framing it in a provocative way, but it's a decent question. Basically, he's tired of waiting. Martin Shen knows there's a lot of good news. Why don't they release it already? Why is he waiting? Well, the fact is,
listen, William, let me answer it. You don't have to say
yeah, all right.
I agree with you. Waiting is hard. Sell your stock and move along. That's it. We can't make it happen. I can't make Martin Shen release news. Obviously, I told you 1,000 times, companies have lawyers. Companies have to negotiate contracts. Companies have to do things to get it in place. And the short seller, guess what he does? He hits the sell button. Yeah. So if you haven't figured out the difference between what I just explained, then what you're waiting for, you got to move on. Go play Bitcoin. I told you, go trade NVIDIA. You'll do great there. You'll be wonderful. Go tell me how you do with that. Good luck.
I agree. And Martin has to follow rules that are enforced. And he cannot promote his stock. He has to wait till the news can be announced. So anyway, you shouldn't be in the stock market. If you want news, just buy a newspaper.
It's too hard. I got it. Listen, waiting it's hard. I got it. There was no one more that was a fast money trader than me. I used to buy things at 9:30 and sell them at 9:32. That's how fast I traded.
Waiting is
so for me to do this, the only reason I'm doing it is because I feel it's a life-changing event. It's not a trade. If you want to trade, the video goes up and down every day, $30, $40, $50 a day. Just pick the wheel. It's like going to a roulette wheel. You're going to just play red or black. Is it going up today? Is it going down? Good luck. That's it. And it moves $50 a day. I say it all the time. Knock yourself out. I do not want to do that anymore. Yeah. You're welcome to go do it. If you're so wonderful at it. Yesterday, the video is up to 870, closed down 50, it's up 20. It's good luck. And the one thing people don't understand is that a friend of mine who bought DJT calls yesterday, he bought the May, whatever they were. He paid $1.30 for them. And the stock opened up today 2 points, and the options were 98 cents to $1. He lost 30 cents in premium on a May call that's 2 weeks away. So premium disappears in options. So it's another part. You know, I mean, how many times I bought calls, the stocks went up because I bought out of the monies. They don't move. They actually lose value.
It's called
That's another
time
part of the
premium. So they're
overnight. Think about that. The time premium elapsed overnight. So my friend was lucky enough. He bought some more, I think, at 98 cents. And the stock popped up to 48, and he sold them. He sold the ones he bought at 98 at $1.30. So the ones he paid $1.30 for, now he owns them at 98. So he reversed his position.
I guess that's logical.
Well, I'm not saying that. You always got to try to figure out to protect yourself.
I would just add something that I said yesterday when you had me kindly on your call. But I think these guys are just selling finger down. It has nothing to do when Martin releases news. News isn't going to change their selling. So, but if you take advantage of this pressure where they're just selling shares into existence, these shares don't exist. They're just selling them. Accumulate the stock. My personal view is the downside in finger is up. And I would say the downside is maybe $5 or $6 a share. And that sounds preposterous, but that's if you can wait. So why not, why not own it? If it squeezes, you're a hero. But the worst thing is you have to wait a few months to double your money. What's wrong with that?
Not exactly. You said it perfect. The downside in finger is up. That's what it is. Where are they going? The company's fully funded. The businesses are growing.
That's it. You're right. They don't need to go back to the pimp. And they've got 6, 7, 8 things that everybody's waiting for. They'll come. They'll come just like Christmas. Nobody likes to wait for Christmas. But it always comes.
It's, again, this is a very small company that has everything aligned properly, and including the Big Short, which we reported on. The business is growing each month, 2 months. They're coming out with a new major deal. They're not doing deals to make 2 cents or make $1. These guys are swinging for the fences, and it's thanks to the people that have the contacts in China,
right,
with the Chinese government. That's it. It's impossible to get the things that they're getting unless you have connections. So let these guys keep playing, and we're going to just go off the back end of DJT. Devin Nunes is working with my friends. Do I need to say that again? You want me to say it in Chinese here? He's working with my friends.
Biden.
He's saying the words, and I'm trying to get him to say 2 more words that'll basically give you a hint. Besides being over the target, besides saying counterfeiting, which is now, and now he's saying counterfeit all the time, he's going to say FORK. I passed that along. And what was the last thing I said, William? I can't remember what the other thing was.
Blue Diamond loves Blue Star. No.
I can't remember the other word I said. I can't remember what I said. I'm blank.
You said
we said we're over the target.
It's the same pattern.
Nah, I didn't say that.
It's I can't remember what you
said. It'll come to me in a second. I'm scratching my head now. So anyway, for the gentleman that thinks that Devin Nunes is Donald Trump's on Citadel's payroll.
That's ridiculous.
The CEO of the company is fighting the shorts to expose Citadel. So if you go back in time, I'll give you an example of what he just tried to put together in his head. In Merlin Capital short GameStop, the people who got clubbed on the GameStop were the teachers union, and Michael Jordan lost $500 million investing with Merlin Capital, looking for that extra dollar to make. I don't know why he would do that. But those are the people. So if you would just take Michael Jordan out and put Donald Trump in, that would be Citadel instead of Merlin Capital, and that's what he's trying to say. So I guess Donald Trump is shorting them with Merlin, with the Citadel, and trying to make it back on the other side with Devin Nunes. Makes sense. Okay. And when they do the investigation and they see who's behind Citadel, they're going to sit there and say, oh, President Trump is on that side. Okay. I don't know where that guy's thought process is, but you know what? I need to have a few drinks to figure that one out.
I'll give two quick answers before you give your professional expert answer. But there's 2 or 3 people wondering if the DJT warrants are better than the stock. I'll just quickly point out the shorts are short the stock, not the warrants. And so when there's a buyback spike, that can get out of whack with the underlying value of the warrant. The warrants might not reflect that total spike. The other thing, warrants can be used as a hedge. And this guy's asking, why are somebody else is, why are the warrants down? I mean, it's possible. I'd have to do the arithmetic.
What is the exercise price on the warrant?
1880.
I see it 1890. That's.
Oh no, sorry, I misread it. Exercise price 1150. They're trading at 1880.
It's got to be.
I would imagine that there's a strategy which I can't.
No volume in them.
You can't. There's no volume, but you could probably buy the stock. Maybe you create a credit default swap like contract with the warrants. I don't know.
When the stock was $86, right?
Yeah.
When the stock was $86, the warrants had a high of 34.50 because that's the 52-week range, right?
Okay.
So if the stock goes to 85, those warrants are going from 19 to 34. And just based on what I've seen before, I have no idea why people aren't buying them because it's obviously it's a great play at $18. You're paying 40. You know, the exercise price is 18. 18, you said, is that it?
No, I said that, but I was wrong. It's 1150.
No, then it's. Listen, that it doesn't make any sense. I haven't really studied it. Let me get the real numbers because it doesn't make whatever anybody's saying here doesn't.
It could be the one way to look at warrants as a long-term call option, depending on the expiry.
Yeah, but it should be. It would be
the
if
expiry.
It's a long-term call. It should be trading with a premium.
They should have a premium. Yeah. So I can only think that there are hedging strategies where if you sold the stock for X and you bought the stock for X, sold the warrants, you're just trying to get that spread as the stock runs. I don't know. It might be a great trade. Just go out and buy the warrants before everybody else does.
Listen, I think you got to figure out what the hell's going on there first before you.
I do too, because something's going on.
I didn't even know there was a warrant, so I had no idea. But if this stock is traded up to 49, right? So yesterday we were talking about it around 46, 47 area, went down to 45. And I stand by my ground that this is going to be the greatest opportunity. And the stock now traded to 49. All right. So again, we spoke to people, and if you bought them, you can at least sell the options. I could care less. But you can see that these guys have to cover. They're trying to cover. They're doing every trick in the book yesterday to try to get people to bail out. It's the same thing in finger motion. When finger motion's turn comes, when it does happen, there'll be no chance to even get in the stock. All right. We're not stupid. We know finger motion has 200 million shares short, 220. If we're complete morons, all right, complete morons, and we read this thing completely wrong, there's at least 25 million shares short. We traded 162 million, all right? Trying to cover 25 million shares in the stock. I'm just saying if we're 1,000,000% completely wrong, all right, which I know I'm not, all right, but you can see the manipulation back and forth, trying to just hold it down for pennies. They're just trying to get people to say, you see, DJT's going, finger motion is not going to go. Trust me, Lynn Partners is going to get theirs. They're going to get roasted. It's just a matter of when. Good luck. You want to short it, knock yourself out. You want to sell it, move on. I could care less. I'm going based on what's going to happen in D.C. Devin Nunes and Donald Trump are going to roast these people alive. And he's not just going to say it's Donald Trump. They know it's in other names. And we have a seat at the table because I'm expecting to get called in to give a testimony on it. And I can't wait. I hope it's not like those Boeing guys. They're killing all the people that are ratting out Boeing. Another guy died.
Another guy they're killing. Yeah.
Yeah, they killed another guy. Boeing, someone wrote that Boeing should only be as good as building good planes as they are murdering people. I was like, yeah.
Oh. This gentleman who I think is being a little bit on purpose.
Don't read it.
But no. He asked a good question. I'm not going to answer his question the way it is. He said, "Can you talk about the finger catalysts plural?" I'm just going to talk about one, which is what I picked up at the meetings. What you should watch out for, Beetlebug. I'm not saying tomorrow. If you're so ants in the pants, you can't wait until October, get out. But I'd say by October, it's going to be eminently clear how powerful the big data aspects, Sapientus, but also Munich Re and Pacific Life Re are, and the growth of those earnings. That'd be my answer. If you want to pick one catalyst, I'd say big data and the two big insurance companies. That'd be my answer. And I don't want to answer in plural because I think you're just trying to.
Well, listen, that's the point. I don't talk about it because they're building it. They started 2 years ago, and just look at Snowflake. Snowflake does data in the U.S. Finger Motion has all the data in China. I don't know about you, but those insurance companies have to be drooling to know what the habits are for all the Chinese individuals that have cell phones. They have to be drooling about it. If you go look at Snowflake and see what their data is based on, okay, their data business, it's a $60 billion market cap company of 55, I forgot the number. What's the data that they're selling? That's all you have to know. Insurance companies, everything's based on data, and not the regular insurance companies. We're dealing with the reinsurance companies. They're the big companies, the reinsurance. And they have Munich Re, which is one of the biggest in the world, and Pacific Life Re. I don't know if you ever watched college football. It's a big whale that jumps out of the water. That's Pacific Life Re. This little company at $3.40 has deals with these people. It has a phone contract business with AIZ. It's a $10 billion insurance company. That's 3 insurance companies. And what's holding the stock down that someone wants to sell?
They're just selling fake shares. I mean, it's the same damn thing.
The only reason the stock isn't ticking higher is the fraud. And Devin Nunes has done what we couldn't do, is get it exposed to DC. We tried everything. We threw every haymaker. The SEC walked past our trucks for years. Devin Nunes did a video telling everybody the SEC is crooked. He investigated the SEC on the Intelligence Committee. He said it in a video, they're crooked. I didn't say it. He said it. If I said it, no one cares. But he's saying it. This is a powerful man on the Intelligence Committee of the United States.
Well, and more, I mean, it's the same point, I suppose. But more importantly, when Devin Nunes, whatever, writes a letter, there's congressmen and women on the committees that are going to read that letter. They're going to read it. They have
no choice. They have no choice. They know Trump's getting in. And if they're naughty or nice, they're going to know who was breaking their balls. They're going to know. And I don't think I want to stand in the way when he gets in, what's going to happen here, because they turned their back on him. That is going to be brutal. As they say, payback's a bitch.
So Peter B is asking, does Finger have a deal or partnership lined up? They have several. We were expecting news during the ringing of the bell. Okay, but they can't make news announcements that are promotional. They cannot make announcements which cause the stock price to go up as its only purpose. In other words, you're just announcing news to get the price to go up. That's called fraud. That puts you in jail. The criminals can do anything in Gary Gensler's markets to make it go down, and they don't enforce it. But hey, we now know the imbalance. Yes, Finger has many deals and partnerships lined up. And all I can tell you, Peter, is what I heard, and I heard some things that I cannot say. My confidence in you getting information over the next months, I'm going to say, is very, very high. And if you can't wait, then it's the wrong stock for you. But I think from 330 or wherever it is, once some of this is announced, you got a $9 stock and probably higher. And you'll never be able to buy it at 330 again. So your $3,000 or $4,000 right now buys 1,000 shares. If you wait, you might buy 500 shares or 300 shares.
William,
So
just look, Devin Nunes sent one letter to NASDAQ complaining about the fraud in their stock. The stock was $22. It went to $54 in what, 10 days? 22 to 54 on one letter. What's going to happen when they have a hearing? What's going to happen then?
Yeah.
That's all you have to know. That's all I have to know. That's good enough for me. And once it happens and once DJT goes, Wall Street's pretty funny. And if for the gentlemen people that don't understand it, go back and look at GameStop. When GameStop ran, what did all the hedge funds do? They went and bought another company. What was that company? There was a couple. KOSS went from $2 to $125. And there's another one, famous one. AMC went from whatever.
What if DJT buys Twitter?
That's a good one.
So somebody asked you, well, one person is pointing out that the chart on DJT, he thought it was showing a downward bear flag. But anyway, the more important question is, how high could DJT go, and when could it go? If you had to,
well, I think it can go to. My personal opinion, I think it's going to be between $500 and $1,000.
Ooh.
How fast is it going to go? I think it's going to go shortly.
That's a big move.
All you have to hear is the words, they're having a congressional hearing on DJT and naked short selling. Game, set, and match. And if you just saw the letter Devin Nunes sent to what's his name, Jim Rogers again, and the other people, it was out yesterday.
Was GameStop a profitable company before it
No,
squeezed?
it was going to zero. It was going to zero. They were going to put it to zero. They had Hnrc and Gti saying that he liked to rent video games, and people were renting games online. That's what the squeeze was. That's what he thought the squeeze was. I posted the squeeze based on data, what was going on, that this naked short in the stock was enormous. That's what I said. He was saying that the video games, people were going from renting the games to going online in those empty stores. As far as I'm concerned, that was all nonsense. The company's business was blah anyway, and people were renting games. That's, to me, it was a non-event.
This guy, I don't speak with certainty. This guy says you speak with such certainty that Trump will get back in office. I think the other side's not going to let him probably, but then he says, let's see if he can stay out of jail or home confinement. You know,
again,
you're in a dream world.
William, this is not a political.
I know it's
issue.
not.
I couldn't care less.
And by the way, Ham's point.
The gentleman who just opened up his stupid mouth. The stock is now 49. As the professional trader, I told you to buy it yesterday between 46 and 47. It's 49. If you had any balls and traded the stock and learned what you're talking about, you would have made yourself a nice 2 points. Buy 1,000 shares. You made 2,000 today. You can go out to dinner tonight. There you go.
That's exactly right. Plus,
I just showed you how to make money. This is a stock trading where this is about equities. This isn't about what you give a shit about. I don't really give a shit if you I could give a shit if the protesters coming out and shit on your lawn. I could get out of here. Take that shit someplace.
But you also, Ham, you also made it clear, regardless whether or not Trump gets into office, and especially if he does, he has to make the move on this issue before Congress now. He has to do it now. He can't do it after he's
Tell
president.
that idiot who's worried about being a political, let the shit all happen after the election's over, then make your bet. By that time it'll be over with, you'll be standing holding your blank in your hands. Get lost.
All right. So Frank Gonzalez is asking, when are Fingers earnings? And it's interesting. I went, Frank, to Yahoo Finance. That's a website that has it's still the most popular one for financial information. Yahoo Finance. You just Google it. And then you type in FNGR and you come up with a summary page. And in the third column of data, it says earnings date, May 28th through June 3rd. So at the end of the month, they should have earnings in Finger. That will be the first quarter. That'll be the first quarter for Finger.
I sat at the table in the same dinner with you. I wasn't near your table, but I didn't hear anything. I didn't ask anything. I don't know anything. I never do ask. I could give a rat's ass. I know the company based on what I see, and I'm just reporting on naked short selling. I spoke to a bunch of investors from Singapore that I know for a long time, and they're all excited about what's going on, and that's it. What comes out, comes out. I can't stop it. All I'm watching is the manipulators move stock back.
And my comments are just on the mood of everything that's already been made public and in interviews. It's just, I don't have anything specific.
Listen, again, they weren't standing with signs and saying, "Oh, I got a deal cut with this guy." I could care less. When it comes out, it comes out. I'm not trading on any information. I'm actually not doing anything but watching, and I'm doing like everybody else. I'm watching. I read the news, study the news, and the news is telling me you have to be brain dead if you don't think that Devin Nunes is going to make this happen. That's what the news is telling me. Now, I just gave you another tidbit. My friends are working with Devin Nunes and DJT. William, do you understand that, what I just said?
I'm just processing that you have friends. No, just kidding.
So I have a couple of friends that are very close, and he's using our words. I told you, he said over the target. That was our line. Oh, that was it, William. I just remembered.
Okay.
If he says FORK, which
but yeah, I thought we already knew that one. All right. Okay.
And now he never said that yet. And if he says we burned our boats, that's the one I told him. When he says those two things, that's just to confirm to the bozos that don't think that I have the connection. All right. I have to do that for idiots. All right. I have to make some poor guys say two stupid lines so they know that I'm not bullshitting you.
Idiot.
That's what they are.
All right. Let's see. I don't have another question. I should have. Let me go back here.
Oh, I love all the stupid questions.
All right, here. All right, I guess we can answer that. If news won't change the price of Finger, then how can the price go up if fundamentals don't do anything? That's not what I said. I think fundamentals are going to make the price go up. It's just, is it going to do it tomorrow? Is it going to do it today? Is it going to do it this week? I think that's the wrong attitude. If you don't want to be in the stock, go away. But if you want to buy the stock and it's not time in hands, you can do whatever you want. I think if I had to pick, let's just say by the end of the year, I think you have a double to triple in the stock price, regardless of a short squeeze,
And I'm the complete opposite. The fundamentals are doing complete opposite. My take on the fundamentals is that the company's value is higher than where it is right now.
Yeah.
No matter what you think, the stock should be between $5 and $10. All right, make a stupid number. It's not $3.50. So again, if you want to sell it at $3.50, good luck. If the shorts want to sell it at $3.50, good luck. The value is way higher. That's just based on that's what the fundamentals. It puts a floor on your investment. It will balance out eventually, and it'll go to that number. It'll go higher. That's what William said. The downside in the stock is higher, right? That's what you said. If what I'm really here for, okay, besides the fundamental news, is that we now have an idiot that's trapped on 220 million shares, and we got some other dope that's tied to the idiot that's short 2 million shares. And between the two, they both have a huge problem. And we could sit there and say, well, who's going to force them to do anything? And I'm telling you, Devin Nunes is our godsend. It fell out of the sky on us. Are you kidding me? We've had all these people in MMTLP breaking doors down in DC, and they haven't got shit done. Don't get me wrong. I applaud what they've done. I went down there, sat down. I've educated people every day when I went down there, and we got nothing done. Devin Nunes is an insider. President Trump is the ultimate insider, and they're going to get shit done.
Well, and the thing is, these stocks, as we've learned by now, we can keep trying to see something differently. That would make us part of the woke left crowd that just manipulates the truth. But it's a fact that if a company takes a toxic convertible note, whether or not there's some settlement later, you get short sellers committed to the trade, and they just sell every single day stock that doesn't exist. So there's always pressure on the downside. If you can't deal with the volatility that creates or the time frame that creates, I don't know which stock to tell you to buy. I really don't. Maybe
It's pretty funny. I just thinking Finger Motion came out with the news. They have access to 400,000 charging stations in China. Not 400, 400.
Yeah, but the whisper number was 450,000. No, I'm making
Right. Just the old whisper number. When that starts coming around, that was another big scam on Wall Street. The numbers come out, but then they are, but there's a whisper number. Actually, I'm going to put that up. I'm going to actually. I thought the whisper number on the number of charging stations was going to be 393,000, 400,000. It's better.
They beat the whisper number.
They beat the whisper number. That's why I'm going to start using that now. I'm going to start using that, the whisper number. That was an old Wall Street short selling scam for a long time. The whisper number. You come out, stocks a minute. Wait a second, they beat earnings. Oh, but beat the whisper number. I go, what the hell's the whisper number? What is that number? They make it up. There's no such thing as a whisper number. They make up their own numbers.
Right.
There's a number and that's it. What's the number? But again, we got the gift that we never saw coming. Devin Nunes and DJT. These idiots picked on the wrong people. Picking on us, fighting every day. I fought for 24 years. And I tried every trick in the book. MMTLP did a great job. They went down there. They got that guy, Don, Anna, this guy. Everybody's down there running around DC. We're making headroom. We got their names signed. We got everything going in our way. And can they get a hearing or a subpoena? Nothing. That's because those people only act when it's an insider or they're being pushed by somebody. And guess what? Someone more powerful than all those idiots.
Well, I guess I would tell you that when Nunes calls these committees and legislative aides, they already know the story because of the hard work of MMTLP.
Yeah, no, I said, listen, they did a fantastic job, but they couldn't move the boulder. Why? They couldn't move the boulder. Why? Because the people in DC are afraid of their own shadows. No one had the balls to step up and stand up and be the spokesperson for it. The guy did hearings on it. The SEC blew him off. They're not blowing off Nunes and Trump. They're not doing it.
Yeah, I think that's
That's
right.
it's right there. The trade is right in front of you. All right. I'm not bragging. I'm not here to make bullet points. The stock was below 47 yesterday on the attack. I said, you're out of your mind. You got to buy this thing. They're telling you it's coming. And it popped back up to 49 today. Again, if you want to sit there and say I'm wrong, I just showed you that how you can trade and make money on the stock. There you go. That's just based on the news. And I believe it hasn't even begun yet. 54.50 breaks that number. Watch what happens. And we know it's something bad's going to happen because they attacked it straight at that point. They're showing you cards. They showed their hand. It's right there. Anything else, William?
Well, Lewis asks, why not sell the stock that begins with the letter at the end of the alphabet and buy finger? That's a reasonable idea,
I don't
but
own
you
that
got to
stock.
do whatever you feels right.
Listen, sometimes, listen, I'm not saying I have, but I don't own that stock. But sometimes you just got to say screw it and jump into. But I can't advise you on that because
Right.
you know what's going to happen.
It'll go against.
As soon as you sell it, Finger Motion is going to do nothing, and CJYL is going to run $50, and then you're going to scream at us. I can't say that. You got to make your decision on that. I can't. We just don't know what minute it's going to go.
So, can you explain how failed to deliver reports work and why are they manipulated?
Failed to deliver reports, how they work, and why they're manipulated.
That's the question.
Okay. So there's only 4 ways that you can buy and sell a stock. There's only 4, before we used to have a ticket, we used to actually fill out a ticket. When you go someplace, you give an order, someone fills it out. So you can buy it, you can sell it, you can sell it short. On our tickets, it used to say SS, William. Do you remember? Sell short, right?
Oh, yeah.
It used to say sell short. That's number 3. The 4th way is sell short market exemption. That is the loophole, the number 4 one. Okay.
I'm
There's
trying to
only 4
remember.
ways.
We didn't have that on our tickets. I think it was we had to check a box, long or short, when we sold.
Well, it would have a sell short, long, whatever it might be. Right. And these guys, so now the way they make it short, they have to report some way reporting the trade. They just don't leave it blank. So are you buying it? Are you selling it? Are you selling it short? Are you selling it with the market maker exemption, right?
Right.
So that data, which we just report, goes to the SEC and FINRA, and that's how they compile the data. So if it's in the sell short market maker exemption, it becomes a fail to deliver because they don't have the stock to deliver, right?
Right.
It's pretty easy. The question is, are they selling it and then buying it back? In DJT, that number is 770 million. Did they trade it? Did they buy it back? I don't know. That number could be 200 million, could be 500 million, could be 700 million. I don't know the number. Based on history, I would have to believe that number is still very high because they don't seem to cover. They just kind of just keep selling. In Finger Motion, William,
Yeah.
I reported every trade and watched every trade for 5 years. I've never seen them cover. A little different. You had professional eyes, besides mine and my 50 friends, looking for trades to see if they're covering. And we haven't seen it yet. Very different than DJT. So that's why I keep trying to tell you is that what I see is very different than DJT. I don't know what they did because I remember the stock went to 250 or something like that. Did they short it? Is that number's involved? I don't know. If they covered it, I don't know. If they didn't cover it, shame on them for letting the stock go always down and not cover it. Obviously, when you see them start to cover, the stocks take off and go straight back up. So could this be the short covering here now we're seeing? Could be. I believe the longs are not selling. And what I see is the same pattern that I pointed out in ROOT. It was a slow, controlled buy-in. And when investors come in, we're buying calls and keep poking at it. They turn around, they're selling them the calls. These guys are buying the stock. And it just keeps pushing it higher, slowly and slowly and slowly, until you get that big spike, which I feel is coming. What's going to be the big spike? Is when Devin Nunes gets the appointment or the congressional hearing is announced. And I think at that point, you can get a $50 or $100 run real quick, a spike to the moon.
what's interesting, and maybe you can describe that for people again on GameStop. What's going to make these things move is when the animal spirits on Wall Street want to make money, but this time they see it moving to the upside. All the big money will start buying. Right now, they're not doing anything. But as these things cross and they can pick up that there's buy-ins, they'll all rush in and they'll make money to the upside. There are players that will buy to make money to the upside. Not everyone on Wall Street's a criminal, and not everyone on Wall Street is trying to make the easy criminal money like Jeff Easton.
Well, I think you're wrong about that. Everyone on Wall Street here, everybody on Wall Street here is looking for any edge to make money. It's called getting an edge.
Okay.
And I just taught you the edge that I was taught, and is to read the tape, read the news, and I believe that the trade that I see is enormous and life-changing because of Devin Nunes and the congressional hearing coming in and Donald Trump here. That's the edge that I've been looking for. I never thought it would be Donald Trump and Devin Nunes. I thought it was going to be William and Busy Brands that were going to make this happen, or Ace, or Richard, not legal advice. That's what we were working with, hardworking people fighting to get it done. But someone more powerful stepped to the plate in front of us. And to me, it's game, set, and match, and it's going to happen. It was clear as a bell. And you're sitting there and say, well, if it's so clear, shithead, how come it hasn't leaked into finger motion yet? And I believe finger motion will play catch up. Just like GameStop, AMC went after GameStop. It didn't go before GameStop. GameStop was 1. AMC was 2. DJT is 1. Finger motion is 2. Congratulations. That's what I see.
After they take a profit in DJT, they're going to be so full of energy. They're going to say, which one's next?
I just told you that.
Yeah.
I just gave it to you.
Yeah. Miles is asking, and I know it's an honest question. He's a good guy, but why didn't they drop news at the bell ringing? And I'll tell you, I've been on the board of companies. I work closely with companies for a long time. And the fact is, if you have good news, you can't hold it. You've got to release it. If you have good news, but you don't have the definitive data, the lawyer says we can't release it yet, you can't pre-announce it. So CEOs are stuck. They have to follow the law. Jeff Easton does not have to follow the law. It's just the fact. Well, he should follow the law. He just isn't. I don't, for some reason.
Somebody just texted me. BlackBerry went KOSS. KOSS made some shitty headphones or earpieces for music, whatever it was, headsets. And that went from $2 to $125 because I remember seeing it. And I said, what the F is KOSS? I had no idea. I'd never heard of it before. And that went crazy. I'm sorry, I walked outside. It's beautiful outside.
Is KOSS kissing in a tree? No.
Yeah, KOSS, ING. So, any other questions?
One guy's pointing out it's hard to accumulate when his account's down 85%. That's a fact. I get that.
No, listen. The account is down. I got it. I have many friends that are down millions and millions of dollars right now. Okay? And I haven't heard from them in 3 days because guess what? They know how to read the tape like I do. And they, believe me, when this came out with Devin Nunes, it was like a major weight was taken off my back because now we can all see clearly what's going to happen here and what's going to be the end result. All right. We can all see it. We all feel it. And it's just a matter of not if it's going to happen. It's just a matter of what day it's going to happen now. When his letter today, which I posted on the SEC site.
I read it to everybody.
It's called, excuse me?
I read it to everybody. Kristen.
He called for a congressional hearing again.
Yeah.
All right. And then Jim Jordan's #1 on the list. Jim Jordan, for the gentleman who's a Biden guy, is Trump's guy. And guess what he's going to do, my friend? That's how it works in this world. Okay? He's going to have the hearing, and he's going to have it, and the Trump will thank him later down the road, whatever the political ways they do things. I expect the hearing. It's so clear. Whether you hate, I don't give a shit. You hate him, I could care less. This is about my family. I could give a fuck who's the president. Could put a fucking monkey in there. That's what we have right now. We could put any idiot in here. All right? Just settle the fucking trades is all I care about. Then I can decide where I want to do and what I want to do. But I can't do it without financial freedom. And right now we're all handcuffed because there's some fucking fat slob, Jeff Easton, on fucking Madison Avenue, who thought his fucking right to life was to steal our money. And now he's got a problem because now we have Trump and Devin Nunes to help us out, whether you like them or not. Was that clear enough?
That's pretty clear. So if you own 50,000 shares of Finger and Finger were to squeeze, how would you trade out of that position?
Well, let's say you own it at $4, all right? As it starts to go, you can sell 500 at 6, 500 at 9, 500 at 12, and you just add up those numbers and say, okay, I put a 50,000 at 4, I invested 200,000. Hey, you know what? I sold 2,000 shares at an average price of 10, okay, and I got back 20,000. And I keep doing it and say, oh my goodness, I had 50,000 shares, I got 38,000, and I have already taken off 200,000 plus off the table. That way you have a risk-free trade, and that way you can actually sell it all if you like, whenever it's going like that. But just think about the people that did that in GameStop. And you're listening to one of those dopes who sold it. The last sale I made in GameStop was 118. We gave each other high fives. We were laughing. What a great trade. That was the last trade. The last part we sold was like $700,000 on the position. I forget how many shares it was. And we were high-fiving, laughing. We got him. That was great. Then we saw it go to 500. And all we did was hang our heads every day after that. And we all said the same thing. Why didn't we sell it in pieces? And we all said the same thing because we're idiots. And I'm just trying to show you that if you believe in something like this, okay, I used to trade. I buy 300 calls, sell it up 15 cents, make 15,000, and go out and had a party. The next day, stock be up another 10, and I left myself, 300,000 on the table. But that was the way I traded, and I made it to myself saying, stick to your guns, slow and steady wins the race, and I just kept chopping away. That's the way I played. When I saw GameStop, I knew it was big. I had no idea it was going to 550. So I put all my efforts into figuring something out. I figured it out in Finger. Now I know, besides GameStop, I know all the data and everything 10 times better than I knew in GameStop. And I reported on it. And I reported on GameStop. I wrote reports on it. I handed to the government of Abu Dhabi, their SEC, Abu Dhabi Global Markets. I did the reports for. There's 10,000 stocks. I picked GameStop to write a stock about. It's right on Twitter. I put it out. No one did that. Now I'm 100 times stronger and smarter than I was for GameStop. That was 4 years ago. And now we all know what can happen. Finger motion is 1,000 times more dangerous than GameStop was. Why? One thing, education. Because everyone on this phone now understands there's 220 million shares short, there's 2 million real shares short, and there's events coming up that are going to blow this guy out of the water. There was no event in GameStop. What was the event? The event was I'll use it in street language, was a gangbang to go after the short sellers by longs. That was it. The company didn't do anything. Zero. The company did nothing. To this day, the company still done nothing to make that stock go crazy. Zero. Finger Motion's doing everything possible. And on top of that, they're issuing a special dividend. They're 100 times more advanced, 100 times more educated. We all are. That's why this is 100 times deadlier than GameStop ever was. Education. Everyone on this call is educated. If you own 1,000 shares and you see the thing start to run, are you going to race to sell it at 10? You understand, William?
I understand. Lee Majors just turned 85.
He's still around?
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything else? Do you understand?
No, there's
Education?
nothing else. It's all.
Education is the most important thing when trading the stock market. And if you don't understand it by now, taking away your political beliefs, I don't really give a shit about anybody's political beliefs. As far as I'm concerned, they're all shitheads. But we got one that's on our side. We had nobody before. And now you have potentially the most powerful man in the world on your side.
Why should you ever sell finger below 100 if you think it's going to eventually go to 100?
I didn't say I'm selling it 100. I'm just
No, this guy's asking his exact question. Shouldn't people hold and not sell a share until $50 or 100 if the stock should be 100 in a year or so?
You could always protect yourself. And the best protection is when a stock starts to go is to sell small pieces on the way up. Taking your money off the table is a risk-free trade. That's the whole game. If you can trade for free or risk-free, you're a superstar. That's all you need to know. That's the game. If I would have traded everything in my life and had money off the table on all those trades, I'd never have a losing trade, right? I've taken risk many times and gone for the gusto.
Good point.
Correct?
Yeah.
That's how it works. Sometimes you go for the gusto, sometimes you
Well,
win, sometimes you lose.
I probably experienced that own feeling with, for example, GTII. Why should I sell here? It's going to go up, and you look back on it. That's the problem. When you look back, you have perfect information. When you look forward, you think you have perfect information, but you don't. So just like Cam says, it makes sense to take your original capital off the table. I was taught that, and I never really incorporated it or became part of me, but when a stock doubles, sell a third of your position. When it goes up again some amount, sell the second third and let the last third ride. I was taught that endlessly, and I
William, this is different.
never got good at it.
William, the difference that's thrown in this curveball now is that we have Donald Trump here and Devin Nunes. It's made this 100 times more deadly. And I'm just trying to teach novice people how to protect yourself. That's it.
Well, you're trying to show that you got to read the news and get the implication. As an example, one of your strongest points, I think, if you're a hedge fund or if you're short or if you're in this game with a bunch of co-conspirators, when you see a guy like Nunes put that out to letters directly and speak so plainly and challenge the system, the last stock you're going to want to hold on your books is DJT. You're going to want to cover that position and be gone.
I don't know how they're still standing.
I don't know.
Yeah, tell me. Stop saying
no, I'm just looking at some questions that I don't think a lot of people are, there's tension. People have lost money. There's some shill, it's the market. But I think
William, my friend who's a billionaire bought 200,000 shares of Root at 25 or 27, okay, at the IPO. And the stock was $7. After losing 25% of his position, the stock went to $7. His whole position was probably worth $100,000. Even with the squeeze up to 90, he's still down 70%.
Wow.
I mean, so it's just unbelievable what can happen in the equity market. And this is the smartest guy. And my friend, I can't give you his name, but I have to tell you, his best friend is Warren Buffett. He was his right-hand man. Okay? So I knew some super powerful people, and he got his clock
So
clean.
he knows a guy who knows.
He
a
doesn't
guy.
know a guy. He knows him.
He knows the guy.
Right. I'm just saying that. And he called me up when the stock was 15 getting destroyed, and I showed him the data on naked short selling. And I posted it up many times, and I reported it to them, and they did nothing. Instead, they watched the stock go below $1. Then they had to reverse it back up to 25. And then the stock went from 25 after the reverse back down to 7. They were still naked shorting it. And the shorts are so in the black there, but they just recently covered up to 100.
Wow.
And they're still in the black. I think it has to go to 300 for them to be in the red. DJT, it's 54.50. Finger motion, it's 373. And those are important numbers, and that's why I posted it to you. I'm not making those numbers up. Those numbers are calculated by friends. I have very good friends in the naked short selling arena trying to expose them.
I think Busy Brands is getting bored. He said that there's a contract, hedge funds had a financial contract to naked short Ham's hairline.
Tell them to get off the phone. And go.
I don't think that was a naked short. I think that was a winning trade.
Listen, I can fix my hairline with a toupee. Or I can go to Turkey and get some hair weave off my rump. That's how they do it, I think.
Oh, gross.
But I don't care. I'm aerodynamic. When it rains, it just speeds up. I put a little wax on it, goes right off. A little Rain-X, and I'm good.
You save on shampoo?
Save on shampoo, doesn't make a difference. Pretty soon, I'm going to be advertising on the top of my head. Busy. He knows. Go get Charlie Payne. I sent them an email this morning. Finish him off. Get Devin Nunes on the show. They all know Devin Nunes wants to go on Charlie Payne. Get it done.
Ace is asking me to ask Busy what a hedge fund is. HEADGE. That's how he spent it. But I don't think Ace can speak Spanish. So, and then Not Legal Advice is saying Busy Brand's comment is a bald-faced lie.
Hey, wait a second. What are you guys turning on me for? What do I got to do with it? I was dealt this deck of cards. What am I supposed to say? This is it.
And this guy's Ordinary Angler's asking if your bald head helps your pickleball. If you want to know something I just read while I was listening to you, Matthew McConaughey and his wife just played pickleball without any shorts on. They did it bare bottom to promote their tequila brand. I would have no interest in seeing his bare bottom, but maybe, I don't know what she looks like. If Ace said, if Ham had hair, would we already have won?
Ace, hey, go back to your friend. What's that guy's name? What's that guy, your friend's name?
The quarterback for San Francisco?
We forgot his name from. He was on. He had a show one night, and he had his friend from Texas standing over his shoulder, and me and my son were making fun of him. I forget the guy's name. Very nice guy. We were calling him Uncle Fester.
Oh, so Busy was being clever. He spelled hedge fund, hedge fund. They're naked.
He's that type of guy. I told you, people. When this is all over, there's a couple of people I would love to keep hanging out with, and he's one of them. He's got a great personality. You know, he's the type of guy I want to hang out. He's a real good guy, and he's really, you know, I haven't met Ace in person, but I have spent time with Busy Brands and a few other people, and wonderful guy. And I would love to do it many times, but unfortunately we can't.
They're both good. all three of these men in the conversation.
I don't know.
Richard, Ace,
Richard
and
sounds- I
and
can't listen
Busy
to
are
it. I
all
would
great guys.
I'm really not a drinker, but if I'm with Richard, I definitely have to pile drive a few drinks to listen to those jokes.
Well, I've been finding out since being up in New York, a lot of people, and you meet a lot of people. Alcohol helps you meet people, but when you don't have alcohol, woo, you got to listen to some stories and pretend to be interested.
Well, that's what Busy Brands told me. He has a liquid personality, so I said, okay, I can deal with that.
Oh God, not legal advice says hairline refers to Ham's cousin, hair being spelled H-E-I-R.
He's quick though. I gotta tell
No,
him
it's
that. I gotta
quick.
give him that.
It's
That
like
must be that Harvard education. That's what they taught him.
it's
jokes.
like Herr
That's a Har-
Hoffman.
That's a Harvard education joke book.
Herr Hoffman has some hair today jokes.
Here today, gone tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh God. This isn't asking you, but it's asking not legal advice. But the thing is with West Christian, David, is he expects to be
money.
paid. Who's going to pay his bill at GTII? I told you the other night, I don't believe GTII has as its modus operandi, as its main goal, squeezing the shorts. It did for about 2.5, 3 years. I think the goals are different right now. We can get it back in line, and I think we will. But anyway, I just think that the main man has to go. Herr Reichman.
Follow Richard. Richard is working on it to take care of it for us. We can't do anything about it. There's very elderly people running a public company that have no interest in working. They're more ready for the retirement home, which listen, we're all going to be there. They just got to give it up. And I guess the guy's been doing this so long, he doesn't want to give it up, but he has to move along. My friends paid West Christian, and he did everything possible to make it happen. We did everything. We need the CEO to leave now. The CEO leaves, the company will have business after business joining in.
This guy says Kristen's a lot better looking than you are and me. Well, I'd say
That's
she
bullshit.
is.
Tell him that's bullshit.
Well, it's one reason Ham never shows his face, because he's so good looking. It would distract from the story.
I have a face to radio.
Yeah.
When my wife met me, it was Halloween. I was wearing a mask.
That's Rodney. I know I'm ugly. When it's Halloween, I go out as is. Anyway, he does it better when he says it. All right, I think we've
exhausted everything. Now you're picking on me. Okay.
picking on you. You're not a good guy to pick on because you're in.
I'm gonna get even.
You're in great shape, and you've picked on me.
I always pick on you.
So, not legal advice says Kristen is great. I'd say that's true.
She is great. She is great. I speak to her all the time. You know, when I'm on the road and I get a story, I get it to her as quickly as possible. She corrected my time yesterday. I was running around so fast, I had lost track of what time I was having the conference call. I don't know if I said 12, 12:30, 2:30, and she called me up and we figured it out real quick. And I can't thank her enough. You know, she's been nothing but an ace. She learned this thing from scratch. We had a conference call and she figured it all out, and she's been nothing but helping everyone out since that point.
Ace points out that Richard Hoffman, Not Legal Advice video live with Kristen last night was excellent. He says, great video with Kristen, Richard. So I'm sure it's up there to be rewatched.
Listen, people, all you have to understand, education is the key. It comes in many shapes. Richard's giving you a legal opinion, the way to look at it. Christian's giving you away from a reporter. I'm giving it away from a Wall Street way. So everybody attacks this differently.
I don't know if this is true, Susan Burns, But apparently Trump just mentioned GameStop and GME is up. I'd have to check that. But that would be something if it's true, Susan. And I believe you. It's not that I don't believe you. Busy wants to come on, or Ace wants to come on. Let's see how I can send you the link. I got to remember settings.
I'm just going to run into the men's room for a second. So I'll be here. Just give me a few minutes.
All right. I got to remember how to do this, Busy. It's not settings. Oh, invite. Well, that was pretty easy. Copy. I'm such an idiot. I make it much more difficult than it needs to be. All right, just my computer's very slow. Leave site. No, I don't want to leave site. I'll just add one. It's very slow. So I'll come back here while that's spinning. All right, here. Maybe it's here now. Oh, well, it's close enough. Compose. Compose, it's composing. And this goes to Busy Brains. Oh, that's not right. Busy Brains. I'm sorry, my computer is really, really slow. I mean, slow is not the right word for my computer. Computer's not even the right word for my computer. Oh, come on. Okay. All right, I sent it to you. Busy, I sent it to you. So Susan's right. I was just checking it, but Roger is saying that, Susan, that GME's gone up. Susan is correct. GME stock up a buck, $11.99.
All right, William, I'm back.
All right, that's changed my life.
Is Ace in, or did he come on? What was
Dad, Busy is inviting Ace and others, I guess.
Right.
GameStop, here's what might trigger a dramatic share price increase. I don't see where Trump mentioned it, but I believe Susan is right. We'll find it, Susan. Amy is too, well, not. I don't know who you're talking about.
Listen, you could sit there and say that Trump said something about GameStop. But when we do a congressional hearing and they say DJT and finger motion, then the GameStop will be no more. GameStop had its fun. It went to $550. Wall Street could care less about anyone in GameStop.
Oh, God.
That's how Wall Street looks at it.
Rudy,
if you didn't sell it, they could care less.
Rudy Myers is joining in. Let Richard know that Abraham Lincoln could never be prosecuted because he's innocent. Oh, God. It's contagious, these jokes. Innocent.
Oh, innocent. Okay. So if Donald Trump did speak about GameStop and it went up $1, right?
Yeah.
I guess he is powerful to make that happen just by saying the symbol. How's that one? Pretty interesting, right? Listen,
Very
people, the word
interesting.
GameStop is going to be referenced all the time because it was a life-changing trade that went from 375 to 550. Why wouldn't you mention it? We all mention it all the time. What's the reason to go buy it now? That stock is long in the tooth. They raised a lot of money. The company did the right thing. I don't know what business they're in now. The guy from what's his name is running it. The guy who ran Bed Bath and Beyond. What was that guy's name? Ryan Cohen, he ran the dog food company, and now he's running GameStop. I always believed that since he's a short buster type guy, that he would do something to actually break the short.
Where's Victor Kayan?
I don't know.
He bought the shaving company.
I don't know.
I liked
But
it
again,
so much, I bought the company.
Oh, that was what, I forget the name of that company.
Oh,
I remember that commercial.
Yeah, I forget the name of the company. That's a good point. I remember the commercial though.
No more questions, William?
No, and it looks like Ace can't join because he's working, unlike you.
Working. I work my ass off. I'd rather get a job than do this. Are you kidding me?
Deborah lets you know that she loves your warrior heart.
I got more lumps on my head from fighting this battle. I can't wait to give them back out. Trust me. Listen, I have friends of mine that worked with me who fought with me that passed away. And I don't want that to ever happen to anybody else in a stock. And I understand people saying they're down. I got it. It bothers me. Trust me. I hate it. Lynn Partners is laughing at us. And that's what gets me my anger. All right. I'm not a violent person. I don't believe in it. But again, these guys are such criminals and could care less about you or your family every day. You know how hard it is for me to sit there and tell my friends to go buy a stock we're going to win, and watch these guys manipulate it, and you think I'm going to quit after I did that? You're crazy. So if I'm telling my friends that if they ask me if they should buy it, and I say yes, I'm defending it till I'm dead. I don't care how many years it takes. So that's my personality, and I don't give a shit what the SEC has to say. These guys are criminals. The SEC knows it, and they're trying to protect the system. The system is completely broken. Think of the SEC having to get called in front of Congress, where they had them in MMTLP in front of Congress or the Senate, whoever those people were, and he couldn't answer a question. He was dancing around everything. It's because who wants this political hand grenade, as it's been described to me, to go out there and say the whole stock market is full of counterfeits? Who wants to go tell the American people that? Gary Gensler is fainting because he's going to have to go out there and tell people that the stock market is full of failed to deliver is a counterfeit. It doesn't exist. Wait until he has to say that under oath. If you think that GameStop popped $1, wait till Finger Motion and DJT go. You're going to faint when you see it. And if you think it's not coming, move along. I believe it's coming, and it's coming fast, and it's right on the tape. You can see the videos on Twitter. Look at Devin Nunes every day. He's stepping on their necks. He's not letting
Well,
go.
and he's also, if you notice it, he's getting prime time. Every time he talks, he's interviewed. We couldn't do that. All right, here's Busy Brands.
So
Let's see.
if you notice it, he's getting crushed.
Busy? Are you able to talk? Oh, I can't hear because I have to put on a headphone. Or I have to put you on a speaker. That's what I gotta do.
Can you guys hear me?
Well, listen, go handle him. You don't need me. And
Oh,
I'll speak
what
to you
the
guys
hell?
later.
Come in
And
now you
best
wanna
of luck,
leave?
everybody. Study. The trade of your life is right in front of you on the naked short selling front. Pick your stock, whatever you want to play. I don't care what it is. Go buy GameStop. Do whatever you want to do. But the time is now. Okay?
Right.
Education is the most important thing. And I do really believe that Finger Motion has the most educated shareholders in existence. You can't say that about GameStop. I know the GameStop people, they own it all over the place. We own the stock as a high of 9, all the way down. The average price on the short is 473. Break that. We got 220 million shares in the red. Remember, who keeps trying to sell it lower? Only a criminal that can't meet margin. And that's why they attacked DJT, because they needed to hold it down because they couldn't meet margin.
Yeah. Yeah. He dropped off, so everybody else could hear busy. And
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you
Anyway,
hear me?
yeah, I hear you. Anyway, busy
Anyway,
dropped
so
off.
that's it. Education is the key. Educate yourself. Pick whatever stock you want. I'm an expert in finger motion. Listen, don't listen. I really don't care. GameStop, I believe there's still shorts there, but I don't know what the temperature is on the street on that stock anymore. It's Wall Street has a funny thing saying that stock is played out. That's what they like to say. That's a term on Wall Street. And people are going to sit there. They're not educated on GameStop as much as you think. All right. I think that people made their money in it and walked away from it. I think the long hedge funds that really helped push it are not coming back. Different story. They're looking for a fresh idea. And that's the one we're proposing in finger motion. And that's the one I'm working on. GameStop, there wasn't an effort by everyone. I caught it. I knew the hedge funds were coming based on the volume and the short positions in it, which I reported on. And that's what I can see. Data, education is what makes it work. I cannot force the issue. Trust me, if I could have forced the issue, I would have did this 2 years ago. But the opportunity is even stronger now and better now. The fundamentals, the company has the money, the company's been added to the NASDAQ, the company rang the bell, the deals are coming, and Devin Nunes and Donald Trump are going to push us over the finish line. Other than that, I don't know what to tell you.
All right. That's great.
All right. So have a great day. I'll speak to
All
you soon.
right. Thank you very much, Ann. Bye.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just gonna go over. I can't remember the symbol for Fisker, but TLO, just to pick one stock I just looked at, it's forming a a point. So that could have a move, but the one caution is it's underneath the moving averages. So anyway, the problem with these, these points when they trade out, if it goes above, whichever direction it breaks, it usually follows through. But I want to look at the stocks I mentioned earlier. RCRT, intriguing if it were to break above 172. It hasn't yet. It's traded up to its 200-day moving average. It did that twice before this year and then just sold off. So all by itself, that's not doesn't mean anything. But if it got through that and then that became the resistance, if it punched through on a closing, I think it only closed once before this year above the 200-day moving average. But anyway, if it closed above 175, that could go to $3 around $3 pretty easily. And then we'd have to talk about it after that. All right, let me look at Finger. Let me look at Finger. They're unbelievable. I think, even though my charts are not as sophisticated as others, I think every recent low has been higher. So it's higher lows. They seem to have come up now twice or three times to this $4 level. And for some reason, that's significant to them. I don't know why. But the next time it goes through 4, one could argue that's the 4th time is the charm, and it's going to run. I think 409 is probably more significant because that's the 200-day moving average. But then they got trouble. I don't see much resistance after that. I mean, basically every dollar up, 425, 525, 625, 725. That's how I see finger. Let me look at, let me look at logic. Logic is, I mean, that is all kinds of punching up and trying to get through sort of 0.038. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And then just below it, you can add another 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, 6 times. So they're really trying to break. For some reason, they're holding it here. But logic also, each low is a higher low, and J low hit a new low. So anyway, I think logic, when it gets above 0.038, let's just say it's on the bid instead of on the ask. I think it goes to 5, then it goes to, I guess that number right there is 7, 7.5. And then I think 10 cents. 1077 is the 200-day moving average. I suppose it could stall there, but there's a gap at 15 cents. I think you can take, call it 4 cents to buy logic. You can turn it into maybe 16 cents. That's 4x in a trade. Don't run it up. Don't make it go up on your own. All right, let's see what else. That's logic, RCRT. Oh, the one I can't tell you about. The one I can't talk about. That's why I had my volume down. I had my volume way down because it's so loud when it, okay. That's basically the same story. Every low is a higher low. There's definitely an upward slant on the lows. I mean, I don't really see what it's trying to break through yet. I suppose if it gets well above 375 on volume, it'll break 467, and then I don't see anything holding it back. The one caution I have is the 200-day moving average. They keep trying to break it below that, and you just got to face the facts, Jack. If they're able, they being the shorts, are able to get it down there decisively, at a minimum, it'll take time to rebuild momentum. But I don't know what to say about that. What else? Oh, HNRC I want to look at, and then I'll ignore the charts for a while. HNRC at 0.02, it is up. The 50-day crossed the 20-day crossed the 50-day moving average to the positive. The stock has a little bit of volume. It looks like it's breaking out a bit, and I would say 0.03 is next. There's a little bit of resistance in the low threes, but I don't think and the higher threes. I don't think it's going to matter. I think it's headed to 4 cents, and if it breaks above 4.5 cents, just to pick a number, 13 cents for HNRC. Anyway, let me stop looking at the charts. Did the GTII board screw everyone? I don't know if it's the board or not, but Dave, I did a video on it. It's rather blunt. I've talked about it on the lives. And if you want, Dave M, I'll end this live. I'll start a live specifically so we can talk GTII to death. Dave. And I was no genius. GTII went from 9 cents to $9. A lot of people came in under $1. A lot of people came in at $2, $3, $4, $5. Very few sold at $9. I didn't. So, it didn't work. And I'm not going to go back over that. I believe the short squeeze was working and that the powers that be, money talks, and 3 guys came on here to get the stock down. Whatever. We all made those decisions, but the stock did not squeeze. And Dave, that was well over a year ago. The company tried. I don't think the board tried to screw everyone. I hate this. The stupid inanity of it. But I'll go through it for you, David M. The company signed a note with Kurt Kramer and Seth Kramer, which means the Kramers just sold stock that didn't exist. They gave that money to David Reichman. And after Reichman saw what was happening, he bought it all back within the penalty period, paying penalties, and he got out of that note. At that time, which is, I think, 3 years ago now. If I'm wrong, it's just my memory, because it just goes over the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. Is going to change anything? At that time, I'm going to use round numbers. The Kramers and their clients had naked shorted 50 million shares. According to him, there was never buying back. Since that time, the company bought a healthcare company, an eyeglass company, a gold company. They announced that they were going to acquire a blockchain company. They announced they were going to issue whatever you call these coins to every investor called Shibu Uni. They announced they were going to uplist to Upstream. They announced a special warrant, a warrant as a special dividend. They announced that they were going to acquire a law firm. They announced, and they never took salary, but they announced a special dividend to everybody. Then they hired Wes Christian to go after the shorts. They, they did all the appropriate communications. So I don't think they screwed anybody. On the other side, I believe that the $1 billion down that the Kramers were, they used that money to buy one or all 3 of the individuals that got us to move out. So we voluntarily left the trade a little over a year ago, and it took the pressure off of Fidelity and off of Wells Fargo. We did that, not the board. The law firm deal, I guess somebody chickened out somewhere, but that fell through. The Trento mine deal is something that they also signed up for. I believe now that the CEO has decided, I've used the analogy that if you hold a butterfly in your hand, you don't let it fly, but you try to hold it tight because you don't want to give up control, the butterfly can't fly anymore. I believe that once the CEO got involved with the various deals and all that, people ran away. I don't know what it is. He's over 80. I've never met the guy. He might be the cleverest guy in the world. He might be the most humble. I don't know. The board consists of a guy named Frank Benedetto. He's elderly. Of a woman, she's elderly. I think there might be one other guy. And the CEO belongs in a home. But Dave M., no, I don't think they screwed it. I don't want to talk about GTI anymore. The stock is not trading favorably. And if I had to guess, you're months out before a squeeze happens. What could change that? What could change it? Same story. Alpine was censured to, I'm not a lawyer, whatever that word means legally, I don't know what it means legally, but in general, Alpine was censured by FINRA, and FINRA asked to expel Alpine. Alpine took over the short trade from the Kramers because the Kramers were in trouble until the clients paid off one or all three of those guys to move us out. The company Cosmo took $35 million out of the market with the help of the shorts. That was small price to pay for getting out of the billion-dollar trap they were in, Dave. The short squeeze was there. The stock was up. Now, I, being me, when the stock was up, just like the other gentleman asked about Finger, if it's going to 100, why sell it below? That was my thinking. If it's going to go to 90, why sell at 9? Well, in retrospect, that looks stupid as hell. But is that the fault of the board? No, it's the shorts. It's the criminals. The criminals are organized against us. They lie, they steal, they bribe, they pay each other off, they collude, they work in concert, they act as racketeers, and they hire shady lawyers, and all of Wall Street supports them. Now, Dave, I could use my energy talking about effing GTII till my head falls off. It's not going to make the stock go up. It just isn't. It's not going to make the stock go up. The stock round tripped. It went up 100x. And for some reason, the majority of us did not take that profit, or 80% of that profit, or 50% of that profit, or 30% of the profit. We waited and waited and waited, and now we blame the board. Now we blame him. I don't know what else to say. That stock made money on paper, and I know many of my investors sold out and they made a profit. So now we missed out on that. I missed out on that. The stock ran up and it's back down here. So with Dave M., we have a new decision. Let me be as clear as I can. Again, as if it's going to change anything. I'll still get these stupid questions. GTII is not going to go up until David Reichman leaves the company. Full stop. Secondly, GTII is no longer operating with the number one goal to cause a short squeeze. Full stop. Thirdly, there are whales and there are younger men, including me, who are willing to step in and make the company successful and make the shorts pay and make as best as possible. You can't promise it, to make everybody whole. But we're not at that point, Dave M. So I can talk about GTII until I am blue in the face. I am not going to make it go up. Not right away. What needs to happen, Dave M., David Reichman has to exit. Control of the company has to be given to someone with a vision that builds a team that has the goal of building cash flow, building assets, and surprising the F out of the shorts. Being transparent, putting the company on a firm footing so it is cash flow and earnings positive, and bloody well knocking Hurries and Kramers and Alpine on their back. But we're not there right now. We're not there. So Dave, thank you for bringing up GTII. That trade worked, although for me and for others it didn't, because only in retrospect can we see that it worked. In the middle of it, it was up 100x in the middle of it. 100x. But most of us didn't see that. But if you look at stocks like HKD or Piggly Wiggly or whatever, when they ran, at any point you could say it was up 100x, and then it kept running. The hardest thing to do is sell. The easiest to do when you don't sell, or when you don't recognize as it's coming down, hey, I better take some money off. Hey, maybe I should go put money somewhere else so at least I have something in case that comes down. When you freeze and just ride it all the way down, the only thing you can say to yourself when you look in the mirror was, I was an effing idiot. That's what I do. But you don't, because you want to blame somebody else. Dave, I think you know, given GTII where it is right now, I think if I were in the situation where you're upset and your opinion is the board screwed everyone, I'll give you one idea you do. You sell it. You establish a huge loss, and your account, instead of all the dreams and where it was and the real money you put in, all of a sudden it has this much cash instead of this much cash. Buy something with that cash or take it out. I can't give you personal advice. But if you buy, for example, Logic with that money, I think you can take that cash and triple it, maybe more, maybe 4 times, maybe 5 times. That if it went 5 times, if Logic went 5 times from here, to translate that back into GTII's movement from here, go to 75 cents. There's no way GTII is going to 75 cents. Absent a surprise, absent Alpine getting shut down, absent regulators coming in and buying them out, absent the lawsuits ending. I don't see that happening. I see criminals with money that stopped the short squeeze, paid off 3 guys, including a CEO, and paid off lawyers and paid off Alpine, paid off a bunch of colluders to sell stock on day trades downward. That's what I see. That's what we're up against. I also see that management has given up. They aged out. They're old. They belong in a home. So if I were in your frame of mind, I would sell GT. I would have already sold it. But I actually think if we're here now, it's probably better to bet against everything being bad and accumulate. But the reason to accumulate, and what I'm doing, Dave, instead of bitching and moaning, I'm visiting with the guys from Trento. I'm actively out there fighting to hope that you all can make some money in a different stock so you can come back to GTII. I'm watching the market, and it shows to me that Finger is where you can make most of the money back without a squeeze. I'm trying to show you that the goal here is to make money, not to make money in one stock. But if you want to just suck your thumb and be in one stock and ride it all the way down, if that's your strategy, and if the gods, as they say in Hollywood, the non-believe the gods decide that it's all against you, the stock will go lower, and you'll still be sitting there blaming others. Look, Dave, Wall Street is rigged. Wall Street is a fraud. Wall Street has guys like Carlos Danger, the Seth and Kramer brothers, the clients, Leo and the rest. They have the Hurries, and they have market makers set up all over. They use LLCs. They use offshore accounts. They move money around. They have a little club. They have lawyers that lie for them. They have politicians that do nothing, regulators who are bought. And in the case of GTII, they go out and bribe two advisors, and they, in my judgment, bribe the CEO. Hey, we'll help you make 30 million, 35 million. And we've got these guys we're paying, we're going to make it run, and we're going to get everybody excited, get out of GTII. And we didn't let it squeeze. Is that on us? Is that on us or on the board? My opinion, Dave, the board is bored. The board is bored. They're all about to either go in a home or die. They don't want to wait around for a short squeeze. They gave it their best shot. I think we screwed up our single best shot at a squeeze. Can't prove it, but that's my view. On the other hand, I should have sold. I didn't. But I think the board of GTII put out Bitcoin, tried blockchain, tried to go on upstream, tried to distribute some other dividend, did distribute a warrant as a special dividend, did do some, it's all blurring together. Many of these things were denied by FINRA. Some as time went by, the acquiring company left and went away. Trento, my opinion, the CEO screwed it up. But it's still out there. And guess what, Dave? I'm still giving it my 100%. Going to New York, yes, for other reasons, but meeting with the Trento Mine people, trying to make something happen. And I don't sit here and go, when's somebody going to rescue me? Did the board screw me? No, I screwed up. Now, I wasn't in for that full 100% move, but some people were. But the thing is, you're never going to get the entire move. I bought higher. I could have sold. But I was believing my own spit. And I believed that we did have it in a squeeze. Little did I know that all those guys up there in New York, they're all buddies with each other. Frank Benedetto put on Twitter that he's friends with one of the Kurt or Seth Kramer, and that Kurt Kramer would never do that. I know him. He put it. I have a picture of it somewhere. They're all buddies. They all work together. It's not hard for whoever the client is of the Kramer to get together with 2 or 3 of the buddies and, hey, I got a company. We'll make sure you make a lot of money. And by the way, these guys are idiots. They're not brain rocket scientists. They hear money, they think, oh, they're all in it for themselves. They all work together. It's all collusion. It's all illegal. So, Dave, if I can summarize this, whatever stock you get in the markets, don't buy and hold if it runs up. Get out. I was just at dinner the other night with a dear friend of mine and a new friend of mine saying, why didn't I sell a third of it? Why didn't I? Why? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. But if you watch Jim Cramer, and it's the single hardest piece of advice, but it's also the best piece of advice. When you're trading, don't look back. Don't sit and look at your losses or your gains or your gains. Don't woulda, coulda, shoulda. Don't dream. Each day, the stock market gives you a new set of facts, but they're really emotions. They're really trading pressures up or down. And you each morning or night before or during the day, you've got to make your decision, regardless of how much profit you have or how much losses you have. And I think GTI's dead money, but you have to risk. As soon as you sell, it'll probably go up and you're going to be bemoaning it. So why would you sell GTI? Only if you have a better idea that gives you the same exposure to the upside, the same exposure to a squeeze. I think logic, I don't think logic's going to squeeze like it's going from what, 3.5 cents to $35 or something. But I think once logic, and I just showed you, they've made the filings, they're making the filings. This has got to be all of the steps they can do before they can announce their reverse merger, which they've talked about. I think that candidate's going to have a high valuation. The risk is the valuation believable? The other risk is, does the new management of this, whatever this company is, do they stay away from Jeff Kramer or Seth Easton? I don't know. Those are the two risks. But when it's announced, and let's say it's worth 25 cents a share, and it's a definitive agreement, and they've done all the financing, and it's been their strategy for over a year. Do you think the stock will trade at 4 cents? And let's say it's worth 25 cents, or will it go to 14 cents, or will it go to 21 cents? That's a trade day event. It's not as exciting as the dreams of what GTI could be. GTI is a busted trade. It round tripped. It gave us plenty of time to get out, but it's over. That part of the trade. I personally believe that I and others can make this stock go much higher than $9. But I'm not sitting in the company right now. And as far as I know, and I didn't listen to the call last night, Richard Hoffman is making filings against the company. I don't see David Reichman giving up control of a company that he's taken from, in his own words, he manages a $1 billion company. He's taken it down to nothing. But because of his training, because of his stubbornness, and frankly, maybe just because of human nature, he may have worked so hard and sacrificed so hard and delayed gratification for so long that now, before he goes into the home, he wants to enjoy some of the money. But I don't think he's thinking clearly either. Nobody thinks clearly. Everybody has to fight their emotions. Money is the worst darn thing. Love is one thing. Love can screw a guy up. You're a guy. Love can screw a guy up beyond all measure. I have never seen a woman throw away everything for a man, but a man will throw away everything for the love of a woman. Love can screw up a guy. But you know what screws up a guy more? Money. Our relationship with money. Our fear with money. All sorts of things that are too complicated because I'm not a shrink. But David Reichman is probably going through some of that right now. He's just being human. Hey, I tried for 3 years. It's never going to work. David Reichman has changed the facts on the ground. There's now 500 million, or whatever it is, 400 million shares issued and outstanding. To my memory, that's 10 times more than there used to be. At its core, GTII is a shell company. They issued more stock and did jack shit at the end of the day. They tried to do everything to make that stock squeeze. And when we had a chance to hang on and let the warrants trap out the shorts, when Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow shares and Wells Fargo took away the buy, we listened to 3 guys that were paid off, in my judgment. I don't know it for sure. You can't, did Pablo Escobar, that guy in the movie that I think it was Tom Cruise played him, that was moving money back and forth from South America here and drugs, and he's a pilot. Did Pablo Escobar come out on the front page and say, hey, I'm breaking the law with this guy? It's hard to prove all this, Dave. But I don't sit here. I get down sometimes, but I don't sit here and focus on, the board screwed me. You got to look at the facts. The stock is dead as a doornail. No one wants to buy it. There's no momentum anywhere. There's no announcement coming. There's no transaction coming. There's no assets. But, Dave, there is a massive short position. There's an attorney who is fantastic working on behalf of all of us. There's a huge group of us that make an army, but we have to fall back and reorganize. We lost the first battle, and some of the mistakes were our own. But we can win the war. I'm telling you, Dave, we're going nowhere as long as David Reichman's in charge of the company. That's a fact, as far as I'm concerned. By the way, everything I say is in my judgment, in my opinion, as all my videos are. I can give you the strategy I would implement, and I would implement right away if I were king of the world and I made myself in charge of the company. I could do that. It's a waste of time because I'm not in charge. But we could get GTII moving and we could make it work. But Dave, it's still going to be about a new trade. It'll be a new trade. The GTII trade is dead. I'll talk about myself. I was too stupid. I was too stupid to sell when it was up. But that doesn't mean there's not a new trade. That doesn't mean I'm giving up. But Dave, when I'm live, should I be talking about GTII or should I be helping people try to make money in Finger, which I think is a double, triple, or more? Ham said it better than I did. Fundamentally, Finger is worth more per share now than what it's trading for, which is essentially what I said, but I said it differently. I said you might have to wait to get that. And at the end of the day, we're both saying the same thing. I think the downside on Finger is up. The downside in GTII is down. But you've got people fighting, and we're not going to quit. I'm not going to quit. But I'm not going to come on here and go sucking my thumb and point to who screwed me. It's Wall Street. You don't think there's crying in baseball? There is absolute darn tootly no crying on Wall Street. Everybody on Wall Street is there to steal from you. They want to take your money and they don't care. They will hit and run and they're gone. They will pretend to care for you, and then they're gone. They are all pickpockets. So you can either face that fact or you start using it to your advantage. The next time a stock trades, like Logic, for example, I'm not telling you to buy Logic and hold it diamond hands and everybody's going to come and it's going to go to $1 or $10. What I'm saying is there's a trade there. Trade it. Just trade it. If you get out too early, you got out too early. There will be another trade. I think Finger is actually a stock you can either buy and hold or trade. Buy it and trade it. I think the companies like that were all involved in logic, CAUD and RCRT, for example, I think you can buy those more as something you want to own longer term, but you could see trades in those because they have the same. Every stock has been shorted. It's the same damn thing in every stock. You know, Dave, what credit cards do under Breakfast and Bernie's state of Delaware. When I was young, and I wish I were young again, in many ways, just to blindly believe that the system works would be nice. But credit cards used to have a maximum amount of interest rate, and that was in the 9%, maybe as high as $12.99. But above that, you couldn't go, and you couldn't have all these excessive fees. It was all called usury. But it was a profitable model for credit cards. But then under Joe Biden's state and his direction, credit cards got laws passed that they can get interest rates up to 24, 29, even 36%. They can, like Capital One does, they issue a credit card to you for $300, but they take a fee of $60 out up front. The first year's annual fee of whatever, $60 out front. And they charge you, because your credit's bad, they charge you 22%. And if you're late, they charge you $35. And if you're over limit, you're charged $35. And if the late fee made you over limit, they charge, so you charge $70. So you take this credit out and you're already underwater and you're fighting to pay it back. And as Elizabeth Warren says in her book, can you see a business plan here? They're compounding the interest at 30%, but they're also bringing in all these fees. But at the core of it, Dave, they lend that credit card money, they lend it into existence. They lend it into existence. That money doesn't exist until they lend it. On the federal level now, what's happening with our bonds, our short-term particularly, but our longer-term bonds too. Your government, your president, Nancy Pelosi, the Republican Congress by one vote, which is doing everything that the Democrats want. So your government just issued something like $90 billion to aid the Ukraine, Israel, and defend Taiwan. $90 billion, it passed. There's other things that passed, spying on you, higher tax rates. There's other things they're working on. But just looking at that $90 billion, we're running deficits. Taxes aren't going to pay for that. Our bonds yields are going up. People aren't buying our bonds. So what does our government do to fund that $90 billion? The Treasury issues the bonds. They issue that $90 billion into existence. It doesn't exist. They issue it into existence. Who buys it? The Fed. The Fed buys it. The Fed is issuing it into existence. I don't know in this example who you would give credit to creating the money out of thin air. I think I would go with the Fed, because the government's actually giving a bond that they intend to pay. So the Fed issues money into existence. to buy those bonds. But on the other hand, the federal government is issuing bonds. They're issuing debt into existence, and they have no hope of ever repaying it. They can kick it down the road. So then, Dave, what goes on in the U.S. stock markets? What goes on in the U.S. stock markets? Particularly what goes on in the over-the-counter markets? What goes on specifically with GTII? They initially, Big Nose Charlie, initially got David Reichman to sign a toxic convertible note that put a toxic, backward-looking, dilutive formula on the books of the transfer agent. Just going to destroy the company. But somehow Reichman, who's maintaining control of the company because he's so smart, he couldn't see it. These things aren't hard to see if you want to be truthful with yourself. But he signed it. What did GTII do? They sold stock. They created money out of thin air. They sold stock they didn't even own. They sold stock into existence. They put the money on their books. That's not GTI, that's the Kramers. The Kramers did that. Then when Reichman signed the note, they gave that money to Reichman. They didn't even have any money. They just sold shares into existence. They sucked money out. They gave that money to Reichman. And then Reichman's on the hook with this poisonous formula. Somebody told Reichman, and I know who it was, you got to get out of this. So Reichman bought it back. He paid the 25% penalty. He paid par instead of the amount of money he got, and other penalties. He bought it all back. But by that time, Dave, the Kramers had sold into existence, I'm using a number, give or take, 50 million shares that didn't exist. By the time Reichman bought back his note and retired it, those shares were never coming into existence. What did the Kramers do? They kept selling. They sold, according to him, and I didn't see any buying, but according to him, it got up to 150 million additional shares. They sold those shares into existence. They appeared on your account. They appeared on Busy's account. They appeared in my account in exchange for cash. They sold shares into existence, just like the credit card model is, just like our own debt market is, just like banks do when they lend money to buy a home or buy a car. They're lending money into existence. It's fractional reserve banking. What the Kramers and their clients did, they issued stock into existence. They did it up to 150 million. And then when the squeeze was on, I think the Kramers and their clients were in trouble to $1 billion. They paid people off. They organized an attack. All it cost them, as far as I can see, is making sure that Cosmo made 35 million, and they probably didn't make most of that. Probably some of that was our money. They probably had to pay the other two guys real money, shares or whatever. But it was so small compared to saving $1 billion, which could have grown into $100 billion. They all worked together. And I saw after that tens of millions of shares reported by FINRA as naked short. Ham believes that number now is 500 million. Sold into existence, the shares don't exist. They're on your statement, black and white. And now the system believes, well, all our responsibility is to make sure when Dave M wants to sell his stock, we sell it. The non-existent shares, we sell it. We move that non-existent share to somebody else's account and we give him cash. That's our only responsibility. just like the fractional reserve banking system. Once you put money with the bank, they lend out, I hear, as much as 99% of it. Their only responsibility is give you cash when you need it. But not all of us ask for cash at the same time. It's all algorithms. It's all statistical. We only ask when there's a crisis. We only ask all at once when there's a crisis. That's the same theory Wall Street's taken with these stocks. People aren't going to all want the same shares at the same time, whether they're buying it or they're selling it or they're asking for delivery. They're not going to want it all at the same time. When do they get caught out? They get caught out when all of a sudden everyone's buying GME and the institutions start buying all at once, and they need real shares, and they got to cover fails to deliver. They do it when there's a warrant issued as a special dividend. So they buy collusion to help tamp that down so they can save billions of dollars. They might have to spend millions, but they drive it down. And then we blame the board. The board didn't pay off COSM. They didn't pay off those two other guys to get involved. And if those guys made a bad deal, a small deal, like we'll give you stock or we'll pay you 10 grand a month, well, they made a bad deal. They could have charged more, but they made a deal to get people to move out of GTII and COSM. I think COSM, the deal was you go along with us and we'll make sure you get money. And now that company's set. Anyway, that's all history. I can spend my life bemoaning it, or I can acknowledge. And Dave M., it is empowering to use the womanist words, to use women's words when they go out and have all these different guys. It's empowering. I don't mean that. I don't want to use that word that way. I want to say it gives you strength when you say, hey, I had a chance to sell my stock. I even had the chance to sell it at a small loss. I had a chance to diversify my account, and I didn't do it. That gives you power because it puts you in charge of your money rather than a hedge fund, rather than a board, rather than the regulators, rather than the short sellers, and you see the situation. I can't give you advice, Dave M. I don't even know if you really own GTII. For me personally, I don't intend to sell my GTII. Unfortunately, I can get mad at myself that I didn't take those profits. I did move a little bit into MMTLP, for example. And I actually think MMTLP is going to make everybody money. But I'll be frank with you. Everyone's in love with this guy. I'm not going to say his name, but he's bringing digital something or other to Nextbridge. I think it's a huge mistake. I don't trust it at all. He's got a gravelly voice and he sounds good and it's all sounds so great. He's the answer. My opinion, Nextbridge should never trade, ever, including on some sort of digital platform. Why? There's a quadrillion, actually, I think it's 400 trillion in derivative products in the world now. Bill Clinton, the successor to the current president, Bill Clinton, well, I don't want to make it political, but Bill Clinton signed into law that derivatives are not regulated. They are not regulated. Well, what is a derivative? It's a contract. It's a contract. Who writes the contract? An investment bank, lawyers. What does a derivative do? Ostensibly, it hedges risk. Derivatives also turn assets of any kind, homes, automobile loans, credit card loans, if they can imagine it, they'll turn any asset into a gamble. They'll turn anything, a company's revenues, a company's technologies, entire industries. They will turn it into a gamble. They will turn it into a bet. And what derivatives do is turn entire asset classes, perhaps companies, even markets, currencies, bonds, equities, into a gamble, a punt. And guys that put on nice suits and glossy pamphlets and use terms like alpha and gamma and beta and all sorts of other things that confuse you, they place their bets. How do they hedge it? With a derivatives contract. Or they lever, another word that doesn't exist. They lever the trade by using derivatives. So what I worry about with MMTLP, you give them trading on a whatever, some sort of blockchain. Oh, they keep track of it. There's no way they can cheat. I don't believe it. Now, I'm not criminal. I don't have a criminal mind. I'm not an attorney, and I'm not practiced at default swap contracts. But I believe that there can be major bets made against the stock price with using the derivative, the blockchain as the thing they trade around, and that's the anchor. But then they can magnify it. I don't trust it at all. So I think NextBridge should never trade. But NextBridge, Dave, is an example, if you put money in it, where you're going to make money back. The game isn't I'm going to make money in GTII. The game is I'm making money in my account. GTII is a failed trade. It's a 3-year failure. It failed. The Kramers, Leo Kramer, the lawyers, the Hurries, Alpine, Scottsdale, whoever their clients are, their lawyers were successful. And then whoever bought up, who got us, they spent money to suppress it. They colluded. They got it down. They won. But it's not over. It's not over. We are licking our wounds. We've withdrawn from the field of battle. We have nothing left to fight with. We have a champion in Richard Hoffman. We have a champion with Ham, a champion with a lot of others. These guys that have worked on the Treno mines are still in there, aggressively working. I met with one of those guys twice while I was in New York. And I'm trying to do everything I can do, but I'm not going to be an idiot. And I'm not going to lie to myself. Because lying to myself doesn't change the facts. GTII went from 9 cents to $9, and now it's almost back down in a round trip. What the hell was I thinking? And Dave M., if you get in another stock and it runs, take your original money off the table. Start selling. Stop believing that any one trade is going to be life-changing, although it could be. You have to get over the dream that GTII is going to go to $1,000. In a spike, I was all in for that, which is why I didn't sell at $9. But it's not happening right now. I don't think it happens until Alpine is expelled. And if somebody comes in and buys the shares of GTII that are short, but what's the risk? There's a lot more stock out. It's not the same setup it was. So Dave, I'm not in charge, but if I were in charge, I'd be going about making the setup attractive again, making it in our favor. But Dave, if you can't recognize in publicly disclosed data that the issued and outstanding shares went from 40 or 50 or whatever million it was, the float went from what I recall being 10 or 15 million, the effective float. The outstanding shares now are 400 million or more. I think the effective float is either 90 million or 150 million. It's a changed dynamic. So I can come on and I can talk about GTII. I could put it in the title. I could spend 3 hours talking about GTII. What would I talk about, Dave? And then I would take everybody's energy, I'd take everybody's mood, I'd take everyone's patience away from a handful of stocks that I think are set to run. I'd take everybody's imagination away from asset classes I think we have to move into, even though we missed a big squeeze. Squeezes don't come. You know, my memory is there's something like 10 or 20 that blew out of the water over the last few years. That's out of tens of thousands of stocks. So we're already narrowly focusing. On the other hand, when you hop from stock to stock to stock, everybody hopped in COSM. The guy that said it, I think he got in at under 18 cents. He said it at 22 cents. I think he got in at 11 cents, to my memory. He's told everybody at 22 cents. It ran to 84. Some people made a profit on that. Me personally, after listening and I got caught up, I bought some, I'm going to get it wrong. I bought some either at 62 cents or 58 cents. One of those numbers. And then I sold it at either 62 or 58. I either made a little bit of money or lost a little bit. Ham said, if you don't get out of that stock, you've got a Greek CEO. He said, every company I've ever heard of on the other counter that has a Greek CEO, they're manipulating, they're trading offshore, they're trading in their own accounts. If you don't get out of that stock, I am not going to be speaking to you again. So I got out over the next 2 or 3 days. I didn't make money, but I didn't lose particularly a lot of money on COSM. A lot of people lost money on COSM. Does that CEO care about it? No. Wall Street is a battle. They want to take your money. They want your emotions running high. They want you making excuses so you feel weak. They want you bemoaning yourself. Oh, I should never have done that. Shouldn't have done that. Well, I'm going to get out of the market. That's fine. Everybody's got to make their own choice. But once you know it, you're armed. Once you understand what they do, you're armed. Once you realize that if you get the right setup, and if I were in charge of GTII, I would make sure we had the right setup so that it runs 10x before it runs higher. You take your original money off the table. You take it off the table. So then whether or not the board screws you becomes like a movie. You watch it, but your original money is in your pocket. Would any of you, like I just did in New York, would any of you walk down a street with your wallet in your back pocket? Would you go to Rome and leave your wallet in your loose jacket pocket? Or are you going to put it in your front pocket? You have to protect yourself. When you're in Wall Street, these are criminals, and you have to treat it that way. Put your wallet in the front pocket. If you have a trade, take your money off the table. Why should we even be here now? It's a question I ask myself all the time. Well, the banks aren't safe either. Our bond market's not safe. We are going to war because our dollar and our bond markets are in dire trouble. Our banks are in trouble. We're going to war. And they're trying to get us all riled up that if you care about the children in the Middle East, the millions of children who are starving and on the edge of death, that somehow you're pro-Hamas and you're anti-Semitic. They want to get us emotional. So we turn against each other and they can go to war. We're in the middle of building essentially a base, a dock. Well, we're building it. I don't know where, if it's in the Gaza Strip or if it's to the side of it. But the American military is going to be on the ground. And if we get hit, what do? We attack Iran? That they want us in war. So they can issue endless amounts of money so that Jamie Dimon never has to worry about his great grandchildren's lives. Leon Fink never has to work about his great grandchildren's lives. Stevie Cohen never has to worry about his great grandchildren's lives. And the Kramers don't have to worry about their children's lives, and the Eastons. And it goes on and on and on. Whatever Black's first name is. They're going to take us to war to save these elite fellas so they can take money out of our lives so they can live the way they live. So why do I think it's worth looking at some of these stocks? One, they've been beaten down so long. Two, the criminals have been winning for so long that can change, and it can change dramatically. I think that's something that Lou Bravo saw. Lou Bravo saw that there's an opportunity to make money if enough investors get together. Instead of arguing with each other, they work together legally, because we're not allowed to collude, but we work together. Also, I think these are very few. Some of these stocks are a way that you can turn $1,000 into 10,000. You can turn 10,000 into 50,000. You can turn 50,000 into 250,000. I don't know many other places where you can do that right now. But you have to treat the market as if it's full of criminals and no policemen. The policemen are paid off. The criminals have infiltrated the regulators. Congress is bought by the banks. So when you go in there, the Wild West, you go in with a gun or two guns and you have somebody watching your back. The other reason is, but you don't want to listen to it, Dave M. But if you listen to him, he's giving you information I wish I had known when I was working at Merrill Lynch, for example. But Dave, Ham's information, a lot of it is trading. So you have to be willing to say to yourself, what is my goal? Is my goal to make money, or is my goal to make money in GTII? Is my goal to win at all costs in GTII such that I'm blinded to the fact that it's going down? I'm blinded to the fact that the Kramers and the Hurries just sell stock every day. They sell stock into existence. They sell it in massive quantities every day. And the management of GTII has gotten old. Their business model, they can't even, I don't think they can attract people to their business model. There are a lot of strengths with GTII. There are whales, there are investors, there are guys like me, in comparison, younger guys, and there's younger guys than I who are willing to make GTI happen and make a squeeze happen if possible. But we're not there right now. So, Dave, you have to recognize that you take the trades as you see them. Oh, why is he talking about finger? Why is he talking? Finger looks like it's about to go up. Could you go over again some of the catalysts for finger to go up? I've done it so many times. What is the catalyst for it to go down is Jeff Easton and Hailey Kim, Sam Chung, John Hancock's, and Philip Vallier's firm operates as a front for short sellers. They get kickbacks. They collude. They break the law. They are in the racketeering game. But once their big clients get involved, those clients just keep selling. They don't, like you do, Dave, they don't get all emotional like you do. They don't second guess like you do. They don't hold on like you do. Or I, when I say you, I'm including myself too. They don't have that because it's computers doing it. And they're in more than one stock. They may have 30 stocks they're doing. Easton's job is to front run, bird dog. He's just a bird dog to go find 20 stupid CEOs to sign the agreements. A better word might be naive because they're not stupid. Naive. They sign the agreements and then the pools of money give them a kickback and they start selling. And they sell every 30, they sell shares in all 30 stocks, all of them. And if they go up, they sell more. If they go up, they sell more. If they go really high, they sell more. If they go to the moon, like GME is, they call Griffin and they get help from Stevie Cohen and they do a deal. They make sure that the LLC and the prime broker stays solvent and they keep selling and they keep selling. They sell shares into existence and they never stop. It's what they do. But you and I, we go, oh God, I can't sell it because if I sell it, I lose. And I know I'm right. And they win. I can't. We will never become machines, Dave. We will never become machines. But we can start to realize that each day the market is telling us something new. And if the market is telling us I should sell Trinity Motors and buy Shannon Lumber, then maybe I should do that or do half of it. I cannot make my goal, unless I want to lose, I cannot make it my goal that I bought GTII. I'm going to diamond hand it all the way up. And then as it's selling off, and as these three guys come to you and say, move over, and it's $4 or whatever, $3, $4, $5, and not even recognize that, selling's coming. I made that mistake. I'm not talking down to you. I'm just telling you that if you come into the stock market, I'm going to be right with this one pick. I'm holding on to it until it goes up. That's not a good trading strategy. Now, the other strategy is I'm going to invest in this stock and I'm going to hold it for 15 years or I'm going to hold it for 3 years. Well, that's a little bit different. As it goes down, you buy more. if it goes up, if you're like me, you buy too much. I always overpay. But you keep adding to the position. You keep adding. Or you say to yourself, I bought it. I'm going to sell it in 3 years. You don't add anymore. You just hold on to it. But the goal, Dave, is to make money. The goal is to make money. I've shared with you, Dave, over the last, I'd say it's 9 months. It might be longer, 10 months. I've made it very clear. Of course, I didn't come out and say, sell, 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 bing, 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 sell, 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 bing. Why? Because I could have been wrong. Reichman might have given up control in August. You don't know. You do know looking backwards, but you don't know as it's going on. But I did say with every fiber of my being, sell some, you can, or sell all, buy it back in 31 days. And in the meantime, you can be in one of these stocks. Now, it turns out a lot of these stocks went down too. But if your concern is you want to be in something that squeezes, well, then you move it to something else that you think might squeeze. But there's other stocks to be in. You don't have to be in any of these stocks if you think of a different one. But by establishing tax losses, you take advantage of being screwed. Look, odds are that the system, the political system, is going to make sure that breakfast at Biden's is back in office. And instead of going after the hedge funds, instead of going after the criminals, they're going to come after you and me. They're going to raise capital gains taxes for sure. Well, one way to beat that, right now, while GTII is dead in the water, the risk is if you sell it, it could be $1.50. That's the problem, because you can't get away from risk. And for me, I'm not going to sell down here. I'm just going to let it ride. It'll get worse and worse and worse. And that's what by the way, that's the decision I made with CRTD. It came down to 21 cents. I said, I'm just going to hold it. I ended up selling that at 6 cents. So that was stupid. Little did I know that man who I've met and I think is smart would come out and defend Jeff Easton, would come out with the arrogance to believe that he actually had the ability to determine if there was short counterfeiting in his own stock. He said he sees no evidence of it. And then he comes out with a whatever the stock thing he did, reverse merger, a reverse stock split. And that stock's back to the lows. So it's not always smart to hang on. Dave, if GTII is 15 cents, and if it goes to 7.5 cents, by selling here, you save 50% of your capital. It's like only you can decide that. To me, the best time to sell GTII was as it came down. Now I want to fight. I want to accumulate more shares and I want to fight. But that's not going to give you an answer every day. I'm not going to have anything to say about the stock every day. Right now, anything I say, any ideas I give, it's putting cold water on a blazing skillet. Just evaporate. It's useless. Wasting this energy on GTII is a complete energy sink. It has no use. The trade failed. So what are the choices you have, Dave? I can buy more, I can sell, or I can hold. Same choice you have every single day in the market. One thing I might do with GTII, but I haven't been able to bring myself to do it because it just doesn't feel right. And I can't explain that. I don't think selling at these levels feels right. Because I believe in the short position. I know the fight in the dog, and I know the dogs. And I'm damn sure know I'm not quitting. But if I had to pick out of this list, if I were to sell some or all, and then 31 with the goal 31 days from now to buy it back, so I establish my tax loss. On this list, this is in the middle of December. It's not at the end of the year. Well, I'll just go down the list. I'll look at some charts, Dave M. again. On HNRC is first up. 2 cents is what it shows here. I think it actually closed higher than 2 cents. Call it 2.5 cents. Let's say you get out of some of GTII at 15 cents, and you can buy some HNRC at 2.5 cents. You can buy 6 shares of HNRC for every 1 share of GTII you sell. Now, let's say that by reading this chart, and the guy, I read it before, I gave you the update before we came on. The net asset value of HNRC is 42 cents a share. They are working on other deals. They are in the areas of gold, lithium, oil and gas, alternative energy, and precious metals and rare earth metals. The NAV is 42 cents a share. It's trading at 2.5 cents a share. All right, let's just say, and they're going to distribute 2 dividends. It's at 2.5 cents a share. The 200-day moving average is over 4 cents. There's a little bit of resistance at 6 and 7, but the short-term high 2 or 3 times is 13 cents. So let's just, for kicks and giggles, let's just say that I buy into this I buy 6 shares at 13 cents. I sold 1 share of GTII in my example at 15 cents. So I turn it into 6 shares at 2.5 cents. Let's say I sold those 6 shares at 13 cents. Now, it may take more than a month, but with the chart action, with the announcement, with dividends coming, with the fact that there could be additional announcements, I've turned 15 cents into 78 cents. By selling 1 share of GTII, buying 6 shares of HNRC, looking at the charts, assuming it goes to 13 cents. It has a net asset value of 42 cents. It has a bunch of things coming. If those 6 shares, I sell them at 13 cents. I'm not diamond handing. I turn 15 cents into 78 cents. Let me state it a different way. By taking action, by taking control of my own life, I run a risk, sure. But it is as if by holding GTI right now, it were to go to 78 cents. But there's a trade that the market is telling you by the charts, and that's what charts tell you. They tell you where the money is going, where it's leaving. If you ignore the shorts, unfortunately, the shorts are always around. But that's one. HNRC, I would buy. On this list, I would buy HNRC. And my first target, there's several targets, but my first target of meaning would be 13 cents approximately. I'm doing, I'm not as good at this as others. Let's just look. I'll go on every stock that's written here. There's other stocks that I wrote on the year end. Okay, GDC, 72 cents. I wrote it down here, middle of the month, 308. I overpaid. I actually think that that stock represents a little bit. The chart is telling you there's a little bit of buying, but I'll give you a caution in GDC. I think it's forming they call it a bearish wedge. It's going up, but that could also, once it achieves some level, bring in a lot of selling. So because I know that there are big players in GDC, I'm going to rate GDC and accumulate I know, Stoney, you don't have the stock. For people that are looking at it new, to accumulate or a hold. Might be a source of funds, I suppose. But that one doesn't give me any indication, Dave, that you got to race out and buy it if you're like me and you have limited funds. I would love to own it as one of a portfolio because the potential in GDC is easily that it goes to 250, and then beyond that, it could have a short squeeze. But I'm not all this. It is making higher lows. The volume is nothing. So anyway, it's not the highest on my list. All right, CAUD. CAUD is trading. It had a huge spike upward. It broke through the 50-day moving average on enormous volume. And then it pulled back to the 20-day moving average. It rallied back to the 50-day moving average. It's now trying to break down below the 20-day moving average. But guess what? It's popping back up like a beach ball. My opinion, the CEO is doing a brilliant job. He got hurt by the ineptitude or the bad luck of Aubrey Advisors. They either couldn't raise enough money so the company could be self-sufficient, or they did it in time. I don't know. They didn't know better. But it doesn't matter. The stock has been destroyed and destroyed, but he's done 3 deals in a row. He's put his own money in, and I think he knows he should not enter into a toxic convertible note. I think he knows that what he needs to do is bring earnings, cash flow, and bulk to CAUD, and in no way should he go back to the market, which is fraud. And as he builds up, it's like building a fire. Slowly at first, you have one stick of kindling lights, then another one, and then you bring in another piece of wood and another. And slowly you have enough of these companies, first kindling, then bigger, and then ultimately nice logs. The embers turn into hot center of the fire, and then the flames can absorb growth, and you have growth. You have growth. All right, I would buy CAUD. However, risk reward, it could go down to 55 cents. I think the first stop is probably $1, but after that, not much risk. I think it can easily go to $5 or $6. And once it breaks through there, I don't know. I don't even want to look. That's a nice trade. So that's something you could do. Finger looks great. It's making higher highs. It broke out of a pennant. They're bringing it down. Whenever you break out, they try to bring it down, but that becomes support. I think Finger, even as just a trade, looks like it could go to 409 and then 425, then 525, then 625, then 725. And if it breaks out of 825, it could be over to the upside. Finger is a trade or a longer term hold. I already did HNRC. Logic, let's do Logic, LGIQ. And there's other stocks out there. This just happens to be the ones hard to follow 10,000 stocks. Logic looks fantastic. It looks like a double, it looks like head and shoulders upside down, double shoulder. If it gets through $384, particularly if that gets on the bid with volume, Logic, I think the next stop is 1077. I think it has to go to 15 cents because there's a gap there. There's all sorts of resistance in the 25-30 cent range. So I'm not sure I'd wait to see it puncture 25 cents. If it got near there, anyway, it's a trade. Logic's a trade. I got to skip on. I'm going to skip a couple of these that I just think are dead. I'm going to also skip one that's already run. I think the other day we were looking at this one. Yeah, MMAT looks like it could have a trade. It actually looks like it's trading up. Low volume. It's the shorts are always there. But if it goes, 6 is the next stop. And then 10 or 11. But that stock is under huge short selling pressure. I have MULN on this thing. I don't know. That looks actually pretty good in the sense that it ran up. They're testing support on the 20-day moving average. So it's to me, that's going to be all about whether or not it can come back above the 50-day moving average. They had a lot of volume and stay there. It'll test it, stay there. And frankly, if it really does stay there, test it successfully, buying comes in, it could go to $25, $30. But I think there's a lot of risk in that because the shorts are on it. I wrote down, I had RCRT because they did a deal and that was supposed to trade last year. I think that stock looks good in a less dramatic sense. It had a steady down drop, but it has broken through the 20-day and 50-day moving average. It's trying to get through the 200. That's a little risky in that can be resistance. There's a sloping resistance line as well. But man, if it got through 172, if it got through it, particularly on a bit of volume, the next stop is $2.75, $3. And just to look at the highs quickly, that could be a $7 stock. So Dave, those are just some that I had written down. I'm sure you've got others. There's other stocks to trade. Lion of all trades had that one, Fisker. I'm sure there's other stocks to trade out there. There's no reason to sit like a statue in GTII. I did it too, because I believe that's the hardest thing is to sell. But the other side bribes people. They give paybacks to people. They collude. They have lawyers helping them. They work with big pools of money. The regulators are on their side. The prime brokers are working with them. The broker dealers, by their behavior, support it. So it's a tough thing to beat. It's a really tough thing to beat. All right, I'm going to just look at some stock prices. I'll try to see what some of the comments are. HNRC 225 by 249. So that the bid is coming up. For the last couple of weeks, or 3 weeks, all day long, you could buy that under 2, well under 2. So that's starting to firm up. I like that. Oh, Tilo. I forgot about Tilo. 662. That chart looks interesting, but I think they think they have it under control. There's a massive short position, and I think TLO could be a short squeeze stock. On the other hand, the criminals have it under control. So it's not evident to me that it's an immediate trade, but it could move at any time. Maybe that's an accumulate. I'm using just those two terms, buy to trade and accumulate. I'm not trying to say that, our stock price, our accounts are down, we don't have money to accumulate. I haven't seen a sell yet in these. Okay, let's go Logic. Where is it closing? 37 cents. It's got a wide spread, which to me is a sign that shorts are in trouble. That's 0.037. Logic has made, Logic and GoLogic and RCRT have made, RCRT's was last week, but they've made a series of announcements that implies that these reverse mergers and these other activities that were meant to happen before the disastrous de-SPAC may be back in play. So I like that one. Northwest Bio. I like that one. I think that's an accumulate though, but I think it'll get bought out. I don't know, $50, $80, 0.465. DJT, $49 up for smackers. Somebody asked earlier how high that could go. I think Ham said 300. I think it can go bloody high. I really do. And maybe the Donald should issue warrants so that when it does run, he raises a ton of money. But I think DJT could go to in a spike, it could be the next $1,000 stock in a spike. The stock that begins with the last letter of the alphabet doesn't look good today. 353. It hasn't broken down, but it's certainly in quiescent. CAUD, 65 cents, not down much. I think that one's worth buying. Okay, I think that's all the stocks I have here. All right, let me answer some questions. I know I'm going to skip the negative ones. I'm going to go back to Dean M. Dave M. Hey, Barb. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for your contribution. I used it wisely in New York. I did have a lot of meetings. They were great. I learned a lot. I can't share all of it, but I'm optimistic. I think we're on our way. Hey, Barb. David, why, if it bothers you, why go on? It's just a question. It is just a question, David, but it's a question that repeats and repeats and repeats. I also think MMTLP, I think everybody should move their shares into NextBridge. GTII, look, it was a disaster for me. CRTD was a disaster. So some of my emotion, if it's that, some of my emphasis, it's certainly that, comes just from the fact that I'm living through the same thing you guys are. But I want to make my point, David. I want it to be clear. We don't have to be victims. The system is set up to steal from us. So we have to use that information. And unfortunately, what's hard to do in my case is when I see an idea that's going to run, I probably don't do enough of what Ham recommends, which is just get money out and get them profit out and let the rest ride for free. And I guess I want to get that across. I also want to get across, David, that looking for GTII to change our lives right now is a pipe dream. I think, and I said it, I think Reichman has to go. I think the cap table has to be reworked. And I think a strategic plan and effort has to go full steam ahead with new energy, new direction, new capabilities. And I think it's all there. And I think personally, I think the short position is there. So that's why I went on. Spiny, in the stock market, yesterday is ancient history. Once the trades happened and you didn't take advantage of it, it's ancient history. Whether it happened last week, last year, or 10 years ago, it's irrelevant. I'm making a number up. My account was worth 90,000. Now it's worth 9,000. Thinking about it a month ago, a day ago, a year ago, or 10 years ago, whether it's ancient or recent is just a definitional thing that's fun to have an argument about. But the fact is, the account is no longer 90,000, it's 9,000. It's just a fact. What are you going to do to get it back to 90? Wishing it back isn't going to make it happen. Hanging on for a stock that's down 95% to go back just to break even, that's 100% move from these levels, basically. Do you know how many stocks go up 100%? Very few. Very few. So I think it's irrelevant if it happened last week, last month, last year, or last decade. That money's gone. Philip Giacomantonio, if you're a real person. As far as GTII is concerned, although you were mostly repeating what Ham said, you both insisted, quote, it was not a matter of if, but when. I don't recall ever saying that. It's a lot to remember. Maybe you have me saying that somewhere, but I don't ever remember saying that. And now you get all huffy when anyone asks about GTII. I don't recall ever saying that about GTII. I do kind of feel that way about Finger going from 3 to say 6 or 7 or 8 or 9, some number higher than here. I do think it's a matter of when for Finger. But Philip, I think I've always been clear, and let me restate it for you, Philip. When you invest in the stock market, it is risk. There are no guarantees, and I've never made such a guarantee. Never made a promise. When you invest in the stock market, it is all risk. And in fact, now when you invest in the stock market, there's no risk to the criminals. The criminals bought Gary Gensler, bought Adina Friedman, bought Robert Cook, bought Charles Comfort over at OTC Markets. They bought the Congress. They bought the Senate. They bought the presidents. They own the Treasury. They own the Fed. They control the DTCC, and they control the prime brokers. The whole thing's bought. So there isn't any risk on the short side unless a fat tail occurs, which is that's why they listen here and come on. But I never said it's a matter. I always said if it works. I never said when it works. It's not my language. So I disagree with you. But Philip, GTII, as it came down, if you thought, and I did, obviously, it went to 9, it pulls back to 8. I think, okay, that's a healthy pullback. It can still run. Comes to 7. Okay. Comes down to 6, 5. Well, I'm still up. and the stock's at 5, and the short's still there. Alpine has been expelled. They do have the law firm coming in. They're buying CRTD and new management. They're working on the Trento mine. You know, there's a bunch. I'm thinking, okay, these things are going to work. Well, they didn't. The Trento mine deal, once Reichman took over it, I think it's all snafu. The law firm went away. The CEO of CRTD thought he could get a better deal. Anyway, the whole list went away. It didn't happen all at once, Philip. But what you know now, Philip? It has happened, and it is disappointing. It is disappointing, and I'm all huffy. I'm not huffy. I am trying to be forceful, dramatic, maybe worked up, but I want to knock it into your brain cells. Just not selling GTII doesn't mean it's going to go up. Just not selling GTII doesn't mean it's going to go back to the prices. Just not selling GTII as it's going on, to quote you, not me, to quote you, is not going to cause a matter of when, not if. That's quoting you, not me. But hey, everyone has their opinion. Philip, if I said something like that, it maybe was once. I can't tell you how many times I said, if it happens. The exact opposite of your sentence. Not when. If it happens. If it happens. If it spikes. So I don't take your accusation as accurate. And if you feel like I got huffy, maybe, if that's the extent of your vocabulary, I would say I'm much more frustrated than huffy. And I can't believe how thick-headed and stupid I have been in trading. And maybe that comes across. Oh, very discouraging. It's very discouraging. Very discouraging. Well, it's discouraging to me too. The difference between you and I, or between you and me, you're blaming somebody. I'm trying to do something about it. They announced a lot and didn't deliver, and the dividend release date wasn't met. Okay. They announced a lot of things which they relied on the delivery from the people they did a deal with. Is it their fault, or is it the fault? Oh, is that educational firm, the distance learning firm? They applied to FINRA for the sale of the Dogecoin, whatever the hell, no, Shiba Inu coin. FINRA turned it down. I guess you're right. They didn't deliver. They issued the warrant as a special dividend, which was working. They delivered that, but then everyone ran away from the stock. I guess they didn't deliver. And they hired Wes Christian. Nothing came of it so far that we know about. So I guess they didn't deliver. They issued the dividend you're mentioning. They wrote a blanket letter to all the co-conspirator broker dealers and said, lift the legend. Those are free to trade. They did that. But your broker dealer isn't giving you the stock. Okay, I guess the board didn't deliver. They did everything they could, but I guess the system is shorting and breaking the law, but that inability to deliver is on the board, I guess. They made zero last year and gave $11 million to charity. Dave, you're not an idiot. You're not an idiot. If you know that information, you read the releases. The insiders issued shares to themselves, a lot of shares. And they issued something like 30 million shares to a charity who Reichman's son controls. So they issued something like 200 million shares to his, and you know. No, they didn't make any money. It's a shell. It always was. It always was a piece of shit company. I never once said it wasn't a piece of shit company. But for accounting purposes, once those shares were given, they had to be accounted for. You say 11 million. So it sounds like it was at around 40 cents a share. They gave shares to a charity. That charity is run by Reichman's son, as far as I know. They gave shares to themselves. You know this. It's not new. It was released. Oh, it's very discouraging. It was released. They sell 1% a month. But there's a lot more stock now because time has gone by. The criminals win as time goes by. Alpine has sued the government, the FINRA, wherever they're suing, for three things. FINRA shouldn't exist. FINRA doesn't have a right to make us part of their organization, their oversight. And FINRA has no right to sanctions. Maybe there was something else in it. And it's winning. Constitutionally, it's winning. Buying time. The criminals buy time. And it's really suspect. It's not suspect. It's not suspect. You have a piece of shit firm with next to no management trying to do everything to cause a squeeze, and 3 years went by. And now the CEO is coming down from his perch and getting engaged and screwing everything up. Beetlebug, you know the answer to this. You know the answer. You seem so intelligent in your knowledge of the markets. They can keep counterfeiting shares, and they have, and they will. But once a company has profits, most of all, once a company has positive cash flow, second of all, once a company has ongoing positive revenue, third of all, when they have all three of those, shorting, counterfeiting shares forever, it's not for free. It's not for free. The prime broker does it because they have the toxic note, they have the contracts, derivative contracts, they have agreements, they have colluders, they have prime brokers, they have regulators look the other way. They just suppress the price constantly. But when institutions get involved, because there's a reason to buy, revenues are growing, cash flow is growing, profits are growing, that selling of stock doesn't bring in more money than what the value of the counterfeit position is in the broker dealer's accounts. You know all this, Beetle. You know it all. The goal of the criminals is to drive the value of the shares below $1 in NASDAQ stocks so that their liars like Jeff Easton can go to them and say, hey, I got a good idea. Why don't we do a reverse split? We'll give you some money. And hey, so the company does a reverse split. Then the prime broker releases 90% of the cash that was counterfeited into existence because the maintenance requirement is now on 10% of the stock. And they start selling it down. You know that. You know that. But when a company has positive cash flow, positive revenue, positive earnings, they don't go back to the pimp. The stock price goes up. And guess what, Beetlebug? You know this. I think your questions imply that you are stupid. And if you hear frustration, there's nothing I dislike worse than people who intentionally are stupid. But let's use an example. Let's do it with Finger. Let's use Ham's numbers. Ham says they've counterfeited 250 million shares. Oh, no, it's impossible. There's systems against that. And FINRA just reports that those fail to locate shares each day, but there is delivery and there's private placements. And you don't know, you can't tell. All right, we got the apologist arguments out of the way. Let's assume Ham's right, it's 250 million shares. Let's further assume, Beetlebug. I just can't believe how stupid you are. I can't buy it. I don't believe you're this stupid. But let's say they have 250 million shares and they've sold it for an average of $5. Ham said it was lower, but let's say the average price that the criminals have sold 250 million shares of Finger for is $5. That means, and I can't remember if I don't think Finger ever did a reverse split. That means sitting in the prime broker's accounts, and in this case it may be Jeffrey's, is $1.25 billion. $1.25 billion that the criminals have created out of thin air. You, Beetlebug, if you're a real person, you put cash up, I put cash up, others put cash up. $1.25 billion. The stock is now trading, let's just call it $3. I'm not, it's just easier. $3. So they sold 1.25 billion into existence. The stock is now trading at 750 million. That difference is profit. Now, Beetlebug, how does that, it's on paper. How does that help? That helps the prime broker, because the prime broker is charging fees every month. The prime broker is charging commission. The prime broker is charging borrowing, interest to borrow stock, even though they didn't borrow it, they're charging it. And the maintenance requirement on this trade to the prime broker probably is $5 a share. So the $1.25 billion in cash remains in the prime broker's account. But the stock, the market value, $750 million. So the prime broker's looking at this and they're saying, well, that's a lot of buffer. And they know it always works because they're in on it. They're colluding with the criminals. They are part of the criminal organization. So there's a buffer. It's not 750, whatever the difference is, $725 million buffer. So the prime broker says to the counterfeiters, keep counterfeiting, keep driving the price down. We get fees, we get to charge borrowing costs, we charge on the interest, we charge a monthly nut, and we're protected. Keep doing it. You're doing it. And by the way, the criminals are doing it across 50 stocks. So this is big, big business to the prime broker. Come on, keep selling. We love it. And the broker who's taking the trade, I'm going out on the town. I'm flying to Timbuktu with my girlfriend. I'm going to Iceland. I'm buying a yacht. Everybody loves it, Beetlebug. You know this. Okay. Now your question is, well, what if the criminals counterfeited so much that even if the fundamental story was good and the price stayed the same? All right. All right. What if they let's break this question into parts. What if they counterfeited so many shares that the price stayed the same and it didn't move? For a long time, the prime broker is going to be okay with that for a long time because there's that buffer. But Beetlebug, if the price stays the same and let's say the maintenance requirement is $5 a share, which we don't know, but that's probably the number. Although these criminals do it across so many stock companies that maybe that's all offset, but it's unlikely because each LLC is separate. They don't want to risk profits from other criminal activity they're doing. But let's just take your question straight up. What if the criminals counterfeited so many shares that the price stayed the same? Well, if they counterfeited so many, if it stayed the same, $3, but the maintenance requirement is $5. I can't do it quickly in my head. It's too many variables. There's two variables to calculate for, and I'm not going to be able to do it quickly. But Beetlebug, conceptually, as they sell another, let's say 1 billion shares, they bring in $3. So they bring in $300 million, but they need to put on the books $500 million to meet the maintenance requirement. Well, that gets them halfway to the more than halfway to the $725 million buffer they had. So let's say they did, just for ease of argument, let's say they did 1.5 billion shares sold at $3, because that's the premise of your argument. They sell so many, they keep the price at the same. If they sold another 1.5 billion, they would bring in $450 million in cash, but the requirement would be $5 a share maintenance. So in essence, they now would be consuming the entire buffer of their existing position, but they brought in $450 million. So you can see it's a sliding scale. Right now, they're down to a buffer probably of 350, 450 million, unless the prime broker increases their requirement. But assuming it's the same requirement, as they slide out at some number sold, even if the price stays the same, it's going to come to a number where the prime broker is going to ask for new cash. So they can't do it forever. They can't do it forever. I don't know how long it would take. Maybe it's many more months. And so let's go to the next part of your question. What if the criminals counterfeited so many shares that even if Finger is as successful as Amazon, the price stayed the same as now? All right, let's take your question literally. And Amazon's at $184 a share. So let's make this basic assumption. They can, like you said in the first, actually, just to keep it simple, let's ignore my first explanation and let's go right where they are now. 250 million shares. And let's assume the news is so good that overnight they're as successful as Amazon. I'm doing this because the arithmetic is easier. So you've got 250 million shares that they have sold at $5, 1.25 billion. that's been eaten into by, nothing's free. They've been eaten into by fees, borrowing, commissions, and the monthly cost at the prime broker. But let's just use 1.25 billion. Let's take Beetlebug, your argument. You know all this. I got to tell you, you either know it or you're no intellectual challenge. So they have 250 million shares times 186. That's as good as Amazon. So that would be 46.5 billion. 46.5 billion of the market value of Finger, short, counterfeit, negative. So there would be, and I just for the simplicity of arithmetic, I assume they sold no more. It happened overnight. But currently they have 1,250 million in the prime brokerage account. So that leaves a deficit, Beetlebug, of $45.25 billion deficit. So the prime broker is not going to carry that position. And they wouldn't have allowed it to get that bad either. The prime broker is going to call the hedge fund or that LLC and say, guys, we need more money in the account. Guys, we need you to pay a higher fee. Guys, we're raising the maintenance requirement to the market value of the stock. In this case, they'd raise the maintenance requirement to 47 billion. They'd probably add on another 50 billion. Beetlebug, your question is preposterous, and it shows that you're an idiot. Augustine, how do you feel? Can you tell me yesterday the CEO made a speech, Hnrc? Can you explain what you're talking about? I don't know. Augustine. If you go to Hnrc stock on Google, you Google Hnrc stock, and you scroll down, about the fourth entry is Houston Natural Resources, investor relations. Click that, and you go to their website. You go to press releases, May 1 of 2024. Hnrc CEO Frank Kristen talks 2023 financials, 2024 outlook, gold token, Worldwide Diversifies Holdings Inc., and SPAC HNRA on, quote, The Street Reports podcast. Tune in. You click that, and you're directed to this sentence in the body of the press release. Houston Natural Resources Corp. CEO Frank Kristen was interviewed on The Street Reports discussing 2023 financials, potential trading of Worldwide Diversified Holdings Inc. spinoff, gold token, and the HNRA SPAC. They then give you a spot that you can hit and listen to it. The Street Reports discovers companies, and it describes it, and it gives forward-looking statements. So you click it. You come to a podcast that looks like this. the street. It's actually dated April 30, 2024.
You are now dialed into the Street Reports podcast. All material on this program is not to be taken as investment advice. It's for informational purposes only. Street Reports podcast interviews exciting growth companies.
Battery 80%. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
Your host, Nick Ocello. On today's episode, for the 5th time, we have Houston Natural Resources Company, which is ticker Hnrc, and joining me is CEO Frank Kristen to discuss recent company updates. Enjoy.
Catchy tune, huh?
Frank, thank you so much for taking the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate you taking the time today, and then appreciate the listeners taking the time.
It's actually been a little bit since we last spoke, so we always encourage our listeners to go back and listen to the episode 1 where we kind of go into detail on Hnrc, the structure, and what your background is. But could you just give us a brief background on that for listeners that might be tuning in for the first time?
Sure, Nick. I appreciate it. Houston Natural Resources Corp, or Hnrc, is a diversified energy company which has got oil and gas interests. It has acquired 100% interest in Cunningham Energy, which has appraised reserves of $352 million. We also have minority investments in Rhino Energy, CE Energy sponsors, Cunningham Mining, and H&R Acquisition Corp. We are looking to continue to seek new energy and energy transition opportunities as it focuses on creating more value for shareholders. The company is currently processing a name change from Houston Natural Resources Corp to Cunningham Natural Resources Corp with FINRA. The company has been responsive to FINRA in this process with requests as recently as this week, and we expect that process to be completed soon. Under Cunningham Natural Resources Corp, we'll be focused on traditional oil and gas opportunities and energy transition materials, including opportunities in copper and lithium and gold, as well as other precious and rare earth metals. The other thing I think is interesting, the company is also processing a dividend of its worldwide diversified holdings in common shares that have already been issued to shareholders. There has been a registration statement filed with the SEC, and the company is working to provide the updated and requested additional information, including updated financial statements. Worldwide expects that to be completed in the second quarter. And in addition, the company is evaluating acquisitions of public companies for Worldwide that are providers for the trading of the Worldwide stock in May.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that background. And, as I mentioned, it's been a while since we last spoke, so we do have a lot to catch up on. But last month, and we're recording this in late April, but last month you announced the results for the company, period ending December 31st, 2023. Can you share with the listeners some detail on that finding in that report?
Yes, our financial results for the 12 months ended December 31st of 2023. Our total revenue for the 12 months was $21,117,255, which was an increase of 2.9% from last year of 2022. And the earnings were $11,501,687, with an increase of 19.3% from 2022. Our earnings per share for the 12 months was at 6 cents per share. And the company has a net asset value of 42 cents per share as of December 31st, 23. That annual report also...
Call from it.
All right, so we lost the report.
And again, the acquisitions in traditional energy that we made in 2023, including the Cunningham Energy one, and then also the Hnrc company did a de-SPAC in November, and they acquired a company with total assets of about $70 million, and that's currently listed and trading on the New York under Hnrc. And during 23, we also acquired the interest in Rhino Energy and been working with that management team to to look for acquisitions in Canada, as well as in other parts of North America and also the Asia region, in Australia and New Zealand. So those were some of the outlines of the things we did, and so it gives you some background on what happened in 23.
Yeah, no, and thank you so much for that. And, kind of moving on to another headline from earlier this year that caught my eye. And I guess I'll just ask a question before. So you're talking about the name change. Should I still be referencing HNRC, or should I use the new company name?
Actually, at the moment, it's still Hnrc until FINRA approves the name change. So we still trade under the symbol Hnrc. And even though we've applied for the name change in the state of Nevada, we don't trade under that name until FINRA has approved and completed that process.
Got it. So I will still reference HNRC for the duration of this episode. And one of the headlines that caught my eye earlier this year was that you're venturing into the digital economy. Now, digital economy is oftentimes used as an umbrella term. So can you give us a little more specificity and what that means for you and the company?
Sure. I appreciate it. We're excited about this opportunity. HNRC had originally acquired 9% of Cunningham Mining CML, and Cunningham Mining had acquired about 570 acres of land which had gold reserves in British Columbia, and they are currently developing those, what they believe is permitting for about 15,000 acres of it. But what they have done, which is they're in the process of registering and file the white paper, and will start trading on one of the exchanges, is a token, a digitized token that is tied to the gold reserves. And it's one of the few that is of the digital tokens that are actually tied to gold. And so we're endorsing that period, which should also provide liquidity once that trades. At the moment, the current value would be around $9 or $10 million for the shareholders of HNRC. And, that digital asset token will be listed on a number of exchanges, and may also provide Cunningham Mining then with the opportunity, by selling that token, to get the capital that they needed for further development of the mine in British Columbia.
Well, that's great to hear. I feel like anytime we hear digital economy or digitized token, it's kind of propped up by nothing, quite frankly. So to hear that it's actually attached to the value of gold is almost a bit of a refreshing thing to hear in this day and age.
Yeah, that's what we liked about it too, in terms of we had looked at other opportunities where there was digitization of Bitcoin to oil and to some other minerals, but this is the one that Ryan, that got done with a group out of Canada, and the white paper's been done, and the information's on the cunninghammining.com website for further information about it.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. And I mentioned earlier in the episode, but we are recording in late April. But looking forward, what should investors be most excited about as we look to the rest of the year?
I think we will continue to execute on our business plan that we have done over the last few years, and each year we've been able to make acquisitions that have been beneficial to the shareholders, and make dividends that have been beneficial to the shareholders. We are looking to get the capital to drill further for the reserves that we've got and realize on those investments. We expect to realize liquidity on the worldwide and HNRA investments, in addition to providing ongoing dividends to shareholders of some of the other acquisitions that we have.
No, that's great to hear. Certainly going to be some exciting times ahead. And kind of as we wrap up, I just want to thank you one more time for your time and kind of give you the last word. Is there anything else you'd like our listeners to know before we wrap up, or anything that we may have missed?
No, we appreciate the interest from the listeners, and we'll continue to work to realize shareholder value in 2024 as we have over the last few years. So we look forward to a great 2024.
Awesome. Well, Frank, again, thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it, and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Great. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. And thank you, listeners, for taking the time to listen.
Catchy tune. Catchy tune. So, Augustine, that's the, as you call it, speech. It's an interview. And it's not what I'm talking about, it's what he's talking about. But my feeling from listening to him is, to that which you just heard, one, he didn't mention the dividends. So it may be that the cash dividend may be on hold. He didn't mention it. The distribution of HNRA, I think, is set in the business plan. So I expect that still to happen. But anyway, there's the potential for 2 dividends. That's still out there. The stock's at 2 cents. Though each of those dividends could be 5 or 7 cents at least. But we don't know. That's just a calculation. The guy, Frank, has a strategy. He clearly knows how to financial engineer, but he has a strategy that just is so attuned to what I would do. Own oil and gas, own cash flow, pick up gold and precious metals, lithium, transition into the new energy. The only thing that's different in my mind is we don't know what's going to work for sure in that, but I'm wholeheartedly support making your money in these traditional areas and then layering in investments in those others. I also, what I heard is DHI is looking to make acquisitions. I heard that he said that they may acquire a public company, but they're still waiting for approval to trade the shares. I got a little confused, and maybe you did. I just couldn't quite understand what he said. He definitely said he expects that to be trading in the second quarter of this year, but it also sounded like he said that Worldwide Holdings could be trading in May of this year. We'll just have to wait and see. I liked his tone of voice. I liked the encouragement that he has for what the big plans for this year. I think he said it, they're looking at other acquisitions. So that's my summary of HNRC. It's 2.5, I don't know where it closed, 2 cents, probably higher. 2.5 cents. He said it, you just heard it. It's got an NAV of 42 cents. I believe, even though he didn't discuss it, you're going to see 2 dividends, maybe just 1. He's doing other acquisitions. It's going to soon be trading as Cunningham. That's not going to, in and of itself, change the stock price. But he mentioned that he's going to be raising money to drill up the 42 million of assets that Cunningham Energy has. One thing I think he got wrong, although it might be an accounting issue, so it's probably correct, is from what I studied, the assets of HNRA, which is they own part of, are in the 400 million range. But he just said here it's 70 million. Either way, it's a great company, HNRA. So I hope that helped. Yeah, I brought up Alibaba, but I forget who I brought it up with. I certainly didn't. I mean, you guys are incredible, Pharaoh. Yeah, I was invited to a ceremony, which was a privilege. I was invited to dinner to sit with everybody, the board. I was invited for drinks, all a privilege. And you want me to grill them on Alibaba. They can't tell me. Let me repeat it, Pharaoh. Let me repeat it so it's clear to you. CEOs and companies by law, are not allowed to disclose material information without disclosing it to everyone all at once. Now, if I gleaned any information, because I used to work on Wall Street, I know. If I gleaned any information that in my mind is material, I can't disclose it either. These are the rules that Gary Gensler enforces. The criminals can put out crappy barrel reports and nothing happens because Gary Gensler doesn't care. As long as it makes money for Goldman Sachs prime brokerage, Gary Gensler is all in. He wants his daughters to go to good schools. He wants to make his $125 million fortune grow. He wants to be the Secretary of Treasury. He might even have dreams of being chairman of Goldman Sachs someday. He's completely corrupt. But the management, the CEO and the board of FNGR are not corrupt. They are not corrupt. So, Pharaoh, yes, I did bring it up. I'm not going to tell you what I learned. And don't interpret that as positive, negative, neutral. I'm telling you, I'm just not going to talk about it. If there were something of that nature, it is incumbent on the company to announce it so that you get the news at the same time the criminals get the news. That's how the rules are. The criminals can cheat because they own Gary Gensler. Gary Gensler is captured. But how many times do I have to say it? How many times? It's not the first time, Pharaoh, that I've said it to you, that material information has to be disclosed through channels. And if I heard material information, I certainly am not going to answer a question that you ask me in this fashion that way. Now, it gets difficult when I hear things, when I hear, 95% of what I'm hearing is so encouraging, so exciting. And then I also get an indication of 5% that might be material. It gets confusing because I come out being very positive on a company. I don't talk about that 5%, but how do you judge it if that 5% is having an influence on my good feeling on the overall? I don't know. I really, Pharaoh, to repeat myself, the criminals can do anything. They can collude, they can spoof, they can make information up, they can come on here and cause FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They can lie. They can sell stock into existence that doesn't exist. They can hire crooked lawyers. They can pay off CEOs. They can, of other companies, to come in and bust it. They can pay off, they can bribe people on Wall Street. The criminals can do anything they want. Anything they want. Without fear. Without fear of enforcement, without fear of going to prison, without fear of losing money, because it's mostly other people's money, but it's also money created out of thin air, subdivided into separate LLCs, which they can walk from. They take a portfolio approach. They do it across 50 names. And if one or two blow up, they walk away from that. They know that any enforcement or any settlement is going to keep them out of prison. It's just going to involve the warrants that were issued or whatever. They know that if the SEC even does anything, it's a slap on the wrist. So, Pharaoh, the criminals can break the law at will. But I'm not going to. And management's not going to. R. Cromwell Coulson, Adina Friedman, Robert Cook, Gary Gensler, they are all bought and paid for, either directly from the big hedge funds or by the power of their own dreams. They don't want to make a step the wrong way because they want to make money. They want to walk around as big shots, and they would love to be a director of Goldman Sachs or one of the others when they retire. They are all useless, but Pharaoh, if you ask me again for material inside information in front of hundreds of people, which ends up being thousands of views, I'm going to think you lost your mind. I don't feel that way at all, Beetlebug. Martin Shen didn't drop the ball. That was one of the most impressive groups of people and I work with a lot of companies. That was impressive as hell. We were in the anteroom. The energy was impressive. The money it represented, the brain power it represented, amazing. We went into where the videos are, the cameras, the clapping. The woman's voice was annoying, but the rest of it was great. I asked, if NASDAQ put this much energy in settling trades, they'd have a real exchange. But you had the board there. I think 9 out of 10 of the largest investors in Finger. You had bankers there. You had advisors there. It was the most exciting and positive room that you can imagine for Finger. I don't think he dropped the ball. Martin had a minute and 40 seconds to give a speech. He gave it. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. And he's talking to the world. He did a great job. I don't think he dropped the ball. Then we went outside for another celebration as it appeared on the glossy cameras. Martin was great. We went to have drinks beforehand. Then we went to this room, totally high powered. At the top level, he was welcoming. He was warm. He handled everyone well, and he gave an excellent speech. The mood was fantastic. The future is bright. Finger is worth more than $3.37. So I don't think he dropped the ball. I don't believe he can. I don't believe he can't release positive news about Finger because he would get in trouble. Well, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. CEOs cannot release positive news just to promote the stock. So I'll just leave it at that. You don't know what you're talking about. He would get in trouble if he released news without going through channels and if he released it prematurely. By the way, we weren't there to release news, and we're not there to sate your need for instant gratification. If you want instant gratification, go get a massage and ask for a happy beginning. Would you say the slow squeeze of JDT has already started? I don't know what stock that is. I assume you're talking about GDT. Yes, I think it has. I think it has. I'm not going to bother looking it up, but I think they're fighting it hard because there is a gap, which I called, I think, last week, maybe the week before, somewhere around $56 to $60. That's my memory. I don't want to look it back up. They've come into the gap, but they haven't closed the gap. And I think they're fighting because, to my memory, once they close that gap, I don't see any resistance, very little resistance. I think JDT, as you put it, I think it is going to squeeze. I liked it. I could have sold 10% of my GTII at 9 and broke even, held the rest for free. Oh my gosh. This AMG, this is, I'm trying to remember how to pronounce your first name. It's just my stupidity. I think it's Amjad, but I'm not sure that's how you pronounce it. Amjad. Anyway, I could have done that. I actually think, looking back on it, I could have sold 50% of my position at 4 or 5, and that would have been a nice trade, you know? It is lesson learned, but it's a painful lesson. It is a painful lesson. Okay, so this is going to start squeezing. I think it would be good to have one go up 100K, Rick. You're obviously not who I thought you would be because there's no picture there. But if I had to pick one to go up 100%, 100x, Logic is 3.5 cents. I don't know that can go up 100x. That would be 350. I think it can go up 10 or 20x, Logic. That's not bad. HNRC, I actually think HNRC could go up 100x. This private gold company that I'm raising money for can go up 100x. It actually can go up 1,000. Everything's a risk, though. HNRC could go to $25. I don't think it'd be right away. You'd have to wait. Finger, could it go up 100x in a squeeze? Yeah, I think in a squeeze, Finger could go up 100x. But in a growth pattern, I think it would take a while to just do it on fundamentals. Some of these others have squeeze potential, I guess. They're harder names to quantify. There's one here that I think will go up 100%, but I'm not going to say it out loud. It's not the one I keep alluding to. I'm just not going to say it. I've mentioned every single stock. So, yeah, Pharaoh, that's true. I didn't own AMC, but where I was greedy or stupid was CRTD and GTII. But just to show that I don't learn the lesson, I also got really hurt in finger options. So it's really hard, Pharaoh, to sell, because if you've convinced yourself, the reason I'm doing that myself, I'll just talk about me. The reason I'm doing this is I'd like to make X amount of dollars. I'd like to help this person, that person, and that person. I'd like to put some of it aside so I'm never need to rely on anybody again. And I want to start a company that's going to be hugely, or whatever my dreams are. And so when it's finally going, and the thing you've been talking about is a short squeeze, and you're listening, and it's so hard to sell. It's so hard to sell. I agree with Amjad that all I had to do was sell 10%. And I had an alternative investment, Amjad, that would have set me up for a banking relationship that would have been remarkable, but like an idiot, I did. So it all, it's easy in retrospect for me to talk clearly because no one knew. And that's just the fact. You don't know the future. If management has given up, by definition, they screwed you. Well, number one, I don't know what management has done. It's just my opinion. Number two, if management has given up, it's only in the last few months. Because through the end of the year, they were still working diligently on that letter for the dividend. They were entertaining serious efforts on the Trento mine. I feel like I'm leaving something out, but no. So if they've given up, in my judgment, it's now because. But Spiny, you make your own opinion. I don't talk to David Reichman. I don't talk to Kathy Griffin. I don't talk to Frank Benedetto. I don't talk to the guy they hired who has a derivatives experience, who I think very well may be in there to protect the hedge funds that are short. I have no idea. I've never spoken to him either. So Spiny, your call's as good as mine. But I see no evidence that the company is trying to get a deal done. I see no evidence that they're out there paying West Christian again. I see no evidence that they're not selling shares of stock. I see no evidence that they're fighting the short sellers. So it's my opinion. And if you want to say they screwed us from 40 cents down to 15 cents, all right, fine. But the stock was $9 because of the efforts they were doing. I don't know. It's up to you, Spiny. Your definition is good as mine. I wouldn't say they screwed us. I just think it's a normal process of a guy in charge, a CEO, coming down from the mountaintop to take control. He thinks he's better than he is. And probably we think we're better than we are, and we're not. But he's not. And he starts doing things his way, and they conflict with powerful investors that see it a different way. And it's just like with us. Everybody, if you're here, everyone is a striver. They have their own goals, their own drive, and tend to say you're not the boss of me. So all I can say, Spiny, it's a failed trade. And if you want to blame management, blame management. I personally blame, I think there was interference, tortious interference last November by outside money that stopped the squeeze. Can I prove it? No, but I think if we could prove it, we could go after $10 billion. But instead, somebody leaves the channel with hurt feelings because Lou is dead. Well, I prayed for Lou. I prayed for him 2 nights ago. It's not my point to pick on anybody individually. My point is people were paid off to tortuously interfere with the squeeze that was going on last November. That's my opinion. Spiny, I'm sure you have a different opinion. Seem to have quite a few opinions. So if you want to blame it on management, I should get a list. I should just have a pre-printed list. Management did at least a dozen things to try to make it squeeze, not the least of which is Reichman bought back the note in the first place. So if you think that means they screwed us, fine. The stock was squeezing because of the special warrant as a dividend they issued. We made a different decision. Trento Mine, they went after and announced. I think negotiations on that have reached an impasse. It's not over. Spiny, I have said since August, and I don't want to, I hate listening to myself, but it was July, August, September. I said that there is palace intrigue going on. There is a battle over control of the company. And until that is resolved, that the company is going to have a hard time moving forward. I suggested over and over and over again that people take tax losses either by buying more GTII up front, so you're not out of it, and selling it in 31 days, or doing the reverse, selling it and buying it back in 31 days. I went from talking about how GTII was close to a squeeze when there was a squeeze going on to talking about tax loss selling. I don't blame it on management that people didn't act on that. The writing was on the wall. Management announced all of the information you needed to see. More shares issued. More shares. The charity was issued. Anyway, Spiny, you're a really smart guy. I know you studied the disclosures, and I'm sure you made some of these own determinations yourself. There is no magic bullet in GTII, in my opinion. None. If management is gone, if they're voted out, and there's a new team comes back in, I can promise you, if I'm part of it, we will hit the ground running, and it will be 100% energy all the time. And we will kick the shorts' butts. I know how I do it. But it still takes time. I mean, let's say we organized a shareholder vote. Months. Who's going to pay for it? But it'll be 1 or 2 months. Will Reichman give up? It could still, that could be 1, 2, 3 months. I don't know. I don't know. Could be quicker. But I don't know that they screwed us. I just think they're not capable of doing it. And I think, I don't think Reichman's capable of building a company, building a short squeeze. I just don't think he is. He's 87 or whatever the hell he is. He's aged out. I wouldn't say they screwed us. But on the other hand, my understanding is that Richard Hoffman has found some things that are suspiciously close to self-dealing. And that's a big deal. And if your definition of screwed us goes to that area, yeah, I'd say they screwed us in that sense. Yeah, I would say in that sense they have. I've made content on GTII for years. Well, yeah, I think it was I don't know, March, April, June of 2021. So it's been a couple years. I just can't remember if it was 2022 or not. I'd say it's for sure it's 2 years that I've been doing it. I'm not upset if they ask me about it, Stony Bones. That question, the one question I responded to was on Finger, was a complete blockhead question. But the question on GTII from was it Dave M? I can't remember. That was the question that got me talking about GTII. But the essence, Stony Bones, is why aren't you talking about GTII? You're changing the subject. You're not talking about it. You're not. So the answer is to just keep the F talking about GTII when there's nothing more to say. Look at this. GTII was 42 cents in December. I don't know, Stony. You're right. I don't mind questions that are, I actually don't mind questions. It's not so much good intent. I mean, they can be bad. They can be questions that are hard, but questions in the spirit that we're all trying to make this work. I've lost money too. That's like saying, if I don't like how a question is asked about GTII, then I shouldn't get upset because I've talked about GTII for 2 years. Stony, all I can tell you, I am not upset by questions. I am upset by intentionally blockhead questions, and sometimes I don't know how to deal with those. I also have been getting, Stony, not just one question, repeatedly in comments, like I named one of my videos. I think it's funny that William and Ham don't talk about GTII anymore. If you want a trade recommendation, I am not going to tell you to buy GTII right now. I don't see a trade in it. That doesn't mean GTII couldn't overnight go to 90 cents. It's happened before. So there's a lot of reasons to hold and that's why personally, I'm not going to sell my shares at this level because it could do that run again. But I realize it could also lose half its value. The selling of counterfeit shares does not stop. It never stops. It never stops. I wish I wasn't so heavy in GTII and lighter in finger. Yeah, I feel the same way, Stony. I wish there's 3 or 4 stocks on this list. I just wish I could buy. And in fact, going to the recommendation, I mean, just talking about myself, one thing I could do is sell my GTII and buy 1 or 2 of these. But I don't think I'm going to do it. I'm optimistic that we can force change at GTII. But well, I guess I can tell you what's going on. I can tell you my ideas. I can let the shorts know. And then at least I've answered GTII and I'm talking about it. Or I can focus on with people who have the enthusiasm and the effort and the capabilities. I can focus on winning and making it work. Now, one of the things is, for me anyway, I can look at, let's say, Logic. I could say, well, I could sell my GTII, buy Logic for 4 cents. And if it goes to 20 cents, I've made 5 times on my money. I could come back and buy more GTII, or I could double up my GTII and buy 2 other stocks, and but my experience with GTII twice is when it was down in these prices it ran like a sumbitch upward. It just ran in the space of about 3 or 4 days. So I don't know. I've got, for me personally, I've got all the tax losses I need. So that's not an incentive for me. I'd love to own more Finger, but Stony, Finger's 376. No, it's 336. I'm annoyed. I tell you, I'm annoyed with myself on Finger because about 3 weeks ago, I called it live. I said I was looking at the chart and it was around 210 or 220. And I called it. I said, that looks like it's going to turn. Another friend of mine did too. I wish I bought calls. But, you know, that would have been a case I could have sold the stock and bought calls and made some money. But anyway, you're never going to be 100% right, ever, 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 ever. And to me, what I tell myself is, I'm just trying to make money. I got hit hard, but I'm not going to try to make it all back with one swing of the bat. So, you know, I'm down 9 runs. I'm not going to try to hit 10 runs in with one swing. I'm going to see if I can, you know, I have a little bit of logic. I definitely have some Hnrc. And then I got a couple of these others, not very much. And as those rally, I'll buy more GTI, I'll buy more Finger. But yeah, it's Tony. I guess the way it makes me feel is I just wish I had more exposure. I think out of this list, and there's others, I think there's 3 or 4 stocks that could move. And I just think I had more, maybe 5 or 6. I just had more exposure in them. But remember, if you get one to work and take that money, you just do the next one and then the next one, and slowly the position builds up. And I do believe that I don't own any DJT. I don't own calls. I wish I had bought some because that stock looked good too. But I don't own any. But I think if DJT goes up, and many of you own calls, and a lot of other people out there have that money, they're going to come into other stocks. I buy Ham's argument that they'll come into Finger. I buy that. I understand his argument that he doesn't want to go to Congress with GTII because right now GTI doesn't have anything in the company. That'll change. And I tell you, Stoney, the hardest thing, I've experienced it, when you know how to get something done and you're on a board or you're asked for advice, but the CEO's going another direction, you might as well just not talk to him or her because they're not going to listen to you anyway. And you're going to become the bad guy. So you just sometimes have to let things play out. But, God. Yeah, I wish I owned more Finger. I really do. And I intend to own more Finger. I intend to round down, is that the word? Average down in GTII as well. But I'm not making I can't make recommendations to any one person. Sorry, Wickedums. I raised my voice. Damn it. Well, vocal is tough. Spiny vocal is tough. I mean, that was I've told you, on that Friday, I called in to one guy and I said, look, it doesn't look like this acquisition is happening. And I had a lot of stock at $152 is the price there that day. And I got the answer that everybody's on board, the investors, the two CEOs. He's coming in. He's not going to turn it down because he's going to become the new CEO. The investor's ready to put up money. So I didn't sell Spiny. And I had a big position, and it went from like $1.52 to, I think, I want to say it was either 47 or 37 cents it opened, basically. Maybe it's had some other trades. And then it went to 21 cents. And I didn't get out because I was thinking it'll have a bounce. They'll renegotiate the deal. It's obvious they have to get this deal done. And I ended up losing a lot of money. I sold it at 6 cents. I think I sold some at 4 cents, but at the bulk of it at 6 cents. So Spiny Vocal was not a good experience. I already answered that question, Philip. I'll leave that one alone. Never confuse a single defeat with a final. I love that. That's great, Amjad. We have to bugger on. There's another expression close to this that Churchill said, you never lose until you quit, or something like that. I'm not against, I didn't look up the chart. I can see my computer's about to expire. I can look up that chart. I'm not against that idea. It's amazing. Sinner retired from Madrid, and now Medvedev has. So I guess and Carlos lost. So I guess we'll have a new champion. Yeah, I think that chart looks pounceable. It's not bad. It's not bad. And one advantage of buying DBMM, it's cheap. Now, it's just a company with contracts and an idea. They got destroyed by the Kramers. But you can buy that stock for half a penny, and it was cheaper. I mean, man, I wanted to. I should have, because it's up 4 times from its lows, or double, maybe double. But anyway, you can buy a lot of exposure for that stock. But the point is, to me, the only trigger in the short run that is going to make GTII surprise you to the upside is that Alpine finally bites the dust and there's a buy-in. Well, if there's a buy-in by Alpine in a normal world, if there's a buy-in of Alpine by the prime broker, Alpine is the prime broker, buy-in of GTII, it would imply DBMM would be bought in as well, because that prime broker would be in trouble all over the place. The only caveat is they've had so much time to move the trades. This crossing and spoofing and manipulation and collusion, racketeering and counterfeiting isn't just for kicks. They've been moving the shares, so it's possible they just move the shares. Well, anyway, we'll see. It's a good idea, I think. Good night, the one. I played the whole Augustine, I played the whole interview for you. I disagree with that. But if you feel that way, am timid, sell the stock. Or even better yet, short it. See what happens. I couldn't disagree with you more. I think the performance has been excellent. If you're disappointed, it's just because you haven't traded it well and your expectations are out of line, I think. A short squeeze is not Martin's job. It's not his job. I threw shots at a dead man. If you heard what I was saying, it's that the criminals they paid money to buy a result. That's what I'm saying. And if that's specific to one person, whether they're alive or dead, that's just how it is. If you want me, J. Rub, to be sensitive, and we have a woke environment and it's a safe space, that's a different idea than trying to make money. That's it. Lou was right about GTII's board. I never heard Lou say anything bad about the board. I heard him be upset that the CEO wouldn't talk to him. And the CEO of COSM did talk to him. And I wonder how that turned out. I never heard him say anything about the board. I think in the long run, he has proved correct about the CEO. But I don't agree with Lou that the CEO needed to talk with Lou. I don't think that he had to do that. Anyway. Wow, David. I think Israel, unfortunately, I think the United States is going to be taken down by the actions of a subset of people in Israel. But I don't know how to put it, but Israel's not in a good situation right now. I think Iran proved that Iran could launch a lot of cheap missiles and overwhelm US-based defense system. And I don't think the world is on the side of Israel in this particular matter. But I don't know. But if and I've been saying it, David, for a while, that as this escalates, and there's no question in my mind it will, oil could get very expensive and life is going to change for us. I answered that question, but thanks for repeating it. Exactly this. Well, Stoney, I answered that question, so thanks for repeating it. Love is the most beautiful. Well, yeah, but you can love someone and they don't love you. Yeah, I think love, when two people love each other at the same time, it's wonderful. What's worse now, criminal short sellers or people pumping high numbers? Oh, it's obviously people pumping high numbers. The criminal short sellers, they're good guys. They really are. They're fun to hang out with, and they've got your interests in mind. The way you ask that question, people pumping high numbers, I think it's pretty clear that you're a fudster. Whenever I've given high numbers, it's been in a squeeze. And I will say to you, J. Rub, that it's nearly impossible for a stock to achieve high numbers because the criminals sell, 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 sell. And they do it with computers. They do it across many stocks. Everybody's on their side, from the lawyers to the government to the Congress and the regulators to the brokerage system to the banks. So if that's a serious question, I will say the criminal short sellers. I didn't call everybody a crybaby, but I did say that if we sit here like victims, and I'm going to say it again, if we sit like victims, your account's going to disappear. So that was the way I chose to express it. It's like with MMTLP. I've heard, on here the other day, we have more options with MMTLP. Let me be clear, Philip, I don't know if you own MMTLP, but anyone out there who owns MMTLP and you do not transfer it to AST into NextBridge and ultimately you don't get anything, it's just my opinion. You can have a different one. I don't know who you'll blame. Management? The board? So, Philip, it may have been a dramatic way of expressing it, but I don't think we should sit and be victims. It's gotten chilly. I was talking, Jewelry, about GTII because the battery went out, because it's all that anyone asks in the comments. If I talk about a different idea, why aren't you talking about GTII? I don't know how to say it. A lot of my frustration is I say the same thing over and over again, and it doesn't register. Let me just say it for my lifetime. Ignoring you, ignoring Philip Giacominito, Giacomintonio. I should have sold GTII, and I didn't. And it makes me angry at myself. It makes me frustrated. So what's my choice? Sucking my thumb? Maybe. Rolling over and being depressed? I've done that. Getting scared? I've done that. Or just fighting back. And if calling you a crybaby wakes you up, I didn't call you a crybaby. That's your word. That is your word. What I was saying, don't sit here. And by the way, sucking a thumb doesn't involve crying anyway. It's just sitting here doing nothing, being a victim. And I've said it in the context of other discussions I've had. I don't want any of you to be a victim. That's it. And I don't want to be a victim. Philip, they sell and they bribe people and they pay kickbacks and they collude and they lie and they don't pay taxes. Just trying to wake people up. You don't have to be a victim. But on the other hand, I don't know. William acting like a total douchebag, mocking people, simply asking questions. Maybe. If I acted like a douchebag, Stoney, I apologize. I, again, disagree with how you broke it down. I was responding to one guy's question, and then another, there was a second one, that incorporated many of the same ilk. But it's not just because he asked the question, it's how, it's what it said. So that's, Stoney, that's unfair to say simply for asking a question. But if I acted like a douchebag, that's out of line, and I do apologize. Okay, here comes the other ad hominem, not for nothing observation from a guy that does no homework. I also don't see how finger squeezes during the day to these ridiculously high numbers. It's mathematically impossible with 10% 5-minute halts triggering and not resuming until price balance. Okay, let's go through that, Beetle. It's been a long time since I've quoted high numbers on a squeeze for finger. Why? Because I think we have to acknowledge that that the shorts, the criminals on the other side of finger have it well and truly under control. That's my opinion. If you think my targets on finger of $4, $5, $6, maybe $7, $8, $9 are ridiculously high, well, I take an exception with you. I think over the next period of time, whether it's weeks or months, finger is going to achieve a new equilibrium, and I think it'll be like I just said, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, something like that. I don't find those ridiculously high. The rest of your sentence is just false. Stocks squeeze. Look at HKD. Look at others. They do squeeze. Same markets, and it mathematically doesn't have anything to do with it. In terms of halts, the halts do have an impact, but if a buy-in is occurring, it just controls the run upward. It doesn't stop it, because as the problem gets worse and worse going upward, whether it happens all in one day or it takes 5 weeks, it's not going to change the fact that the buy-in's going to be there. Don't see how it squeezes during the day. When else is it going to squeeze? It's not going to squeeze overnight. You might see some buy-ins that are coordinated, but the squeeze is going to be during trading hours. Maybe before and after too, but it'll be between trading hours. Now, Beetle, just to be clear, I've said it several times, so I don't know why this is directed this way at me. I no longer feel like finger is going to squeeze immediately. I think the shorts have it under control. But I don't have my pad. And anyway, I'll explain it to you. Right now, sort of the nexus of finger is around $5. You might say it's $3. Whatever. I'm just trying to prove the point. So the stock price yo-yos around $5. It might be $3. At a low number, it yo-yos. It goes up a few points, comes back down, then gets oversold. But it's a yo-yo around some number, 3, 4, 5. if Finger were to suddenly yo-yo around a number like 10 or 15, which is what I think is going to happen, even if it does it for months, let's say it's 10 or let's say it's 15, both numbers it's achieved before, but it stays there. Let's say it's at 15 and it runs to 21, comes back to 10, runs to 25, comes back to 7, runs back to, but it's always around 15. Over time, the cost of carrying it can cause a squeeze. So, Beetle, that's going to be my answer to that question. I think it has nothing to do with mathematics. So I'll leave it there. Well, I agree with that, Spiny. I think I'll read it out loud if someone's not watching it. Spiny says, I tried for 3 years. I guess he's pretending to be David Reichman. I'm not sure it's 3 years. It's either 2 or 3. Anyway, 2 or 3. Yeah, I guess it's 3 years. Then gave millions of shares to charity. I think the exact number was 33 million, something like that. And it slaps shareholders in the face hard. Well, I'm not sure about that, Spiny. There is no defense. I'm not sure on the face of it that you're right, because at the same time, for those 3 years, they really didn't take a salary. They always did, and you know it, just because it didn't work doesn't mean they didn't try. They tried everything to make it work. They went upstream first. Now, it didn't work, but it didn't work for COSM either, because the regulators wouldn't allow it. But there's a lot of things they tried. So, Spiny, when they gave a lot of shares to themselves, they were restricted shares. And my limited knowledge of legalese, they remain, it's not that they remain restricted, but it remains difficult for an insider to sell stock as time goes by. However, it's done. Look at Jamie Dimon and others. So what they did is they were selling 1% a month, and that's how they were taking money out of the stock. This news on the charity happened. My computer battery ran out, so I can't tell you, but I'm going to guess it was well over a year ago. And the stock price probably was in the $2 range. I could be wrong. I'm not trying to exaggerate. I'm trying to come up with a real number. I just can't remember for sure. But the stock price was higher. So Spiny, there was plenty of time to act on, wow, that's a slap to the face, I'm getting out. But now that's the side of it that I think is a fair read on it if everything is kosher. But what wasn't kosher is the charity is apparently, I haven't seen it in writing, but I'm told that the charity is controlled by Reichman's son. I don't think that was disclosed anywhere. That is an issue. And there, in my judgment, based on the little I know, there is no defense for that. Zero defense for that. So you're right. But I think they did, on the face of it, disclose everything. But if it's self-dealing, you're absolutely right. No defense, none. And then that goes to the point, who are they working for? Themselves or for shareholders. We were expecting GME to go up. Oh, because of the options activity. Yeah, somebody said that, kiddies. Let me remember where. I saw that somewhere. I want to say it was a podcast. Somebody said there was, can't remember where. Augustine, buy Peloton. It's a better company than GT. That's fine. And I'll give you haven't given your reasons why it's better, but I'll leave it up so that people can consider that as an alternative. I'm not about diamond hands, but GTII has always been a shit stock. It's always been a piece of shit. Always. What it was greedy short sellers, the Kramers, power up lending, probably had already sold millions of shares and may have been part of selling hundreds of million shares. We always left that off, but a Wall Street guy did the study. I've never seen it, just heard about it. When it was Green Top Trade Torn Industries or whatever. But anyway, the whole idea was a short squeeze, Augustine. So I think that short squeeze is still there, but there's so much anger, and maybe I don't help with it, but there's so much fighting, and there's nothing in GTI. There's more shares out, and what's the trigger for the squeeze in GTI? A buy-in. And I think that buy-in has to come either from pressure from the whole system. Have you seen any evidence of it? Anywhere in the system? MMTLP is a blatant violation of the rules. Have you seen any pressure to fix it? But anyway, Augustine, people see it. Your opinion is Peloton is a better company than GTII. Randy Albert. I'm so something, Uncle Albert, but I didn't. Also, GME will squeeze again. It's nowhere near done. Well, you know that guy, George. Darn it. I have a Biden brain. He's really good, and he's been fighting it. I watch his videos. I haven't watched one in a while, but I used to watch him. And he makes a really compelling case that GME and AMC will squeeze. My view is after enough time goes by, the they all collude with each other. It's a clubby club. And I know I took a hit at Lou because he's dead or whatever. I think they all know each other up there. And whether it's knowingly or not, I never said it was knowing. But I think these guys up in New York that are all sort of inside, they can make things happen. So anyway, they got the squeeze in GME under control. We have no ability to know the buy-ins and the selling and the covering in GME. It's just too many players. In Finger, it's one group and their clients. In GTII, it's one group and their clients. So it's a little different. But anyway, I think they have it under control. Now, what can change it, obviously, is Congress investigates. One of the prime brokers goes down. There's panic in Wall Street. a banker panics, a hedge fund panics, an institution front runs Citadel. I mean, there's a lot of reasons it can squeeze again, but it's all risk reward. And you can't say, I don't have a point with my questions. I hate to be that way, but I'm not going to just blindly and quietly go along when I see red flags. I'm not that kind of person. Well, I do say that some of your questions show a lack of intelligence, and I think intentionally show that you haven't studied it, and you open your mouth without thinking, and you think without reading. On the other hand, I've given your questions a lot of time, and people may dislike my response, but your point of view has been aired. And I think by doing that, if there's a point in your questions, it's been heard. I personally don't think you've had any points in your questions. I think they either show a mind of an inacquisitive person, or someone that intentionally is trying to cause doubt. But no, I didn't see any good points in your questions. And you can not go blindly along. That's fine. If anything, I tread where others are not willing to tread. And just because I state my opinions doesn't mean I'm right, doesn't mean I'm correct. But I don't go blindly. I certainly don't go blindly. So I respect it when you don't. And it's a little late, Beetlebug. Where were you with your red flags when GTII was $7? Where were you? If your red flags are about Finger, every question you had was ridiculous. Benchmark, who I think are bad guys too. Benchmark has two analysts, I forget their name, who put out a report last year on Finger, and Finger clearly is being shorted by the clients that Benchmark referred them to. I don't know if Benchmark's in on it too, but those analysts, I think it's almost a year ago, but maybe 9 months, they came out with a $5 target. In that document, they said that if Finger were to achieve certain metrics and numbers, they would re-rate Finger at that time. In other words, raise their targets. So I just respectfully think you're seeing red flags. Just you're saying that as if that gives you blanket protection to be a jerk and an idiot. Yeah, I agree. We'll go after all of those shorts. Busy Brands is great. Ham is great. And I'm flappable. Thank you, Randy Albert. All you and Ham preached about was GTII having proof from the NSCC of the concentrated short position. Now you just get angry about it. That's horseshit, William. Well, that's certainly a statement which is precise and eliminates everything else I ever said about GTII. So if your point is that all I ever preached about GTII was having the proof from the NSCC of the concentrated short position, and that's all I ever said, and now I just get angry about it, and that's all the facts there are in evidence, I'll agree that's horseshit. I don't think it's true. I think I did discuss, and has that proof gone away, Stony? Stony, when that came out, that was recorded in a courthouse. Do you know, Stony, that the lawyers for the Hurries filed a lawsuit in Florida that said, number one, to my memory, number one, that FINRA did not have a constitutional right to exist. Number two, that if it does exist, FINRA does not have a right to regulate Alpine or make Alpine a member of FINRA. And number three, I guess, was some technical rule that they just basically said they don't have a right to expel us. These arguments churned up time, went all the way up to some judge in Florida that obviously the Alpine lawyers thought they'd lose. So they changed the venue to Washington, D.C. And that judge, I forget her name, actually put it up as at one of those arguments as having merit and put it up to an appeals court. So these arguments, which I think are ridiculous, gain traction in court because they have high-priced attorneys. So Stony Bones, the GTII proof, it's not necessarily that it's GTII's proof. Anybody that can read filings in court and public documents that show that the NSCC said, and I'm paraphrasing, that Alpine is deficient, and they're suing. Alpine is deficient, and the main or the big reason for their deficiency was a large concentrated short of GTII. That's not GTII having that proof. It's everybody having that, and it's in writing. But what did Alpine do? They stopped any action by filing lawsuits, first in Florida, when they were going to lose, in my opinion. They moved it to DC. That judge, it's in appeal process right now. So I'm not sure that because GTII is selling at 15 cents, I didn't look, that it means that proof has gone away, or that that representation in court by the SEC has gone away. What has happened, Stony, and you know this, every day, every week, every month, both the long-term and the short-term hit and runners, the criminals sell additional shares of GTII. They sell them into existence. Ham now says, I'm not saying it, but Ham now says that the counterfeit position could be over 500 million shares. It could be if you added in what they did when they were a different name. But the question is, what's going to trigger the buy-in, Stony? And you're smart enough to call me out, tell me I'm full of shit. But you can't be so simple to say that, well, whatever, it's your point of view that all I ever said about GTII was having this proof. Okay, maybe that was all I ever said of a concentrated short position. But what do the criminals want, Stony? And this is what we're up against. They want time. They just want time. They just want time. They burst the bubble in reverse, and they got time. And now I just get angry about it? No, I get angry about intentional fudstering. I also get angry, to be blunt, about people playing victim, that they're victims and blaming other people. I do get annoyed with that. That's true. So if the questions are either fudster or if it's just woe is me, I'm sorry for myself, I don't see how either one of those angles are useful to us. But anyway, thank you. Gave your point a lot of time. So, yeah, sell if you're not happy. I'd like, Randy, there was a senior guy at Merrill Lynch, Bob Clayton. I've quoted him to you before. He is a great guy, much older. He's probably my age now, but to me, he was much older. He said, you must become somewhat inured toward those losses your clients incur. He had other things, but that's the one I remember. Big, tall, elegant guy. But the thing he said that I do remember, he said it more than once, is if you're in a stock position, you shouldn't sell it. You should have a key reason why you bought it. If you impulsively bought it, all bets are off. But if you buy a stock, another trainer taught us, write down your reasons so you can go back and see why you bought it later on. You can see your frame of mind. But his point was, you buy a stock, don't sell it. Don't sell it. Unless the story's changed to the negative, or you have a better place to put that money, or you have a better place to put that money. You have a better reason to have that money somewhere else. So I'd like to find something better. And frankly, as I look at it, Randy, if GTII's at, let's just call it 16 cents, and Logic's at 4 cents, you know, you can sell 1 unit and buy 4 units. And I think, I can't promise anything. It's just prediction. But Logic has put in writing. Aubrey Advisors was the sponsor. They are reverse mergering. They're allowing the shell Logic to be acquired by a reverse merger. The numbers were, you know, from 500 to 800 million, and it could be 10 to 15%. But if you use 500 and 10%, that's 50 million in value for Logic. If you divide it by all of the stock shares outstanding, because you got to assume they raised money, that's 20 cents a share. So if they announce, and they just have done some of the steps they need to do, making these restatement announcements so they can file their, get everything clean, what comes next? I think the announcement of the reverse merger. So I don't know, if the stock's worth 20 cents and they announce a definitive reverse merger and you're paying 4 cents, can it go to 16 cents? Sure. I think I've been conservative with this 20 cents. So let's just say it goes to 16 cents. You own 1 unit of GTI right now. Instead of it, you replace it with 4 units of Logic, and Logic is boring, and it doesn't have him on its side, and it doesn't have the message that it's going to be life-changing. There's no proof at the NSCC that there's a big short position. In fact, there's no proof of all of that there's a short position. And there's you know, Alpine's not in it, and it's down. The SPAC and DSPAC didn't work. It was 30 cents. Now it's this 30 cents. It's, there's a lot of reasons why that's just a boring subject. It's not as exciting as GTII. However, if you turn 1 unit at 15 cents into 4 units of 4 cents, and that 4 cents goes to 16 cents, I know I'm just using it as an example. Well, then when the 4 units are up at 16 cents, and assuming nothing's changed in GTII, you could change your 1 unit of GTII into 4 units of GTII just by doing a trade. Or you could take the profit on logic and just buy back GTII. You've got the same units of GTII, but all of a sudden you've got 3 units each worth 1 GTII. Or let me say it a different way. If you were to sell, and I'm not telling you to do this, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because when GTI gets to a certain price, it can run at any time. And I'm not going to quit in fighting for all those people who think I'm full of horse shit or think I'm calling them crybabies. I'm not going to stop fighting GTII. But if you think that I'm also not going to get frustrated that when there's trades here where you can make money, that all you want to do, have me do, is just talk about GTII. It's just, I don't know. You got to look at why you're doing any of this. Are you trying to win in GTII or are you trying to make money? I wish I had sold all of my GTII. I wish I had sold half of it. I wish I had sold 10% at $7. I wish I had followed my instincts on CAUD, but hey, I am where I am. I am where I am. I am what I am. And for me, I'm going to have to take a series of smaller steps to try to get back to having a body of money that I can trade with. And I learn lessons. One of the biggest lessons I've learned listening to him, I used to do it, but he does it with a focus of every single time. I always let myself out. But his strategy, even with options or stocks, where you, as soon as you have a profit, as soon as you do, you take your original money out. In my future life, I'm going to use that more and more so that I never get in a situation where I'm a victim again. So another way of saying, and I'm not suggesting it, but you could do it with other stocks in your portfolio. But if you were to sell GTII, 1 unit of GTII, buy 4 units of Logic, Logic goes up to the same price as GTII, you could just buy back your GTII, and then you have 3 units worth. Another way of saying it, it's as if GTII were to go to 60 cents. Now, you could argue that certainly GTII is going to go to 60 cents soon. You could argue that. And boy, that's one reason I don't want to sell, because I've seen it happen before. It takes off like a jackrabbit. And the shorts still have to cover, and they might decide to. They could break ranks. But I think the odds of Logic going from 4 cents to 16 cents over the next 45 days, I would give that 80% odds. I think the odds of GTII going from 15 cents to 60 over the next 45 days, I'll be kind and call it 50-50. It's flip of a coin. It boils down to if the short position at Alpine is still there and has to be bought in that time. So, Randy, I agree with you, sell, but it's nice to have some alternatives too. And that comes from this douchebag who is full of horseshit. It's better to buy cannabis companies. Well, that was in the Wall Street Journal. I wouldn't buy cannabis. There's so much competition. You don't know anything about the companies. And personally, I don't believe in pot. So I would never do it for my own reasons. So, Augustin, if you have a better cannabis stock, bring it up to people. You can talk about it. That's what markets are for. And I personally think if I jumped into a cannabis stock, and I've studied them, I've been asked to raise money for them. There's low barriers to entry. There's nothing unique. It's subject to a product that I think causes mental health issues. There's competition. And anyway, I wouldn't do it, but you're welcome to bring it up. Margin calls are still a possibility. I agree with that. I think in the case of GTII, and I'd have to guess because no one's given me a number, but I'd have to guess that their number now is well over $1 where they break even. They just sold too many shares up above $1. But you got to remember, I'm talking about GTII, they sold a lot of stock under 5 cents. So you could be right. There can still be a margin call. And by the way, DBMMM, if Alpine folds or if whoever's regulating, taking over Alpine, starts to call to get money offsetting potential margin calls, who are they going to call? I think the shorts in GTII have abandoned the stock other than this easy peasy ability they have to keep it down. They don't have to do much. But if it starts to run, I don't think they're going to put any money in. So you're absolutely right. There could be a margin call. Beetle Bailey doesn't like you, Randy. He doesn't respect you because you tell long-time people who call out flaws and red flags to just sell. Well, Beetlebug, I don't know that you're a long-termer. You haven't been here long-term. And he has as much right to tell you that if you're upset, let me put it a different way. Beetlebug, if you see red flags, why wouldn't you sell? He could have put it that way. But if you see flaws and red flags, why would you buy? Why would you hold? Why wouldn't you sell? I think he has every right to tell you to sell if you're not happy. Stoney says, Randy, why sell it? The brokers can't even deliver the dividend. I actually find that a compelling argument. I haven't been able to get my dividends. And I find that a compelling argument. It's all an experiment. Where I think Stoney might be correct is there's a lot of, the majority of people on Wall Street are honest. And what happened with the warrant as a special dividend in GTII, particularly with Fidelity and maybe with Wells Fargo, their back offices at that time could argue to a judge, well, we never seen anything like it. We didn't know this was a problem. We assumed all those trades were good. Our clerks didn't alert us. Our systems didn't pick it up. Well, they could say that last time. This time, I think they're going to be very careful. If you go before a judge and let's say Richard Hoffman's lawsuit gets some of these people before a judge, they're going to argue, the judge is going to say, well, wait a minute. You had over a year to fix your systems. You had over a year to call in these trades. You didn't do anything. So I think Stoney actually has a good point. This dividend can still really cause trouble in the market for these broker dealers, and maybe to an extent that they have to buy back stock, and maybe the stock price runs. I think Stoney's correct to point that out. Still throwing assumptions out there that people were paid off. Yeah, I can't prove it. But Jay, two of the guys were saying that a name change would cause a short squeeze. One of the guys is a IR guy for many companies. Two of the guys were saying that a CUSIP change would cause a short squeeze. I think all three were saying that the short position was 2,000%. One of the guys was saying that COSM was going to uplist to upstream. I think three of the guys were saying that COSM would not do a reverse stock split. I think all three guys were saying that the COSM would not do a deal with the shorts. Every single one of those things weren't true. And to me, throwing assumptions out, I assume those three men are all very intelligent. So why would they give such false advice? I mean, I suppose they have no conscience and they saw a way to make money for themselves. I think the CEO made a lot of money for himself and he assured his future. But maybe that CEO gave out stock. Maybe the Kramer's clients paid money. I don't know. But to me, the only way one man anyway, makes his living as an IR guy, and another, they both represent that they understand what goes on in investing. And then the CEO would make such absolutely false statements is either if they're stupid and didn't know better, or I'll leave it to your imagination. I'll leave it to your imagination. I won't throw anything out. I'll throw out to you that all 7 or 8 reasons to rush into COSM and why it was going to have a squeeze were false. And they were presented forcefully by 3 men. You can make turned out Tony from Boston figured out that the short squeeze was the short position was something like 20%. It was so wrong. It was anyway, but J-Rub, either they didn't know what they were talking about. I do know one of the guys was paid to represent companies, and I think COSM. I know the other guy, you know, RNVM or something. That was a questionable thing. I don't know. I don't know if there was something going on there. I know the CEO made out like a bandit. That's the one I think the CEO is the one that was paid off. I think that, and I can't prove it, it's my opinion, but I think the CEO was promised money. He couldn't raise any money. He hadn't raised any money. He had a bunch of contracts and a story. Every CEO has contracts and a story. And his stock was dead in the water. It was going lower. The shorts had it under control. I think the shorts called him and said, we're going to kill your stock. We're going to put you out of business. Or you can work with us. We'll make sure your stock runs. And here, pay these two guys. We'll make sure your stock runs. And then you do a reverse split. You come do a deal with us. We'll make our fees. It'll hurt everybody that bought the stock, but you're going to get $34 million. That's not what I mean, Jay. But hey, if you want a safe place, go to a woke video. I'm not really capable of being woke. I will say again, J-Rub, to the point that it reduces the goodness of my actions. I have called out for all of us to pray for Lou Bravo and his family. I have prayed for Lou Bravo and his family every single night, not for a while, and then the occasional night. Prayed for him in church. I have praised Lou Bravo for having vision, but also for sharing, I think, sincerely with you and me, ideas. I think the RNVA, somebody used him. That was a case of market makers making a bloody fortune because they got that stock up. It's seller boxed. They brought it up to have a bid 3 and 4, and now they trade it. Every time they trade it from zero bid to the offer, it's 100% on their money. That is a gravy train for day traders. Did someone get paid off? It's not my department. But I think Lou recommended a couple of other stocks that worked. Frankly, if you look just at GTII, Lou recommended that and it made money. And if you look at when Lou said sell Finger, go into COSM, if you had sold Finger and ignored COSM, sell GTII and go into COSM, that would have been a good trade if you had ignored the COSM part. So nobody gets all the trades right, Jay. I've admitted that I've been wrong in these. And, yes, I believe that the criminals got together in New York City and they colluded with each other. I believe the Kramers and the Kramers' clients were down $1 billion in that trade at least. And it was so bad that Alpine took over the trade. That's how it got over to the Hurries, being the sellers and a bunch of guys. I know they coordinated with each other because they threatened me. They threatened my life. They attacked my phone. They put stuff up on Twitter. Absolutely, Jay, I am saying that people were paid off. Absolutely. I'm saying it. They colluded with each other. They coordinated. I am saying they committed racketeering, fraud, and and tax evasion. Who all was involved in it? I can't say for sure exactly who. But who among that group fought short sellers? Everyone in that group. Yeah, maybe Lou fought short sellers. He might have. But everyone in that group was raising money for one specific company. So, yes, Jay, I am saying somebody was paid off. And I am saying the criminals colluded to pop the bubble on the squeeze and bail out the Kramer's clients who were down $1 billion. And I'm further saying they were successful. So, yes, I am saying. Don't blame anybody else for your problems. Spends 45 minutes blaming other people. That's a distortion of what I did, Spiny. But to the extent I was blaming other people, I don't think I was. Let me be clear. I made the mistake of not selling. That's me. I didn't manage my money, my trades properly. That's on me. No one put a gun to my head to buy. No one put a gun to my head to not sell. That's all on me. All on me, personally. In terms of what I've told you, Spiny, and others, in terms of any of these stocks, it turns out that my idea that GTII was going to squeeze did not happen. And if you want to judge it without explanation of why, if it's better not to have an explanation, that's fine. I was wrong. I was wrong on a squeeze on Finger. I was wrong on a squeeze on CRTD or Vocal. I was wrong that the Aubrey Advisors led DSPAC of Logic would work well. It didn't work. I was wrong. So there you go, Spiny. I'm wrong. I guess, yeah, and I really find this lazy on a lot of your parts. It's like saying when someone comes out and says that 2.5 million people in Gaza Strip are, half of them are children and they're starving, and some of them are being killed, and there's no hospitals, just the children, the ones that can't even have a political point of view, that they're dying, that somehow that's anti-Semitic or anti-Israel. That is inflating what I said. I believe what I did was to point out what happened and describe it. I don't blame Lou or Frank or the George CEO. In my case, I blame myself. But Spiny, you know how you and others come at me. Everybody's blaming management. Everybody's blaming me. Everybody's blaming him. So, pardon me for taking the time to tell you what I see. GTII is a massively failed trade. It is a busted trade. It did a complete round trip. I was wrong. CRTD, complete busted trade. I was wrong. I could not foresee that the CEO would not do that deal. But core of it, I misread the signals. I was wrong. So Spiny, I'm wrong. My problems are mine, and I blame only myself. Face palm. Stocks are a gamble. In order to get reward, you take a risk. In the case of some stocks, you know the story so well, unless the decision is made out of the blue, that you give up time. You just got to wait. You got to wait. But they are a risk, but that's where the reward comes from. The weird thing is putting your money in your mattress or putting it in a bank is probably riskier if you trade or invest with a modicum of intention and due diligence and a little bit of diversification. It's hard to make a lot of money being too diversified. But I mean, Spiny's right. I could have told all of you to sell at the GTII at $9 or $8. In retrospect, that would have been brilliance. But if I had told you that and it went to 90 or 900, man, at some point it has to be on each of us. And I know for myself, I thought the stock was going to go to 90, even 900. It didn't. And I won't blame anyone else, Spiny. I won't call your attention to other things. It just didn't happen. It's the board. It's, there's no reason for what happened with GTII. No reason. So it's weird. You get into it with reasons and with analysis, but when you look back at what happened, you can't analyze what happened. That's blaming other people. Everybody had the opportunity to make money on GTII. That's exactly right. In my case, Pharaoh, I admitted, I don't know if it was at dinner or here, I think it was live. I did a couple of things with a little portion. When it was down, it was already way down. So embarrassingly low. But I bought a little bit of MMTLP. I really wish I had bought more. One of the reasons I didn't is because the stock price was so low and I thought it was going to go up. So to the extent that I have MMTLP, that may still, I think it will work out as long as Greg never trades the stock publicly, including blockchain. No blockchain, just stay private. I ought to write him a letter. But I think it's because the criminals, I think, are manipulating him. They figured out a way to use crypto and coins to offset their short positions. Look what they did. I think it was in GME. But I'm not crypto chain knowledgeable enough to quite explain it to you. But they can manipulate that. So I wish I bought more MMTLP, but I do think I have a chance to make back what I lost in GTII, maybe what I lost in COUD. In CRTD, in MMTLP, for example. I did buy a little bit, a position of Logic, and while everything's collapsed, I think I have a chance to get my money back in Logic And now it looks like in my CAUD position, there, I believe that guy's going to make that stock a $25 stock, but I got to wait. But I think there's some recovery. So I'm not 100% annoyed with myself because I've got these two little bets that could make some of it back. But man, I would feel so much better if I had just gotten out of even 10% near the highs. That would have been, I think about it quite a bit, but I also try to just realize there's nothing I can do about it. And Stoney says I blame others. Well, I guess I will tell you that the shorts have every right to counterfeit shares. They can lie and they have a right to do that. The shorts have a right to distract us in any means possible. Everything the shorts do is okay. And if the stock goes down, it's my fault. It's my fault. If it goes up, it's chance. But if it goes down, it's my fault. So there we go. I wish, Stoney, the hardest thing is making money very quickly like that. And, you know, the best saying I heard was from Warren Buffett. He said, if it's good enough to take a screenshot of it, it's good enough to sell. And I took a screenshot when it was up. I should have just sold. I have a friend who bought GTII at, I think, 65 cents, something like that. And a week or two later, he sold it at 240. He sold it at 240. And so he missed out on the run to 9. But he got in and out. It's like you said, hit it and quit it. And he used the money in other trades. I agree with that, Farrell. I'm going to move. It looks like the computer's going to squeeze, so I'm going to move quickly. You can't cheat blockchain. I accept that. But you can create derivative products. And I don't know how to create derivative products. I don't know much about tokens. But Stoney, I'll try to. It's going to freeze. Stoney, I'll try to get this guy on. But GME did something that the criminals did with tokens to suppress the value of the stock. I don't know the mechanism. I'm sure it's a document. But I could be wrong. I'm not saying you can cheat blockchain. I'm saying you can cheat the markets and that you can cheat you and me. Yay! Lou got his shares. Yay! 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 That's the best news of the day. Bitcoin made all your money back. Good for you. The difference now is the shorts win since the psychology of a massive squeeze is gone and the shorts have taken my reputation and shit on it. Yeah, that's possibly true. But the thing is, David, those shares, and I forget who said it, those shares still have to be covered. So the question is, are they going to cover them at 1 cent? You know, the flip side of management at GTII not caring about a short squeeze, at least it looks that way. I don't think they care about remaining on the exchange, whatever exchange they're on. So I don't think there's going to be any reverse split that helps out the shorts. That works to our favor. But part of this is grinding the story every day, talking about the same thing. It gets frustrating. I'm not saying there's no hope in GTII. It's a piece of shit company. It's got aged management and no direction. Yes, the shorts are winning right now, but it's a battle we lost. I think we can come back and win the war, but not, oh God, I'm not going to say it anymore. Rants to Dave for 3 hours. If you don't want to talk about GTII, then don't answer the questions. It's simple, William. Stoney, I don't mind talking about GTII. And I'm not sure I ranted for 3 hours. I think lots of times what I express, you guys call a rant, that diminishes what I'm saying. It personalizes your attack on me. It makes you call me, it's just a rant. You don't have to listen to the logic. Fair enough. Fair enough. Don't listen to it. But I'm trying with frustration, no question, Stoney. No question, there's a lot of frustration. I'm trying to tell people to act. But you know what, Stoney? I think the best strategy is to buy GTII at 5, watch it go to 9, and have it come down to 15 and never do anything. And then as we look back on it, rather than learn some lessons, let's just keep asking about it. What's going to make it go? And let's just wish and hope. Let's just hope it's going to go any minute now. And it's going to go from 15 cents to 1,500 because I talk about it. I don't know. I don't think I ranted for 3 hours. I think there was some points in there that I made, but mocking people, sucking your thumb because of question asked is a real dickhead move. Okay, I'm a dickhead. Philip, I'm a dickhead. Stoney, he does this every stream. He gets super pissed off at one person's comment and then rants to him for hours. I'll think about that, Stoney. I'll think about that. Today's very antagonistic and degrading. I'm degrading? I'm melting in front of your eyes? I think I was antagonistic, Philip, because I think the point of that guy's questions was to anyway, just say the same things over. I just say the same things over and over again. I sold GTII for a 7K loss, may buy it back after June 1 for a wash sale. Well, I was talking to a guy today who bought one of these stocks, but he sold all his MULN. And I said, wow, congratulations. And he lost a lot of money in MULN. But he thinks one of these stocks is going to go up by at least 100 times. He may not hold it that long, but he did it. So I congratulate you. Look, I'm not sitting here because I made money at your expense. I'm not sitting here when that guy, by the way, Philip, that guy, one of those guys, not the first one, but one of the other guys, accused me of pumping. So I don't know. I guess that's not antagonistic. Yeah, I've been degrading to those guys. I think they're here for one reason. Hey, that's right. Well, I like David's points, and I think what you're saying there is what happened to me. Even though the other gentleman pointed out he wished it, I think it was Stoney, wished he had hit it and quit it. In retrospect, that's what I wish for myself. But on the other hand, David, I feel like I was going for a home run, because how many times do you have that information, you feel you're in the situation? And, use the example of George Soros, although it happened so quickly, maybe he didn't face the choice. But he built that short position in the pound. And if in the middle of the trade he just took his first gain, he might have been really mad at himself. But I think he made $1.5 billion in one trade. So anyway, I made that mistake. Philip, I already answered that question. I'm not going to answer it again. David, I have to admit, maybe it came across differently, but I was trying to show that we can't sit here sucking our thumb and being the victim. I was including myself. I was not saying that gentleman was sucking his thumb. I am saying, I'll say it again as plainly as I can. I said it with MMTOP. We have a choice. We can be the victim or not. I don't want anybody here to be the victim. We already lost money. Got it. And that is a victim. But on the other hand, if we just sit here, when is it going to go up? Oh, Ham lied. Williams said a million times. No, Williams said it's not a matter of if, but when. I never said that. Not that I recall. If I did say it, it's certainly not the body of my work on this. And then you say that I get huffy when anyone asks about GTI. It's not that people asking about GTII. It's that the questions are designed, they're attacks on me, number one, but they're also designed in a way, just like not this one, but another one, is designed to take anything that I'm saying isn't worth. All right, it finally froze. It's designed to make my points irrelevant because they pick on me, which is fine. I guess I can't fight back. That would be great, Ellie Belly, my niece Ellie. May 28th. Wow. All right, let's look for that. The implementation of the CAT system on May 28th should stop them from naked short selling. I hope you're right. See, that's a useful comment. Yeah, I am mad I diamond handed it. I am mad about that myself. For me, I'm mad I did that. I had a chance to sell it, put it somewhere else, and but I didn't. I'm mad about it, man. I'm mad. Okay. If Finger issues a 1 for 10 warrant at Senate, is it indicative of the common price to be over 70? Could be, but with time. But I'll tell you what it's indicative of and why I think the shorts in Finger are in trouble. If Finger gets above 7 and stays above 7, like I think it will, people are going to exercise those warrants. And so there'll be cash coming into Finger. that will keep finger from going back to the pimp. Also, it's going to mean that if Ham's right, there's 250 or let's call it 240 million shares counterfeit. All of a sudden, they're going to be short another 22 million shares. And that's real. I know these numbers start sounding like they don't mean anything, but they got to pay a monthly cost, borrowing, commissions, interest, and then maintenance requirements. It's big deal. America. That's great. I saw another one. That's a great one. Poke a liberal hard enough and the closet aristocrat comes roaring out. I don't know what you mean by liberal. I don't know if you're addressing me, but I think I am a liberal in the original meaning of liberal, but I'm nowhere. I can't even claim where the Democratic Party is today. I cannot. So I'm not with it. On the other hand, I have a hard time becoming Republican. So if that's addressed at me, I don't think I'm an aristocrat. But man, if you see me as an aristocrat, I guess maybe that's good. I don't know. GT is already in the buy zone. Yeah, that's how I feel, Mantan. I don't know if it's the buy zone. It could go lower, but who's selling? And how many of the big guys are selling? And who's walking away? We're just at an impasse. Well, let's think about that point. We were told it was coming soon. People get mad at me, and I can't attack Lou because he's dead. I'm not trying to attack Lou. But I'm not going to run through the whole thing, but I'm going to say in my judgment, GTII was squeezing 2 Novembers ago. And I think the shorts were successful in stopping it. That's my opinion. And you guys don't want me to have that opinion. And since Lou is dead, I can't have that opinion. I still have that opinion. I think it was working. And then you expect that the GTII of 3 years later should still be in the position, the momentum, the buildup, the trap that the Kramers went, we should still be in that position. I don't see it. I really mean it. GTII was squeezing. And I fucked it up. I'll take it on me. I fucked it up. I should have told you that because it was squeezing, this was as high as it was going to go. I'll take that on myself. The others saw that it was the top and they tried a different stock. We'll leave it at that. But since that time, there has been nothing close to a squeeze situation in GTII. The only thing is that the NSCC and Alpine and FINRA all got in a kerfuffle over removing FINRA from removing Alpine from FINRA. And that could have caused a buy-in, but it didn't because they have a lot of money. They bought lawyers and time went by. And then I know I said it on calls last summer. There was palace intrigue going on. And you expect that it's still going to do what it was going to do then. It's going to somehow magically do it now. And somehow by talking about it, it's going to turn on a switch. The good thing with GTII is it still can squeeze. I don't think anyone's going to sell. I think it's dead right now. But the people involved in it are involved in these other stocks. There is a fight from Richard Hoffman. There are people working their ass off. And I'm meeting with them to dramatically change the facts on the cap table and on the balance sheet of GTII. I agree with Mantan. I don't know how you sell it here in the face of several things. I've seen it run from here at least twice and from a little bit higher a couple of other times. The most likely thing is it can run from here when everyone is negative, when all the sentiment is bad, when you want to give up, when emotions are running high. That's usually when things turn around and you have no idea why. That's my experience. So I'm reluctant to sell down here. But does that mean I shouldn't have sold up? I should have sold up there. Chat cheap. Yeah, MMTLP. I really think it'd be a mistake to go on blockchain. But I'm willing to be convinced differently. If MMTLP has to be a quasi-public company, which is one argument out there, the criminals are doing everything they can do to keep MMTLP public. Why? Because they want to take that big blob, probably 1 billion shares that they sold into existence that don't exist, the 1 billion shares that doesn't exist, from Torchlight to MMAT to MMTLP. They want to get it in the washing machine that is the derivatives markets, the regulatory system, and the corrupt stock market of the United States. They'd want to buy time. Beetlebug, I really think you're here to provoke. You weren't in vocal. And it was never the one. It was never the one. As you know, vocal had an idea, met with the whales. The stock went from pennies, 5 cents, to almost $2. There was a huge squeeze. It was a Lynn Partners deal, and there was a lot of pressure. I now think the CEO of Vocal is best friends with Jeff Easton, and I don't know how far what that relationship implies, but he's vulnerable to Jeff Easton's lie, in my opinion, at a minimum. But anyway, the whales got GTII to make a bid for CRTD. $3 and some cents, $3.30. And the CEO at the last minute asked for $5. And GTI said, what? We've been working on this for months. And maybe there was more to it because he never talked about it. But he immediately started trashing GTII to the owner of Upstream. He got on the phone and he told investors he didn't want the hot money in CRTD anymore. It's the weirdest thing. So it makes you wonder if he was working with Lynn Partners, not against them. Stop. All right, I stopped what? Oh God, it's gonna freeze. My gut tells me Finger isn't aiming to be 50 billion like we want it. I hate to say it here, but I have yet to be satisfied by any response. I've got a response. Take a benzo, man. Look, Beetlebug, you can say that my points are all wrong because I think you're in here as a shill. Whatever. I Beetle spent 45 minutes answering your question on Finger the other day. You can go listen to it. If I'm not gonna tell, because I think you're working with the shorts, and I think you want to know how you can protect yourself against a surprise out of the blue. Let me just tell you, there's 8 pistons in the end, and I'm telling you, 2 of them are about to blow the socks off the shorts. And I'm not going to give you a warning so you can prepare how to protect your short position. Yeah, X1, I don't have mine. I don't think you'll ever get them at Moo Moo. I think Moo Moo, Weeble, Trade Station, Robinhood, they're all fake. I think those were set up to help the people trapped in AMC and GME. I think they're all fake. Well, there you go. Colonel Hertz has a point. The horror. I dump GTII and feel better not have to look at it. If it does go in the future, I will get in as it goes up. That's one lesson, Colonel, that we all have to learn. As I look at this right here, let me just focus on logic. Although I think the names I would look at here would be there's a couple I can't talk about that you know the names. I would definitely look at possibly and you know, when you get a position, you have a goal of 100%. You can buy a quarter position or a half position or a third position first. I would establish a position in CAUD. There's 2 stocks I can't talk about. I would definitely make sure that I either owned Finger or calls. Calls are risky, as we've all learned out. But I would make sure I owned Finger because personally, I think after the second quarter, which is our third quarter, but it could happen. It could happen in the next couple of weeks. I think Finger, once it goes over sort of some number, and that's the problem. I can't tell you what it is. Maybe it's 6, maybe it's 9, maybe it's 12. But after it goes over some number, it's never going to be back at $3 or $4 again. That's my opinion on Finger. And so Beetlebug is not satisfied with any response, and he sees red flags and warning signs. Well, okay, that's fine. Short Finger. Buy puts. But I've made videos, I've interviewed, I've been in those rooms. Finger is going a lot higher. And one of the main reasons it's going to go higher is that Martin Shen is never going to do a deal with a dishonest brokerage house. He's not going to reverse split. He's not going to do a deal with Jeff Easton. He's not going to do a deal with any of those. Anybody that joined CEO Block may have been buying into a poison pill. I don't know. But he's never going to buy into the way the CEO of Vocal said that Lynn Partners, there's no evidence that they have done bad trading. Well, there probably isn't. Lynn Partners probably has a defunct account. They put in their awarded stock. It's their LLCs. It's their clients that do it. But anyway, just going down this list, I would buy right now, I'd buy Logic for a trade. I don't know, this MMAT looks riskier. Maybe I'd buy a quarter position in that. I might buy a position, a quarter or a half in RCRT based on the chart, but also based on the fact that RSCRT, GoLogic, and Logic have all made these filings that sets up all of the strategies they've already announced and are already in motion, and then they get announced for real, and you get a trade. HNRC, I would jump all over, but that's probably more of few months. So on our little list, I think the trade ahead of us is Logic and one of the newer names. I'm not going to focus on it. Those two I'd buy for trades. And then I think Finger I would buy for a trade, but only if you assume you might also have to just wait for a while. Because I think, consistent to my views with GME and AMC, I think the short and with GTII, oh my God, he's throwing assumptions at a dead guy. Whatever. You got to look at it and try to see what you see. I'm not accusing Lou. I'm accusing the shorts. And I guess importantly, I think the CEO of COSM was in on it. I was trying not to name a specific name, but the COSM was in on it. I think that, and I think he hired Lou and Frank. Did they know about it? Maybe, maybe not. God. So, Finger could take a little longer, but I think it's going up, up, up. I think Finger is going up, 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 up. And we will have a chance to come back into GTII. And if I am ever asked to make GTI happen, and if I am ever directly involved, I will make GTI happen for all of you. And I will make sure, to the best of my ability, not only that you make money fundamentally in GTII, that we crush the shorts, but we're not there. We're not there yet. William Ham said that the forward split for a stock I can't talk about was a killer for shorts, and it did nothing. He doesn't even talk about it anymore. Well, Lofty, I've been out to talk about that stock and another one. The forward split, Ham said that it was a killer. Me, I may have joined in on the enthusiasm, but for me, I've never seen one before, so I don't really know how it works. For me, what was compelling, without talking about anything new, is that one group of people, investors, whales, owned the entire float of that stock. Whether it's pre-split or after, on the pre-split numbers, I think it was, and I'm going to get it all wrong, I think the float on the pre-split was around 20 million shares. And one group owns that whole thing. The insiders own 85%, so they can't sell. And apparently the short position, the counterfeit position, reportedly, I can't prove it, was this either slightly larger or the same as the float. So basically two, let's say both of them are 24 million, whatever it is. So this group of people own the entire float. The shorts shorted the entire float, and the insiders own 85% of the real shares. Ham has talked about it, Laffy. It's not true that Ham hasn't talked about it. He talks about it almost on every call. Ham owns the other stock. He doesn't own this one. Ham has said that the people he knows are still in it, still highly confident. And to quote Ham exactly, and this goes back weeks, but he just said it last week, the people that own the whole float are waiting for half the float to be issued to them from IBKR or other places. So the idea is that they will they, being the whales, let's call them, will ask for half of their position to be issued in their name, delivered to the transfer agent. The other half stays in the market, and this will be a trigger for covering, because the prime broker and the transfer agent and the broker dealer won't be able to locate those half shares. They'll have to go buy shares. That's what, for me, interests me in seeing if it will squeeze. Ham talks about it all the time, so I assume you put that in there to protect me. I was never to talk about it again, because the stock, there's efforts going on, and I'm not with what I just told you. That's all old information. I'm not telling you anything new. That's information prior to the split. So I'm trying to honor my commitment not to talk about it. I will say, Laffy, when I look at the chart now that it's post-split, you got to remember the stock pre-split, ran from something like $7 to 380 or something. I bought a few shares at like $70, and I bought some at 100 or something. The GTII, for example, there was a run up. Everyone's convinced that it's going to go a lot higher, and I believe that from before. I'm not saying anything new. But you have to be cognizant, Laffy, that as time goes by, time kills trades, as we've seen. And also, there's got to be people who have a profit from those lower numbers. And when I look at the chart, it's bouncing off of what probably is the last support area, which is the 200-day moving average. I don't think, I can't talk about anything new. All I can tell you is if it does break, pay attention to it. On the other hand, it's bounced 3 times, so it'll probably now go up. But to answer your question directly, I don't think that it's been proven yet that the forward split has done nothing. I think you're impatient. I think I'm impatient. But I don't think the forward split has been proven to not work at all. I think it's more likely that the delivery of the 50% of the float is where nothing is happening so far. That's my guess. Okay, bullshit. Juan tells me. All right. I've already been told I'm full of shit. I think that Jeremy was right not to sign up with those over the hill do nothing geezers. Well, at the time, frankly, X1, the team was different. There's no reason for you to know that. And at the time, it would have destroyed the shorts. But there's no reason for you to believe that. But you're welcome to your opinion. Jeremy stuck by not signing up, and he would have been the CEO, by the way, X1. That's where I find your logic a little wanting, is he would have signed up with him, taken over. He would have been in charge. He would have had complete control. He'd be the CEO. He'd have his own board. I just think your logic falls down on that. But anyway, what he's done since, I hate even looking it up. Oh, symbol changed. $1.74. It's at 0.003. If they can move it over 1 decimal point, he's seller boxed. So I guess you think he was right to do it, but I think the evidence shows that it was a problematic decision. Wow. I don't know what that means. MULN investment. Oh, is that Celeste? And puppy dog popcorn? Popcorn. Remember to grab his hind legs and his front legs and his paws and his ears and his nose and to rub his belly, all while he's young. So when other human beings do it, when he's older, it's all normal. MUN investment of $1 million at $4 a share is worth $51 today. You're blaming other people. You're blaming other people. My thing is starting to freeze, so it might freeze completely soon. Tilo only. Yeah, I like Tilo. I like Tilo very much. I like Tilo very much. William, any brought up Baba during any conversation when you visit New York, bell ringing? Yes, I brought it up. I'm not going to talk about it. Please don't take that as a positive. Please don't take that as a negative. And please don't even take it as a neutral. But I brought it up. T-Low hits a new high. Or I'm just going to read some of these and not every one. Finger, no reverse split, but they added 29 million float, now million, 37 million free float. Yeah, Mark, that's true, except effectively the float is still very low. There in that 37 million, I bet all of it was represented, the big part of it, like the 80% of it was in that room. Nobody's selling. Nobody's selling. But I hear what you're saying. Mark, it's there. It's hard to believe, but they're two different stocks. I think the stocks like CRTD and COSM and other stocks that have contracts and they're putting it together and it's a dream, they can work and they should work. But when criminals are shorting it, it's very hard. The difference with Finger is they have a great relationship with the government of China. They do have revenues from the sale. It's like selling T-bills. Every single month, they bring in revenues by selling minutes. And then I don't want to go, but everything else is exciting. Yeah, the float is bigger, but the effective float of traders like you or I is very small. Most of the shares are held by people that have owned it a long time. And I was in that room. Nobody is selling, Mark. Nobody is selling. The 37 million, I'm going to guess the effective float is 25 million. And all of the 25 million was there, except for one person who was out getting a deal done. The question is who's selling? Nobody in that room is selling. Nobody. And they were all there. What about having Arca on a chart? Yeah, I could do that. I could have Arca on Dos Equis, and I'll let him lead the conversation. I like Arca very much. I'll have Ace on. I like Ace very much. I'll have Richard Hoffman on. I like him very much. But prior to Richard Hoffman nabbing Kristen, I had prearranged Kristen and Anna to come on with me. But then I got caught up in a small transaction and got caught up in something else here. And then I went to New York. There was some other thing. So I'll do that with them. I love them both. I'll have Busy on. I love him. I'll do... I'd love to get Trump on or Nunez on. I'd love to get Eric Sprott on. I'll get people on. And I'll have a editor so I never rant. I've never seen anybody on YouTube rant. Everyone's calm. Oh my God, Beetle again with the showing that he has no brain. Is it true? They added dilution. You must be scared of your short position in Finger. Let me describe, Beetle, what dilution is. Dilution is issuing shares to cover your toxic notes. Dilution is issuing shares to officers. In the case of Finger, I don't have it in front of me, but Finger is issuing warrants to each of us. That's roughly 5 million or 7. That might be the number. That's the expansion, is the warrants at $7. And that may I'm not an accountant, but that may have to be accounted for in the filings. You could argue that's dilution, but it's at $7. And it's cash that comes in. Dilution is issuing more shares, but it's a lot like debt. It depends on what you spend it on. And they had to issue shares to get them out of the disaster that your friends at Lynn Partners put them in. But they also issue shares for their team, and I think that's accretive. They have a great team. It is incredible how good that team is. If you issue to financiers or consultants and et cetera, that can be good. I don't know. I'm not reading the filing. But Beetlebug, to my ears, I have always known that the number of shares right now is around 35, 40 million. But the effective float, even though Mark is calling it 29 million, I've understood that the effective float is closer to 20 million and that it's all owned by people who do not want to sell. So some of those shares may be restricted shares. I don't know. So Beetlebug, let's go with your very rational, highly intelligent, and thoughtful question. Let's just assume that I told everybody that I think finger motion over the next 6 to 18 months, ignoring the squeeze, could become a $25 stock. And let's say they added shares to the float. Okay, I'll change my number. Over the next 6 to 18 months, it can go to $20 a share. Okay. Now, accretive is when you issue shares. The whole point of shares is it's a currency that you can acquire talent, buy companies, and reward performance. To the extent you get people to take your stock instead of cash, it allows you to use the cash to continue to roll minutes, to build out the MetLife and Pacific Life Re, both of which, per announcement, are in the monetization stage. It might be pre, but it's coming. The big data, the Apple Care, the Netflix of China, the toll gate for the Alibaba or Tencent shopping malls. The thing where you use your phone to charge your EV on 400,000 cars. So Beetlebug, you can go with this really stupid, infantile observation just showing that you have no skill in finance. You can go with it, and I can respect it because I'm supposed to, it's a question and I've got to be respectful. But I really think you should probably go back. Maybe have you ever studied business? Have you worked on a desk? Have you raised money for companies? Why don't you go get some prospectuses and start reading them, study them, so you can just buy a book. The Intelligent Investor, Going Public. I don't have all my books here. Just buy a book. Beetlebug. Look up dilution. You're so transparent. Yes, you are looking to be negative. You are looking to be negative, and you are looking for any flow. You don't look for any positives. I just can't stand the criminals. A throwaway line. It's good to know you're on our side. I've never heard a positive from you, Beetlebug. Never. I'm not going to read that out because it's confusing, but there's no doubt that Finger has an excellent relationship with the powers that be in China. And I think over the last 8-10 years, I think Martin Shen is amazing. He has the full confidence of his board. He has the full confidence of original investors. He has full confidence of the people who have the money, therefore they control the firm. He also has the confidence of the government. He is amazing. And I think you're right that the powers that be in China are going to continue to direct business and approve opportunities for Finger in China. And while Beetlebug tries to scare you, I think you need to consider, what am I trying to do with my portfolio? And I think one of the holds, buy and holds, although you can trade it, is Finger. What else would I buy for a hold? I think Hnrc is going to go up, and it's in the right space. I think CAUD is going to go up. There's one I don't want to mention, although I said it out loud. I just don't want to talk about it yet. Wolf, of course, I think will go up. But they seem to have that stock under control. MMAT does depend on MMTLP settling. It's just weird. The chart looks like it's, turning up, but I don't trust MMAT. The board will do deals with the criminals. I don't know how to put my picture out. Oh, I'm kind of behind. Apple reported earnings. Uh-oh, market's going down. I miss Lou too. I think I'm telling you, no one's a perfect person. Lou, I shared that view and I didn't learn it from him. I already saw it, but I think Lou saw that people had an opportunity. If they could get a group of investors together, they could make a difference in the markets. And I think Lou was great with that. I think Lou worked with your interests in heart. I think Lou was trying to do the right thing. So. Did they add more shares? I don't know. You'd have to, Mark, I'll make that homework for myself. I'll go through the filings. They've had so many. It takes a long time. My computer ran out of battery here, so I can't do it right now. But they announce everything. They made one acquisition, I remember. They've done some banking deals, so they might have paid for consultants. They have IR. They hired an IR guy. They've done some interviews. They may have had to pay for that. That one guy, I don't know how it's structured. They did this warrant, and I don't know if that warrant. If you have, I think there's 52 million shares out on Finger. That's my operating number. I've always thought the float was around 20 million, and it's expanded a little bit. If you want to get obsessed that it's bigger than it was, how do you think the company grows? They either pay people cash. How do they get the cash? They sell shares, or they convince people to take shares. Buying companies, buying talent, or rewarding performance. That's how it is. Every single company you invest in the United States that is going to grow, and I know you're worn out by the criminality, they're going to issue stock. They just are. The question is, what are they doing with that stock? On a per share basis, is it going to result in higher earnings, higher revenue, and higher cash flow on a per share basis over a reasonable amount of time? I think there's zero chance of under the current management. I don't think the Toronto mine deal will get done under current management. But I'm not giving up on it. But you want an answer every day. Every day, are we there yet? Mom, are we there yet? Are we there yet? How much longer, Mom? And Mom? No, I've said it before. The Toronto mine deal is not getting done for now. As long as David Reichman is in charge, the Toronto mine deal will not get done. That's my opinion. Finger $25 by October. Is position still in play? I don't know when it's going to hit $25. Finger Motion took a deal from Lynn Partners and got royally screwed. But Finger Motion concentrated on its privileged position to be one of a few companies that can buy unlimited minutes, essentially from the Chinese government at a discount and sell them into the China phone market. Huge, over and over and over again. Revenue, revenue, revenue. And that's finally of a size that it is self-sustaining. One. Two, they have text and SMS messages. I'm going to skip that for now, but it's there. They have RCM, our rich content messaging. This is growing. This is going to replace the text and SMS messaging that businesses use to advertise to Chinese consumers. That's how they do it. RCM is going to take over. Rich content messaging. That area is growing. It's based on 5G phones, but that's going to replace the current one. That business is growing, particularly now that COVID is over with. 5G is being placed in China, province by province by province. The government has mandated that everybody switch to 5G. In that mandate, they are requiring everybody buy a warranty on their phone. As a nickname, we call that Apple Care. They have lined up, Finger Motion has lined up the #1 insurance company in the world, as I've been told, for warranties. It goes province by province. The only thing holding that up right now is province by province. The insurance company, not Finger Motion, has to build centers where people can take their phone for repair and maybe some mobile. That's being done. But is it done yet? Is it done yet? I don't know. It's coming. So Apple Care, as we call it, warranty, let's say it costs $100 a year per phone. Finger Motion is meant to get 25%, $25 for doing nothing on everything that goes through this link up with this best insurance company in the world. That's coming. That's going to be huge. High margin. Once it starts, it's going to be forever in our lifetime, in our investment lifetimes. They bought the Netflix of Southeast Asia. They had, I don't know, 100 million users, and it's grown, and it's movies and content. It's going to link up with our CRM. I don't know a lot about it, but they're going to bring that into China. They are the toll booth to Tencent and Alibaba's shopping centers online, and they pick up a toll every time that happens. They filed a shelf registration for $300 million, naming Univest in September 11th of last year. They also submitted the sub information for $25 million. Is that ever going to do? Who knows? But do they acquire somebody? Do they do something else? And on top of that, they have their division Sapientis. This is the division that makes use of big data. Big data. Now you're in a country where they don't have, the government doesn't have some of the privacy issues that we used to have. We don't have anymore anyway. But think of the ways the government and big industry can use that data in China. One of the ways, okay, so there's the big data. Then one of the users we know about is insurance. MetLife and Pacific Re, insurance. You're getting into a company trading as if this is a third world nation for insurance when it's the biggest economy in the world. But the insurance market isn't mature. That is, the next step is monetization. Once that gets going, they have a science center, they have laboratories. Once that gets going, that will never quit. So Pharaoh, when does it hit $25? I don't effing know. Okay. It hits it when the earnings, the cash flow, and the revenue make it so compelling that institutions buy it, and then the shorts stop shorting it. When does that happen? I don't know, Pharaoh. My opinion is in the second quarter for Finger, they have the potential of turning earnings positive in the second quarter of Finger Motion's 2025 year. That's our third quarter this year. So yes, if I had to pick a time when Finger's going to be somewhere between $10 and $15, it would be by October. Could it be higher? Sure. William does not have a crystal ball. Anything that I say on stocks is just my opinion. I agree. It sucks that people don't have any patience or have time to wait. And then they get in other positions to make. If you believe in these plays, if you don't believe in these plays, then get out. I agree with Danielle. Daniel. I got to get it done. Set your alerts. Not financial advice. 1/1,000,000%, Daniel, sorry. I see that E and it makes. Why aren't the shorts covering GTII? The stock is only 15 cents. Okay. Do you remember that stock that Lou got us in, HNRV? Do you remember, well, even more recently, DBMM? Do you remember, well, there's another one called GTLL, and there's another one called, I think it was VNUE, VNUE or something like that. There's two stocks that Mark Bazile got a settlement with. Well, John, the goal of the criminals is to get GTII to trade for 0.0001. They want to get it stellar boxed, John. They want to get it to the point where the company there's no threat that the stock is going to bite them in the rear end. But further, the CEO keeps working so that they don't have to close their position, so there's no tax consequence. They can then take out of their prime broker's account almost all of their trading position, because at 0.0001, they don't have a large margin requirement, maintenance requirement. Further, what they want to do is if the company just goes defunct, becomes a shell, they have a trade that took hundreds of millions of dollars out of the market and they don't have to declare taxes. That's their goal. Their goal is to seller box the stock. If it goes bankrupt, there's no closing transaction. So they don't mind that. They don't want, John, simple terms, their greed is so massive, they don't want to make a closing transaction. They don't want to buy it at 15 cents. And we don't know if it's profitable here. Nobody knows. They might have sold 200 million at a penny, and we don't know. But assuming it's profitable here, they don't want to create a closing transaction so they don't have to pay taxes. That's as simple an answer as I can give you. And they also don't want to start a squeeze either. waiting for the market crash, and then firms have to close out their positions. That's actually a good point to everybody. If Alpine goes down, and whoever's taken over Alpine, we don't know, but it could be a prime broker. If brokerage firms start failing, you could see these positions covering. And that's one of the reasons I just don't feel particularly good about selling GTII here. Hedge funds still shorting GTII. It's crazy for them to short it at 15. I don't know. For them, for a market maker, a day trader, if they short it at 15 and it goes to 12 and they day trade it, great. That's nice. But if they short it at 15, John, I mean, it's so hard to get it across, I guess. If this is hedge fund 1, shorts it at 15, and they short it to hedge fund 2, just moving it between themselves. They short this in the open market maybe, but then they want to move that trade, or they want to take the money out of it. They get hedge fund 2 to buy those short shares, and they make, let's say it goes to 10 cents. They make 5 cents on whatever they bought. This hedge funds then shorts a trade, and they might lose half a penny, but they're colluding with the first hedge fund, so they're splitting 4.5 cents, and then along comes the third hedge fund. This hedge fund wants to get out of the trade, and they do it here, and they do this crossing and swapping and trading. They're breaking the law, but guess who allows it? Hey, somebody agreed with me. I got that going for me, Lion. The hedgies hear the same news that we do. They know there's companies that want to make a deal. The reason they don't cover, John, and the reason they stay focused on the deals, none of the deals scare the hedge funds, the criminals, none of them. And then I think the reason this guy's at GTII is because they were scared about the potential of the Trento mine deal. They put the guy in, all of a sudden the deal goes sideways. Coincidence? Maybe. He's a good guy? Maybe. Do you believe in coincidences? Maybe. But the stock starts squeezing, and all of a sudden everyone's saying sell GTI, go to COSM. Coincidence? Maybe. Anyway, they're not as scared of the stock moving. What they are scared, John, if there's 20 items that they're worried about making a stock move, they got 19 of them under control. If one of them is regulatory oversight, they put money in the pockets of the regulators. If they're worried, or they promise some board contracts or sinecures, if they're worried about Congress doing anything, they just buy them minutes on TV or threaten to primary them in the next election. If they are worried about the elections, they just make sure that the single most popular man in the world is elected and the cozy relationships with banks go on. If they are worried about a big event, they make sure they destroy the denominator, so any big event which looks good in gross terms When you net it out on a per share basis, it's meaningless. They do that. They drive stocks down and they convince CEOs that it's great to be on NASDAQ because Adina Friedman is a woman and she's great. And you can go ring the bell. Actually, I think that ringing the bell was a big step. I think NASDAQ is broken into different areas. It's a big organization. But so then the CEO says, oh my gosh, I can't be off NASDAQ. Well, if they've driven your stock down, my opinion, just fall off of it. Because what they do is a reverse split. So they reverse split. And they keep hoping to get that happening again. They're hoping, John Panamundo, that if the Trento, this guy got on there, and I think he's part of it, if we ever are able to convince Trento to do a deal, they've destroyed it because Trento was willing to accept 100 million shares. I'm making it up at $2. Well, now it's 15 cents. They're not worried now. That's why they drive it down, because to do that same deal would issue billions of shares. So they're not worried on a per share basis. Also, they have a huge short position and they want to get that money out of the prime brokers. The key is getting the stock price down that the prime broker sees no risk. I don't think any deal that GTII does now will make the stock skyrocket. I think GTII is dead money. It's dead. As long as Reichman's in there, it's not going anywhere. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I really don't know how many times I have to say it. On the other hand, there's a group of us, and I count myself in it, that we're going to make a difference. When, I don't know, because Reichman is still in charge. Oh, that's right. I'm blaming others. Okay. I didn't mean to blame Reichman. GTI is not going anywhere because the shorts are not scared of selling stock. I believe they have a plant at GTII. And so I think any big deal, John, bottom line, they will make it so in order to get it done, the amount of shares issued, the denominator will become so big that even if they did the biggest deal ever on a per share basis, nothing will happen. They'll keep selling the stock. They're not scared. Nobody enforces buy-in. They can sell as much as they want. Anyway, John, I don't know how to say it. There's nothing GTII can do right now that's going to cause a short squeeze. But oddly, at the same time, if there are some things that could cause a short squeeze, Alpine could go down and whoever's in charge of that short position could buy it in. But we're working in the dark because we don't know the size of it. All we know is it was big enough to file it in court. The other thing that could happen is there could be another buyer that comes in and starts buying. And it starts to run. And the new controller of Alpine could get nervous about holding the position because it's obviously Alpine is no longer, I don't think it's a viable prime broker anymore. Maybe it is. The FINRA thing could come down. You could announce that Reichman is retired and somebody waved a wand and there's 3 guys that go in with a mission from God and they make it happen. That could happen. And also the shorts, one of the shorts could give up and start buying in. So oddly, even though I think their goal is to get it seller boxed, and that is the goal, they want to take a shell company, get us all pissed off, get it. No, but nothing can happen. They can't acquire any companies. And the denominator is so big, anything they do destroys the stock. That's what they want. They want it seller box. Ask DBMM what hell DBMM has gone through. DBMM was effectively seller box, but DBMM is fighting out of it. And also it was the same criminals. So there is, John, let me put it another way. There are no stock deals that are going to make the stock skyrocket. There isn't a single one in GTII. Not overnight, not now. Now, what could happen with Finger is different. Finger has been fighting the shorts for a long time. They have a team that's moving forward. And nobody in Finger, as far as I can tell, is living off the fat of the company. They're all working toward a goal. They're all working together. Now, what could make Finger squeeze? It's not a deal, although a deal could do it. What if the Chinese government came and said, we want to make a deal? I don't know. We want to make a deal for following bird migration because Mao killed all the birds and we want to bring birds back. We'd like your data system to help us. I'm trying to make something up. But deals could work. But what's really can happen to Finger, John, oh God, I just went through it. Minutes, text messaging, RCM messaging, Apple Care, being the gatekeeper for the online shopping, using your phone as the way to pay for electric vehicle charges on 400,000 vehicles or locations, monetizing big data through life insurance, fire insurance, motorcycle insurance, hurricane insurance, house insurance, hospital care insurance, monetizing big data through, I left one out. Maybe that, like I say, maybe the government has another way to monetize big data. I said Apple Care. They may have with this deal the thing that I said September 11th. I'm leaving something out. I forgot one of them. But John, there's so many. So all you have to do with Finger is have one of these revenue streams get big enough that and predictable enough. Remember, COVID happened and China shut down. It interrupted the path of growth. But all you have to do is get one of these revenue streams to become big and have a projection of ongoing growth, leading to cash flows, leading to profits, and the shorts will start covering. They go away. But John, in GTII, let me just ask you, John. Let me just ask you. If GTII right now were to buy the Trento mine, how many shares do you think they'd have to issue? I'm just asking you. You can't answer, so let me ask it in a different way. When the stock was $2, do you think the number of shares that GTII would have to issue would be larger or smaller, greater or fewer than the number of shares they'd have to issue when the stock's 15 cents? And if the shorts can keep selling and get it down, let's say, to 10 cents, do you think that GTII would have to issue more shares to buy Trento Mine when it's a $2 stock, or more shares when it's a 10-cent stock? I'll assume you came to the right answer. They're going to have to issue a manure load more of shares at 10 or 15 cents than they would at $2. So what does that do, John Panamundo? Let's assume that I'll just make up numbers. Let's assume the Trento mining deal, as it was first contemplated, and it was in the thrush of all the momentum, and the warrant as a special dividend was still working. Let's assume the Trento mining deal was going to come out of the gate valued at $25 a share and make it skyrocket. Remember, at that time, Wall Street was suffering from delivering the warrant, exercising the warrant. The stock price was up. There was pressure. So then you bring this big deal at, let's say, $25 a share. To use your word, the stock would skyrocket. But what would happen now? At $9 and that many shares outstanding, whatever the deal was, it was worth $25 a share. I'm making the numbers up, but the point is what I'm trying to tell you. So now, John, that same company with the same rocks in the ground comes, they do a deal now, but you have to issue, quantum more shares to get the deal done because the price is here. That's what the shorts want. The shorts want to destroy any deal that's going to add value in the company. Why Gary Gensler allows this? Why Cromwell allows it? Why Cook and Friedman allow it? I don't know. But it destroys companies, it destroys shareholders, it destroys jobs, and everything's going to China and elsewhere. They're doing it the right way. We still believe we won World War II, so we're the greatest country on the planet. We're about to become a poorer country, and it's accelerating. And I think it's accelerating because of the advancement of officials by checking boxes rather than by talent. So, John, same rocks in the ground, and just for the sake of the argument, because it's easier for me, let's say they had to issue so many shares, that same value, instead of being $25, now is 25 cents a share. Do you think the hedge fund's scared? Not scared at all. If the stock's 15 or 10, they just sell it down. The stock's still under $1. It still has to reverse split to get on the NASDAQ. So that's, John, why they don't cover. And they're not worried about deals because they control the printing machine. They sell into existence counterfeit shares in such a magnitude that it destroys the denominator. They're not worried about any deals. That's why that's why MULN didn't listen to him. That's why that one down in Florida didn't listen to him. You got to listen to the strategy that Ham has laid out, and you got to do it boom, 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 boom. Me, I've got 2 or 3 other things I would do, but you got to do it. The pressure grows and the pressure grows. But John, a deal right now, a deal's not going to change it for GTII. Now, if what I think CAUD's doing so brilliantly, they are doing deals without issuing stock. And they're not going to the criminals right now. So if GTII were to do that, yeah, you could start seeing growth. But John, where is the squeeze point for the shorts now? I don't know. Look, I said from around August that there's a palace intrigue going on. This is a directional list company, directional list company, a company without direction for 9 months, at least as it relates to focusing on a short squeeze for us, for you, for the company. And it will take time to build that back up unless lightning strikes with Alpine going down or someone in the SEC growing a pair of bad mamba jambas or cojones. Jimbo. Hey, Jimbo. Thank you, Jimbo Whitefire. Oh, I remember. I already congratulate. That's great that you got your shares. You're 1,272. In Canada, we got our dividend last year, and your broker dealer converted it. Well, that's an interesting point, John. I would guess there's not a short position up to a point. Up to a point, I would guess there's no short positions at GTII in Canada. If I had to guess where the shorts are, it's the online broker dealers here. Fidelity, E-Trade, Morgan Stanley, and TD Ameritrade, and Charles Schwab. That's where I guess they are. Because I don't think they'd be on any of the wirehouses. Your broker wouldn't let you buy it. If you called Merrill, they won't let you buy it. If you called AG Edwards, they're not going to let you buy it. Or ED Jones, they're not going to let you buy it. So I would guess the short positions in GTII are TD Ameritrade, Fidelity, E-Trade, and Chuck Schwab. That's where I think they are. I don't think they're in Canada. Hey, Jason. I'm so glad, Jason, that you got your 1,500 shares of NextBridge. Yay! You're fully resolved. You are resolved. I'm so glad for it, Jason. I'm so glad for it. So glad for it. And you know, part of my frustration, they called it a rant, but 2 times in a row, I was so over the top about that because that's an example of sitting and playing a victim. If people get angry at me, okay, but at least they're waking up. Move your shares from MMTLP to NextBridge. Move them. Move them. Oh, this idiot again. You said Martin can't release good news to promote the stock, as if there aren't other reasons to release company news that happens to be positive. Open my mind. What the hell does that mean? I'm not going to even bother answering that. All I said, Beetle Bailey, is that the company cannot use news releases to manipulate the price of the stock. Okay? And they can't hold news releases and dole them out in stages. That's amazing. Trump meant, that's what she, lovely woman, I forgot her name. Wasn't Susan, it was, she came on and said that earlier on. Trump mentions GameStop, it's up 15%. So whoever's saying that, somebody else said GameStop could still squeeze, that's the kind of thing, out of the blue. They have it all under control. The one reason they stay on these channels, they want to prevent something that comes out of the blue. Douche a machina, act of God, they want to prevent that. Because even these cowardly shorts, these criminals, they can't protect from anything. So if like I just said, if you could do a deal without stock, that would shock them. Or in my business, if you're, or, mining or oil, you hit a mother lode and overnight it changes the value. They don't want to see that. It's all sorts of things. Angel Hilos is right. Yeah, I'm still live because you know why? Because the one guy said I ranted. So I'm trying to go through the questions calmly because everybody that heard, according to this gentleman, my rant, I think I treated unfairly. I don't think I was ranting, but then again, I'm not listening to myself. I was being, for example, I was sucking my thumb. They think I'm blaming that guy. I wasn't. I'm talking about all of us sitting here collectively as a victim. So I over-exampled it. The other thing would be staring at your navel, but that wouldn't look very good on a channel. The other guy, when I laid out what I think happened to GTII in the middle of the squeeze, he says I'm attacking a dead man. Well, if the standard is going to be everyone is so woke and so sensitive that I can't point out what happened, we're never going to learn anything. And by the way, I can be wrong, but I know one of the critical things to making money is to not lie to yourself. You have to look at the situation. Oh, I screwed up. I lost all that money. My account is down 90%. You can't think, oh, I still have 100%. No, you lost it. So then you're stuck with, do I hold? Do I sell? Do I crawl up in bed and be depressed? Or do I do nothing? That's all I'm doing. Am I a victim? I think there's ways, lose vision of having a group of people who could invest in stocks collectively and move stocks and benefit from each other. And I believe he was showing you how to do it. It's still there. Ham's vision of focusing on two stocks, and you come up around round top, you knock one, you go to the next and the next and the next. The other whales that are trying to make stocks move, the efforts on Congress and now Trump, there's still opportunities. But if we're stuck playing the victim, let me say it a different way. There were chances to make money as GTI came down. Although, as I look at them, as I look at my list, every single one on my list went down, from the middle of December, except Wolf, I think, went up. But every single one of them went down. And some were flat, but they weren't attractive. So my idea, in the short run, wasn't all that good, except, you know what? The other side of the trade, if you were in one of these that was essentially flat, GTII came down from 40 cents to 15 cents. So you're flat, you establish your tax loss, and then you come back and buy the same number of shares and you have cash left over. My point is, there are ways to trade back out of this. And my further point is, there are going to be trades that are going to have big uplifts and you can make money. But to just sit in GTII all the way up and all the way down, I'm talking about me. I'm not going to talk about any of you. I feel foolish as shit. Now, I'm glad I did two little things on the margin that they're not liquid, of course, so that's a problem. But they could at least let me save a little face on that trade. But having said that, I mean, I'll give Finger as an example. I didn't do it, but I called it. I called it about 6 weeks ago. Whenever the stock did sort of a double bottom, it was 220. If I'd had the cash and I had bought 10 calls near the money as it traded up, I could have sold those, taken my money out, and then bought 20 of others. I think I could have turned $1,000 into 15 grand. I didn't do it. But those things are going to come. You don't have to feel like because GTII has been such a disaster that there's no way to make money again. But we have to learn from him. We have to learn our lessons. I'm from the school that every trade you make is a risk. So why not be in the stocks that have the biggest upside? Other people have other ideas. So that out of 12 stocks you do, this is how a venture capitalist thinks. That's me. If I raise money for 12 companies, 8 of them are going to be mediocre, down a bit, up a bit, take forever. 2 of them are going to be complete wipeouts. And two of them are going to be home runs, grand slams. One of those 2 will make the returns on the whole kit caboodle massive. And that's kind of, the shorts look at it that way. But that's also how trading these you can look at it. You are going to get other opportunities. The key is to keep a corpus of money available to take advantage of 1 or 2 or 3. What happens when you have no money or very little, you have to focus on one trade. And that's a tough spot to be in. Or if you get a little more, you can focus on 2. It's wonderful. I was in that position when GT, let's not call it 9. It was only there for a little while. Let's call it 6 or 7 or even 8. It was there for weeks. I was in a position that if I had chosen to, I could have liquidated, paid my taxes. And then if I had had this foresight, I don't think I would have. If I had had the foresight to stay in cash for a year, I could have picked up a dozen of these, and then I'd be diversified. I would be so calm right now, but I'm not in that position. Nobody is. It's so hard. We're under assault. It's hard to win. We can point at each other, point at me because I'm a dickhead and I'm full of shit, and I'm full of horse shit, and I'm whatever the other word is that guy used, and I'm a bad guy. It could be me. It's just me. And then the one guy says I'm pumping. All I'm saying, if you focus on making some of these trades, no matter how small your account is, make it a little bit bigger. The next time a trade comes by, there will be a chance where most of us couldn't get the 100x in GTII. Most of us didn't get it because we didn't sell. But the next time, maybe we get 40 to 50 to 60% of that move and we sell. Or we sell half. So we can get there. Mac Attack LCID. LCID. I don't know that stock, LCID. I don't know that stock, LCID. Thank you, Nikolai. I love the rant about GTII. People need to learn to take care of their accounts and not to wait for me to tell them what to do. I didn't know that was the power I had to tell people what to do. I didn't mean to rant. I got it. I think it's Stoney said it, but I think it's Stoney, one of them. Both of them said I ranted, and I don't mean to rant. I got to learn somehow to change that. I really didn't think I was ranting. I did know I was being forceful, but I saw an Elliott wave analysis of DBMM, explosion incoming of 10 to 40x within 3 minutes. It's not trading. I find that hard to believe, but I love Elliott wave. I really do. I don't know how to do. I mean, I can make fun of how to do it, but I really don't know. You know, if you know just the basics, that's not good enough because you get a 3 count wave or a 5 count wave, maybe even a 7 count wave. But in the third wave, it has a 5 wave count. It all gets beyond my. I don't know. You really think it's going to go 10 to 40x within 3 minutes? Maybe you mean something else. I don't know. That maybe you're talking about it below. I'd love to hear that. One reason to own DBMM, if you want to play the Alpine collapse, if you want to play a large short position, if you want to pay getting the Kramers, and if you want to play a mandatory buy-in caused by the courts, DBMMM is probably as good as GTII, and you can buy more of it. I'd be careful because they do have it a bit under control, but I've never talked to the CEO. It's not her title, but I'm amazed by her hard work. They do seem to have something, but it's, you know, it's all talk until it works, right? But I think it's, I couldn't argue with that swap or partial swap. Oh, months. Okay, 3 months. So why talk GTII? I talk GTII, DBMMM, and now I'm getting blamed for talking GTII. I think it's a waste of time to talk about GTII. I think it's a complete waste of time. The stocks that are going to move or have a chance to move in the near term are 2 stocks I can't talk about anymore. I think CAUD, although I can't explain it to you, I think CAUD could move. It certainly could set up a move to higher levels for a longer term investment. Finger could move. Hnrc, I think, could pop with an announcement. Logic, I think, as soon as they announce a reverse merger, that could be up 5x. I'm not sure about that one. I think that one's dead. I don't know about that one. I like CLNV, MMAT, MULN, but the problem is the financings. So that's, you know more about those. And I have RCRT and Go Logic. I don't know enough, but I think the chart on RCRT looks good. The deal used to be they were going to acquire this massive fintech company. I don't know where that stands. But anyway, there are things to trade. And then DBMM might be one. There's one I like, CVM. Northwest Biotech I like, more of an investment. I like the silver and gold area. So there's things to do. But DBMMM, when I don't talk about GTII, all I get is, oh, I like that he's not talking about GTII. Oh, he's scared to talk about it. I'm talking about it because people want me to. And people want, I guess, to see something devious in my actions. And so I try to face it head on, I guess. I just, look, I'm going to keep working with these 2 guys and hopefully Richard Hoffman, if I can get over his jokes, and hopefully investors. I'm going to do everything I can do to make GTII work. And I'm going to do it in a way that it rewards everyone. And if I do it, I'm going to make sure that company survives the squeeze and becomes something don't. But, you know, you got to, I'm not going to go work for David Reichman. I'm not going to do that. Move into that stock and he owns what, 20, 30, 40% of it? I'm going to end here soon, Mark. Darth Vader. Impressive. Put up. Roar. Could I send the Elliott wave analysis? Yeah. Send it to Farrand, my last name, balanced. Farrand balanced at Gmail. I still haven't figured out how to get into it. I tried at the business center. I couldn't get in, but I'll try to get that. The grind 1 month. Yeah, just send it at Farrand balanced or send it to Busy Brains. He'll send it to me. Waiting for my answer. Oh, but not me. Cool. Can I do the longer term without a day scalper? I can do day scalping. I just don't want to. I don't want to sit in front of a computer. But I'm more of a fundamental guy. I'm like Ham describes. You get to know the story. You get to know all facets. He doesn't care about fundamentals, but he knows the players. He knows where the money, he knows everything. Then you look at the charts for me and you see charts for me do a couple things. One, they keep me in a trade instead of panicking out. And two, like I just said, you can really create a little nest egg of money if you get it just right. They're just the stock's washed out. Just buy some, you know. Arca is not a squeeze trader. Well, I'm not sure any of us should really right now be looking for a squeeze unless we, let me say it differently. Put your money where you think a squeeze is going to happen, but make sure that the underlying that you want to be in is something you can wait for too. We've learned everything takes time, they stall, but the criminals are not all that tough. I know we aren't either. The criminals aren't all that smart. I know we aren't either. But the criminals know how to play it, and as long as they lie and collude, they win. But that game, I really don't think that game survives a financial crisis. Life's a gamble, Carnegie. You take it on the chin. You put that out there. Screw the shorts. I don't know Carnegie's painter. There's so many stories in the paintings on the walls that you paint. Yeah, life is a gamble, and I've screwed it up every which way but loose. But as oh wow, I didn't know Chat GPT-4 did, but Elliott wave analysis is very good. And by the way, when the market falls apart, I haven't seen it now, but Bob Prechter used to predict when it would fall apart, it was coming all the way down. We're going to get a round trip. Hey, Mark, thank you. And I love popcorn and Celeste. I love Celeste and popcorn. Oprah Winfrey. Yeah, I don't have her smackers. Money, I mean. I don't have her money. And I do have her looks. Well, you must have loved her. You can fall asleep if you're listening. I'm just trying to get through the comments because I feel I let everybody down by ranting. It's as simple as that. And now it's all going to freeze. It could all freeze. Stony Bones. Yeah, you might be right, Mark. What makes me mad? You and Ham let all these other companies come into your board to send everyone in different directions away from Finger and GTI. How can you not see that? Not really. Not really. Beetlebug, for a long time, it was just those two stocks. And then every now and then there's a story Ham hears that's a trade. CRTD was one, and others. Beetle. I guess I have to say it again. But around October, November of 2 years ago, 2 times ago, Finger soared and GTII soared. Finger went on the NASDAQ, and I saw Jeff Easton and his clients short it over 10 days. They got it down 100 million shares. They destroyed it. GTII was squeezing. I'm not going to go. I don't want to attack the dead guy. But I think there was coordination with the shorts and the CEO of COSM. And it flowed to other things. So that squeeze, in the case of Finger, the shorts were having success. But as the pressure came to move over, and the exact quote was, "Come make your money in COSM. We can come back to GTII and Finger." So those squeezes stopped. Now, speaking of Finger, it was dead, absolutely dead. I paid attention to it. I didn't really talk about it. Talked about it a bit, had interviews. Ham talked about it. But when I'm trying to remember, sometime around January or February, it hit its low. And all of a sudden, it picked up its head. And last year, I talked about Finger a lot. I was following the options. I was following the stock. I felt like, along with other people, there was going to be investment banking news. And I think you're the one, or one of your friends accused me of screwing it up when I held up a text and it actually had some sort of reference in it or something. And Ace erased that because Ace is good, thank God. But it was up there briefly. And I think that run lasted from at least March to August. And then I lost Beetle a lot of money in options in, I think it was August or September in Finger, because I was down doing in front of the SEC, and I was interviewing for the movie, and I took them to lunch, and it was on the day, and anyways, just a disaster personally. But at that time, I didn't see any reason to be in Finger. I did interviews. I visited with Martin. I talked about it, but the stock price and the stock action was not telling me to be into Finger for a trade. I was telling people all along. I've never changed on that. that I think finger is a magnificent fundamental story, and it should be accumulated. It should be owned for a longer term. Okay, that's finger. GTII, after it got crushed and the squeeze failed, I stayed in the camp that if finger ran, GTII was next. I stayed in that camp. But somewhere around July, August, I got the keen sense that there was this palace intrigue. And I backed way off on GTII. I strongly recommended trading for tax losses. I looked at other stocks, and now that bugs you. That bugs you. As if my advice or your these investors could trade finger or GTII down. Maybe in the short run. The selling, Beetle Bailey, is coming from the criminals. Now, the reason I had these stocks recommended is to try to make money. To then come back and try to create momentum again in GTII. Beetle Bailey, we ran out of bullets. We shot every bullet, every missile. And then the shorts convinced a group of guys, and then through them, that we should bust the short squeeze. That's what we did. And I think the only way to get more bullets is to have winning trades. And right now, Beetlebug, I know you're mad, but my call is the place to be. If I had new money, I would put half of it in finger. And I probably I'd pick a couple, maybe three. Let's say I'd put 40%. No, I'd put half in finger. I'll pick 5 stocks. I'd put 10% in HNRC, 10% in Logic, 10% in CAUD, 10% in RCRT, and 10% in one of the stocks I can't talk about. So I'd have 5 10% positions, and I'd have half of my stock in finger. So you're going to be bugged, Beetle Bailey. I'm telling people, I think now is the time to accumulate or buy finger. I think finger, after their next series of announcements, which could come as soon as May, is never going to be a $3 stock again. That's going to bother you. That's going to move people away from GTII. I mean, you can pick the 5 you want. Put half the money in finger. Why? Because it's $3, $3.30 now. I think it's going to double. Let's just stick with double. So you're going to double your money in finger if you're willing to wait. It might take 3, 4, 5, 6 months. And so, let's just use numbers. You have $10,000. You put $5,000 in finger. It's going to be worth $10,000 at some point over the next 6 to 12 months. Maybe more. I'm not saying it won't be more, but I feel like finger is priced that you're going to be able to double your money if you just hold it. That's your risk. You can't get scared out of it. Got to just hold it. and an asteroid doesn't hit the planet, but you'll have other problems then. And then you take a few lottery tickets. I think one of the ones that I can't talk about, that Ham talks about, so I'd put $1,000 there. I'd put $1,000 in CAUD. I'd put 1,000 in HNRC. I'd put 1,000 in LGIQ, and I would put 1,000 in RCRT. So I've got 5 stocks versus Finger, one of them. So if all of these crap out, I know I'm going to get all of my money back in a few months because Finger is going to trade, I believe, higher than double. So this is a way I can try to expand my capital. If I had to guess, Logic, $1,000 worth of Logic, I think it'll go to $5,000. It's a prediction, not a promise. And I wouldn't blame you for getting out sooner. HNRC, I think $1,000 will go to 10,000. $1,000 goes to 10,000. CAUD could take a little longer, but I think 70 cents could go to $7. $7. So 1,000 goes to 10,000. Which one? What other ones did I pick? Logic. The one, oh, I'm not going to comment on the one that I can't mention, but you've heard it from him, you've heard it elsewhere. And then RCRT, I think from here has the potential $1,000 at these prices. It could go to 20,000. How's that? So that's how I would do it, Beetle Bailey. And if you think that because of your actual puny brain, I mean, I'm shocked at how unintelligent you are. If you think that that's a bad strategy, I pity the people that are listening to you. I really do. Because doubling down on losing stocks is not how to make money. Stepping away from stocks that's dead money and taking an honest analysis of what you think could happen with some others. And I think everybody on this call, if anyone's still listening, I might do a separate video. If you have new money, I like that formula. Put half in Finger and then maybe buy 10%, do 10% of the money in 5 other stocks. And pick stocks that could have a big upside. And if you think that's bad, Beetle Bailey, I don't know what to say to you. We ran out of bullets. You got to recreate. We got to get our financial ammunition back in place. I'm not doing that. I actually think, based on the young woman, gosh, I can see her picture, and on this gentleman, maybe GME could run because of Trump. Who knows? Hey, Nuts, Diamond McNuts. Thank you. I'm gonna go to the bottom. Dude, you have to be in that guy for calling him names. That's bullshit. I mean, I get it. One thing, pushing buttons by calling name. That's kind of below the belt. Well, I'm sorry, Mark. I appreciate your respect. I don't like calling people names. But it's hard to respect someone here that is trying to scare you, cause you to lose your money, cause you to freeze and not do anything. But okay, I'm sorry to let you down, Mark. Nunya. True that, jump off, my guy. Nobody's stopping you. Carnegie's painter. Yeah, maybe I need to get an editor. Probably I need to get a woman on here or Ace. I need someone that's, hey, Gary, somebody that's unflappable. The main catalyst you all promoted, we are in the middle of it, and you sound like you quit in it. That shows maybe a misunderstanding of how the market works. I don't know what example I can give you. I could meet a woman one night, and she invites me to a softball game, and I show up, and she invites me to play, and I play, and I go out afterwards, and we hit it off. I round second, and she's there trying to tag me, and I'm trying to stay on second. I grab her, we fall, and everything looks great. But it turns out she has a boyfriend. So you ask her out, you find out she has a boyfriend. There's not much you can do about it. But then she calls. And you make a few jokes and you have a good conversations, and she invites you out, and all of a sudden there's life in that relationship, and you give it effort. You visit her softball games. You go out with her girlfriends on a Friday night. You after an evening, she invites you back. You stay there. Her roommate's there. You have a nice evening. You say goodnight, and then it slowly builds from there. And then you get very close, and you start a relationship. But she's still seeing the other guy. You look past that because she tells you it doesn't matter, and you try to get over it, and you don't know what to do. And then drugs come in, and you got to get over that. But you still see enough in the relationship to move forward. You still see enough in the relationship to move forward. But then it becomes difficult because you can't forget that other guy. You can't join in on the weekends when everybody's doing drugs because you don't do them. She gets envious because she can't understand how you can be separate. There's jealousy. You take trips, you get together, you love each other, you meet parents, you have you have years of this. But you also, because it stops, the squeeze doesn't happen. You stop moving forward because you get into a pattern of you're trying to move that relationship forward, but it gets in the pattern of negatives. She's a beautiful girl, woman. Other men are there. She decides to, without, she doesn't tell you, she decides to work in your satellite office with all, I mean, it gets all confusing. So things start looking like there's obstacles in this relationship working. But both are drawn to the love they shared and the dream of that love they've had for years. But you're in the middle of it. You're in the middle of it. But there's the time away gets a little longer. The return phone calls from an argument get a little longer. You run into each other and instantly the sparks fly. There's a signal under the table. So you drive by to see her. You knock on the door and her girlfriend answers. You ask for her. You were sure that signal meant what it always meant before. And the roommate steps out, closes the door, and says, you can't see her. She's got another man here. Well, then you're faced with a decision. Do you go, it's late at night, 11:30 at night. She's got another man in her bed. So Acts 1, in that case, that's a relationship I promoted, I pursued. It had backs and forths. I keep moving on it. And then it comes to the end, and there's a guy in bed with her. So then, should I just stay in the middle of it? Or should I quit it? It's a bad example. But with GTII, mind-numbing. It's just mind-numbing. With GTII, when I first heard about it, it was a piece of shit company. I was in Finger. They called up and said, you know what? For the first time, the company took money, but we know who the short is. We know who it is. We know how much it is. And we know there's buyers. So the stock ran. Some people were smart enough to get out. Ran again. Some people. I went out and did videos. I worked my ass off for GTI. I went in front of the SEC. I went in front of NASDAQ. And then it ran. I did a video in front of their law firm. The stock ran. Acts 1, the stock was squeezing. Everybody listened to a paid off CEO, and we sold, and it crushed the squeeze. And you think that change means that after that fact, it's going to trade the same way as before. It took months, if not a couple of years of hard work to get to that point. Sweat and blood and sweat for me. And then it all collapsed. And then you say you quit it. I found out in 2 Novembers ago that my girlfriend was in bed with somebody else. Yes, I got mad at it then. And I've told you I've been consistent. But yes, I thought it was stupid to keep buying GTII as it collapsed because the squeeze was off. I did buy some more, being punishing. But if you recall, I started looking at MMTLP, looked at a couple other things, but I knew, Tax1, that the main catalyst of GTII was HAM, and then it was the build up, the application of pressure, and it was working. But the shorts outsmarted us. They outbribed us. They outpurchased us. And we left. We did that. And I knew Ax1 because I've done this, unfortunately, for the majority of my life. I knew it was going to take time to rebuild that exquisite moment when the squeeze was happening. It was going to take time. And when Alpine sued and when all this, I just knew. Now, can I explain it? Not always. You know it. So you got to make money in other trades. But I never quit Ax1. I may sound like it to you. I can't help how you hear things, but I never quit. Now, if you have money right now, maybe you buy GTII. It's cheap. And if the squeeze does play out, which it could, you're going to be glad you bought some now. You can buy so much GTII, it would amaze you compared to what you paid for it before. But if you want to know what I think's going to move, if you want to know what I think's going to move and has a chance to make potential, it may not, potential to make quick, nice moves. Those three, I would say, but there's one I can't talk about. There's C8, there's plenty you know about. And Finger, I think, is going to $6, 5, 6, 7 soon. And it might go a lot higher. Does that sound like I'm quitting? I don't know. How do I suck? I don't suck my thumb. And I didn't suck it then. I made a facsimile of it. I pretended. I don't suck my thumb, Lion. We legally force brokers to cover the dividends and GTI squeezes. Catalyst hasn't changed. I don't know, X1. The only problem with that, see, that's okay. I can see you and I have a different view on what causes a squeeze. I think what causes a squeeze is when the prime broker is losing money and is scared of blowing up, and they cover. I don't think legally forcing brokers to cover the dividends will do it. Why? Because whatever the court system comes up with will be slow. Secondly, the other side will have lawyers who are well paid and clever, and it'll all go to a settlement. It won't be a dictator by the court saying you got to do this. And there will be mechanisms in the covering that, in my judgment, that work against having a squeeze. That's my having a massive squeeze. There might be certainly a controlled squeeze to some level, but I don't think number one, I don't think we can legally force brokers to cover the dividends. But we might. I'm not a lawyer, so you might be right. And Ax1, one of the reasons I'm not selling GTI now is I notice that they are having a hard time delivering the dividends. So lo and behold, maybe something good does happen. I think the risk reward has moved toward holding the stock. You risk a few pennies to the downside, but the upside's massive potentially. But if you think about it, X1, the company gave the brokerage firms a blanket letter. I'm not a lawyer, so there may be a mechanism in there that goes to what you're saying. But in other words, there may be a mechanism that they have to deliver real shares to get the dividend. That may be true, and that would force the brokerage firms to go out and buy. But the company, the GTII gave a blanket letter and they mailed it to all the broker dealers. Now, to the extent that all broker dealers are honest, they would be constrained by what I just said. To the extent that they're all honest, but they start losing money, there might be somebody higher up that takes the files off of everybody's desk and says, let me handle this. Because what I would think they would do, X1, is, hey, everyone expects the release. It's all released. Everyone wants the shares in their account. Why don't we just give them the shares? We'll just give them the entry. We will put in X1's account 10,000 dividend shares or whatever it is. You're not going to know. That's what I'm afraid of. Now that it's been released, it seems to circumvent the going through the transfer agent. And I'm concerned that whilst right now they may not be doing that, they may be trying to figure it out. I think ultimately, and maybe after they, remember, each brokerage firm does have a certain amount of real shares. Don't know how much. Maybe after they run out of that, they will then go to buying in or something. But I think it's equally plausible that they'll simply come up with putting a placeholder in your account and saying, let's settle the trades. They'll call around settling the trades, but they'll say, oh, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. And they just fall back in to the same habit of not buying in. Why? Because they can put 5,000 dividend warrants in your account just by putting a black and white entry. You get your account and it says 5,000 shares and you go, wahoo, I got it. And when you sell it, all they have to do is match it across in the market and receive cash, and you have the cash. So I'm not as sanguine as you are. I really think the squeeze is a buildup of pressure that causes both the shorts and the prime brokers to get scared of losing money. And it's a series of events that forces them into one conclusion. But I don't see that right now. But I agree that's a catalyst. And it may be the catalyst. We'll find out. Buyer beware. Mitchell Wang. If you can't ignore the shill comments, please remember that the only reason you need to give for our seeming failure is that the crooks have beautiful. Mitchell Wong, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That should be the what do you call it? The banner on every live I do. The only reason for our seeming failure is that the crooks have overtaken every aspect of the stock market. I think that's right. I think that's right. Frank, I would be very surprised if they did not put you and him down. There's a lot of low lives out there. Thank you, Frank. that. I know you took some time to think about that, and you thought after you thought about it that that was something that you needed to say. And it certainly draws me, makes me feel good about you. Lou took a dive on GTII. No need to respond to my comment. I'll take the heat. He did. It was obvious. He did the same with CLOV. Well, Nunya, I will respond. I don't mind saying what I saw. I think he did with GTII. And I think, I just think that's what happened. I didn't follow CLOV, but Nunya, the thing people don't realize is it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. If the Kramers were down $1 billion in that position, imagine how many other positions they helped create that were winning. There's so much money, and they don't want to lose this gravy train. We're not talking about making $100,000 a year. We're talking about making millions, if not tens of millions, just on the kickbacks. And I think that's what happened to GTI. It's very rare person who can resist that kind of payoff. So Nunya, I agree with you. Yeah, that's a pit lolly grower. I agree with you. GTII does have a history of running up over $1 and then dropping back down. And in the middle of the run up, that could be buy-ins, that could be stepping away in terms of shorting. So I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. And if my shares do rally to $1, I hope this time I have the wisdom maybe to sell it all. Maybe. Do you stand by your perdition? Yes, I am facing perdition. $25 finger after October. God. Pharaoh, it's a prediction, but I think finger can go to $25. Yes, I do. I'll tell you why. I think they're going to announce in the third, and it might be December, but I think in the third quarter, they're going to announce profits from their big data. It's going to come, in my judgment, in my projection, it's going to come from one or both of the insurance companies, Munich Re and Pacific Life Re. I think the Apple Care is going to start showing its potential. But any analyst worth her salt is going to take that projection and put its value down there because it'll look like a lock. I think the company is going to start benefiting from the contract to do Apple Care as these kiosks get built. Whether or not it's huge, any analyst worth her salt is going to be able to discount the earnings that are going to be able to come through. I think the minutes are going to grow. I think there's a potential for other announcements. And most importantly, I think the company has the strong likelihood of having positive earnings in the third quarter of our year, in the second quarter of their 2025 fiscal year. The third quarter, by any definition, that I know of is whatever it is, September, August, July. The fourth quarter, October, November, December. So I figure third quarter earnings get announced sort of October range. And yes, I do think the stock can go to 25, Farrell. But it's a prediction, not a promise. Will the criminals keep selling? Yes, I think they will. Yes, I think they will. Could it be a lot higher by then? Absolutely. The prediction I made is if you ignore the potential short squeeze, if you ignore shorting, I think there's enough reason there for the stock to go to 25 basically within 6 months. Why, Farrell? Earnings and projected earnings and multiples of those earnings. Finger is an amazing stock, an amazing management team, and an amazing opportunity for growth inside of China. The single largest economy in the world, the youngest, hardest working people in the world, no wokeness, capitalism down below, communism up above. Thank you, KYP. KYP. I don't know if Nunez is sending that to me. It doesn't sound, that doesn't look that appealing. Keep on keeping on. Thank you, Frank. Good evening, John Crossan. It's hard to interact when I'm an hour behind. That's on me. I need a new computer, and I probably need somebody to work with me. I caused that backlog because I respond, Charlie Gasparino is saying that if we will see a short squeeze, because that's what somebody else said. Who said it just now? Boy, I can see her picture. She was great. She said that a while ago, that the May 28th ruling might do it. And it might well do. Ham has been saying, and that's gut instinct, but he's feeling something. He's feeling it's changed. Hi, KYP. I know there's different short hedge funds and different tick, but I believe there are kind. Yeah, I think they're all connected, Clark. I think they're all connected. I think it's like the legal system. I was involved in a bankruptcy down in New Orleans, and I flew down with a lawyer to object, and we prevented the bankruptcy, the prepackaged bankruptcy of this company. But it went on and on and on. I spent so much money, and at the end of the day, there was a settlement, and I didn't get my money back. I lost it all. And my investors, one big investor, she got her money back, but not any kind of return. She wasn't happy with that. My partner's investors got a huge return. But anyway, that's just how it went. But what I noticed, Clark, is the lawyers, for my side, the lawyers for their side, the judge, they all ate at the same places. They all interacted together. They all drank together. They all laughed together. I know that because when there was a big settlement at the end, the putative CEO for the company refused to come into court because he apparently, this is what I was told, had lied in documents and in testimony, and he didn't want to go on the stand under the oath because he would run the risk of perjury. That's what I heard. I think it was more simple that he just didn't think it was worth his time, and he probably had other things he was doing. But they got him on the phone, and he wouldn't accept the settlement. And then he finally said, all right, I'll accept it as long as you don't pay Farron and his part, his group. And the room of the law firm was, the judge hadn't come in, but these lawyers, one used to be a judge, big, tall guy. I remember him because he mouthed off. We went to a conference table that extended, it seemed like, for 3 rooms. Lawyers and lawyers and lawyers and lawyers and lawyers and lawyers and lawyers, and they all settled. And then my attorney said, yeah, but the one thing is, in order to make this settlement, the plaintiff does not agree to paying your company, your investment company. You have to accept 0. And I said, no, we're out. Because I had originally agreed to the proposed settlement, but I said, no, we're out. I didn't even think. The blood went to my head. I said, we're out. So we went, the settlement was called off. Everyone was pissed off. I left the room. I called my associate in New Jersey. I spoke with my attorney. And I walked through the halls, and then I walked into the courtroom, and no one would talk to me. No one was talking to me. And I walked into the courtroom. All these people are talking from all sides. Lawyers, the ex-judge, the different, they're all talking, they're all friends. They're all in on it. The judge gets a payout from settlements. The clerk was talking, everyone was talking. I walk in, there's silence. And I just stood in there, stood where I was sitting. I stood. And then slowly the conversation starts back up. And this one guy, the big lawyer, tall lawyer, judge, he didn't see me. He's all in his own world. He goes, well, we'd all have a big payday. We'd all have our payday, something like that, except for Farron. That guy's holding, that guy ruined it for something like that. And he went on with a couple foul words. I went up to him. He was in front of me by that time. I said, hi, I'm Bill Farron. Do you have something to say to me? And he looked at me and he went silent. So I stood there. It was very uncomfortable because they were all counting on their mutual payday. The thing that saved it, the acquiring firm he wasn't the CEO, but he was acting as, he might have been in action, the CEO. He might have just been the president, but he was the guy that ran the company. Nice guy, dressed well. I hear this pat on the back. He says, he comes around. He said, do you mind if I talk to you? I said, sure. He says, he had a deep, to my memory, he had a deep Southern Texas accent. He said, Bill, to my memory, I've had a look at those documents. And, if you don't agree to this deal, you're going to lose and you're going to have to fight in court by yourself. And I said to him, well, and I said, I want to make something clear. I will honor the deal I made with you. I'll stand. I'm not going back on that. But when the CEO of the company specifically calls me out and says that my clients get nothing, I'm going to dig in my heels. And he looked at me. I was looking at his polished shoes. I looked back up. He looked down at me, my shoes, and looked up. And he said, Bill, let me see what I can do. So the acquiring firm, with all the money, he went around to all the lawyers everywhere. And he came up to me. He said, Bill, you got your deal. And he said, F-U-C-K, Marty, the CEO, the last name. And so got the deal done. But that's where I learned, Clark. They're all in it together. And I swear with every belief in my body, all the lawyers that work for Lynn, that work for Power Up, that work for any of them, they all know each other. They've all been in court with each other. They're all buddies. The other guys, if they can get over their egos, they work with each other. The clients are probably the same clients. The suckers are the CEOs. Wow. May 28th. And this is a reason to stay in GTII. After May 28th, the short hedge funds will not be able to hide their positions from retail any longer. Well, tell me about that. Do they have to report it monthly, weekly, daily, every 6 months? It's in the details, but that sounds good. The short hedge funds live in the dark shadows. Sunlight is coming. Sunlight wins everything, Clark. Sunlight and KYP. Why is there? I don't know. Maybe it's my computer is overheating, which it is. Have I heard any settlement news on MMTLP? No, Kevin, I haven't. You didn't miss anything earlier. I guess I ranted. I didn't mean to, but I got kind of, I don't even remember why, but I got kind of, I just had to talk about GTII, so I had to do it again, and I did. I don't know any settlement news on MMTLP. I do believe, Kevin, number one, Ham agrees with this. He just forgets to say it. But I do believe all the hard work from Anna, Queen of Trades, to Busy, to these other guys, I don't remember all their names, Junk Savvy, the Statue of Liberty, Sada Aman, and there's so many others, LT, Richard Hoffman, Rosa, these guys that came in on Congress that I don't think they want me to say their names, and just so many people. And Don Fizz, just working so hard. And there was a woman out of, I want to say her name was Patricia. Might have been Stephanie. Anyway, there's so many people that have been working so hard. And I think, Kevin, that has gotten the story in Congress's head. And I think it's gotten it in the legislative aides. And I think they're going to find receptive audiences when they go in with DJT. And I'm trying to find it. I can't quickly find it. But Devin Nunes also put the letter, which all these hardworking people put together, that all of the Congress signed. Not all of them, but 100-some people, around 100 congressmen. I don't know if any senators signed. But so I think that can help get a settlement, because the political pressure is going to be massive. Imagine if Donald Trump comes out let me put it this way. Imagine if all of a sudden Donald Trump's stock is worth $50 billion. $100 billion. So, make it absurd. All the leftists, the womanists, and the Marxists are going to come in and say, that's not fair. How does he get that? He didn't do anything. And they're going to start looking into it. And they can't help but find out that the reason it happened was the short squeeze. Well, why did it happen? Did he manipulate it? Did he do something? He's so bad. He probably went in and grabbed the certificates by their CUSIP number. They're going to find out that the short squeeze came because the prime brokers and the counterfeiters had to cover their shares. And then if they're as smart as Beetle Bailey, they might leave it at that. But if they're as smart as some others here, all of you, they're going to say, "What? How can that happen? How can that happen?" And remember, these are women. These are leftists. They're overly educated. And they're all about equality. And they're all about equality of outcome. And they're all about, they want to share. They want to make sure they make as much or more than men in certain fields, except for bricklaying and sewer work and truck driving and the military. And they don't want to share their OnlyFans revenue. But in basketball, they should get the equivalent, even though nobody goes to watch the games. So anyway, these kind of people, these, I don't know what, the left wing are going to say, well, wait a minute. So Trump must be, he must have set this up. Is he stealing assets from our 401k? And then they'll look and they'll go, oh my God, this problem is with all retirement accounts. Imagine it. There'll be political pressure for the settlement. So, Kevin, I haven't heard anything, but I do continue to recommend that you move your shares from MMTLP to NextBridge, not the least of which reason is to give Greg McKay power to when he goes in and negotiates. The final thing I did talk about, Kevin, is I really don't think he should ever trade his stock, including on blockchain, until he knows. Now, if he trades on blockchain and there's a legal ruling that no derivative contracts are allowed against his blockchain, then I won't have an argument. But I believe that Wall Street creates derivatives even against blockchain. Hey, Rob Sugano, 7 hours. I know, I don't know. I feel badly. The reason I'm still here is because I apparently ranted, but I feel badly. I focused so much on one or two questions that I cheated everybody else, and I don't want to cheat anybody. Take a break. You don't want to get a blood clot. All these positive comments. One guy says I'm going to be off, and another guy says I'm going to get a blood clot. Oh, my future looks grim. The crappy bearers of the world. I agree with you. Ace is live right now. Well, Dave, everybody should go over to Ace because he's calm and he doesn't put you through the ringer the way I do. Chuck Donnell, Ham has not been right yet. Look up the definition of insanity. Will he ever get one? DJT is not his pick. We all know about that before Hamster. I don't know. That's possible. We all knew about it before Hamster, Chuck. But for me, I'm just talking about for me, what I heard today and the last couple days on DJT, I think his analysis. Now, for me, last week I called that the stock, I think it was 20 something. I called it would go to 57 or 60, wherever it would close the gap. But I think his analysis of what's going on is pretty, for trading, is pretty good. I like it, but you're right. We all knew about DJT before that. I think Ham offers a lot of wisdom and experience in trading, and some don't hear it. It takes a while to hear it. I hear it. And the other thing is Ham really is here to change the system. So he's got a dual track. He wants Finger and GTII to work, but he wants to put Jeff Easton, Keth Kramer into prison. He wants to end it. He wants the pain to stop, and he wants to help all of you. That's my view of him. William works his ass off. I wish one of him would. I do too. I wish one of these would work. And I was just explaining whatever one you take, and you can take others. Whatever one you take, there's a trade there. There's a trade there. And if you do more than one, I was suggesting half of in Finger and then, the other half in 5 stocks or something. But all you need is one to run. And I got greedy. I just believed it was going to work. And I think the criminals outplayed us because they know how to. My simple answer is they threw money at the problem. And, bribery and kickbacks and cooperation can win a lot of battles when Wall Street is corrupt. I don't know about that. I've been going 8 hours. Yeah, I'll take Lucky for a walk. He's having a hard time walking, KYP. He's really gotten old. He's having a hard time. Hey, Jennifer, haven't seen you in a long time. Nice to see your smile. Well, your quizzical, not quizzical, your prove it. We look. Hey, Via Warrior. Hey, Jennifer. Hey. Never. I don't know. I'll say ever. Hey, Donkey. Looking good, Jennifer. JT Town. Hashtag GTII. All right. Brian Todorovich. I have spoken about GTII, and I think part of the reason I'm behind, part of the reasons people said I ranted, part of the reason people are upset with me is because I spent so much time on GTII. So I'm not going to talk about it again, but I've heard a couple reasons here from you. One is this May 28th. The other is, I can't remember, but I've heard a couple of reasons why GTII could surprise everybody. And I will say that in my experience, just as everyone throws in the towel, just as everyone gets worn down, out of the blue, something comes. So it can. Number one, Pharaoh, I try to look in units of it, and I think Finger conservatively will double, maybe a little more, but conservatively double. It has the chance of squeezing. Ham thinks it's going to squeeze, but I'm trying to be conservative when I look at these. I'd rather buy logic at 3.5 cents and have it go to 21 cents, or HNRC trade up to 10 or 12 cents, or I don't know, RCRT or CAUD or anyway. My point is, Pharaoh, I've already given you my strategy. I would own half finger and then play the others. But your idea is a good one. If you, and I'm not saying you can't do it, but for me, I think I waited too long, and there can be a snapback rally. There used to be dead cat bounces. There used to be covering, but everything's so fraudulent now. All they got to do is sell because they know the cop isn't a cop. I don't like the risk reward of that. If I were to sell my GTII, I would buy one of the others. Although Finger has a massive upside, what if it doesn't move right away, which is, I think, the most likely? Pharaoh, I've said it. I think even though Finger has all this great story, I think the shorts have the upside under control. It's a feeling, I can't prove it. It doesn't take away that I don't think Finger is the best damn name on this list. Although I think CAUD could give it a run for the money. That CEO is going to create a huge company. I think there's one other one I don't want to overemphasize that I have mentioned that I think could be explosive. So it's not a bad idea, Pharaoh. Whenever a company has some good news, the focus switches. Now Finger has good news like the warrants. I guess, Immortal, you come from a generation where you courted a woman and you grew to love her and you married and you spent all your life together and you died together. That's kind of where I am too. I'm not for the modern world at all, but the modern world, apparently, it's quite acceptable for some hopping around to go on. And if one, let's call them horses, if one horse is sleek but gets tired, you hop over to another horse. And if that horse starts to breathe heavily, you hop over to the other. And if there's another horse that comes in that's won 7 races, you hop over on that. The stock market is not a place for monogamy. Now, when you start out, a guy like Warren Buffett made a big investment in the Washington Post, made a big investment in Geico, made a big investment in Coca-Cola. He never sold them. I hope he sold Washington Post before it became woke. But he made money in all those. He bought them when they were out of favor, and he hung on to them. So there's an aspect, if you've done your homework, you've done your analysis, and you use the intelligent investor's value system, you buy until the stock hits that price. But with a guy like Warren Buffett, he doesn't see a better stock to replace him. So he holds on. And it keeps going, and it keeps going, and it keeps going. Now, there's also day traders, and there's people that are, they call it swing trading. They buy a stock, it's up, they sell. They do it again, they do it again. Ham did a lot of that in his career. I have done that. And I certainly did it quite frequently with syndicate and secondaries and options. And I did a lot of it. But for me personally, when I have an account, unless I see a trade, I might do a quick trade, but I tend to try to understand the story, build the position, and then let it ride a bit. And obviously that's what got me in trouble, it looks like, in a couple of these stocks. But if you're saying that I hop from stock to stock, I don't. And I don't listen to somebody come racing in with a stock story and go, well, oh, I got to switch over to that. I do listen to almost all stories, but my cutoff becomes very quick. But if it meets several cutoffs, I keep listening. And there's several stories I've heard here, which I will keep in my head and when it starts to move. But Immortal, you're an idiot if you buy one stock and you never switch. Unless you have a portfolio and you're always putting new money to work, then you can afford to allocate to one stock, keep it, buy another one, keep it, buy another one. And when, by the way, Immortal, what I mean by that is, I'm not saying sell a stock. For example, if you own Finger, no, you're mad that I'm focused on Finger. If you own Wolf, and you like the story, it ran up and now it's back down, and there's good news on Finger. I'm not saying sell Wolf and buy Finger. Maybe you have new money for Finger, or you have both shares. I don't know. But I don't know about you, Immortal. I'm able to keep in my head more than one stock story. And yes, if there's news that might have an effect on the stock price, I'll talk about it. But most likely, Immortal, most likely, news has zero effect on stock prices. Stocks run up, you sell on the news. You buy on the rumor, you sell on the news. So anyway, thank you for your thoughtful question. We're going to the moon Finger. I think Finger has the chance. Let me just explain that again. I think the shorts have it under control, but the risk, the reason they're here, the risk is, like it was happening before, enough of us buy, enough of us stay in it, enough of us don't sell, that it gets out of control, and then one prime broker buys it in, and then it's like Chinese firecrackers, and it's all over. Finger could explode to the upside. The same thing could happen to GTII. But does that mean you don't look at other things? Does that mean it is going to happen? I don't know. If I had to pick one, I would agree with this. Finger goes, then GTII. I don't think that's a bad interpretation. I think GTII needs, well, I've told you what I think it needs. What is the possibility of Logic running this month of May? Well, running, depending on what you mean by running, the reason Logic announced last night, I'm going to screw it up. These three companies, RCRT, Logic, and GoLogic, all announced some sort of financial restatements. What it sets up in the case of Logic is what Logic has to deliver in order to have the reverse merger occur is a clean shell. And that means being current in your financials for last year, probably this quarter, the first quarter. But they had to restate their distribution in 2022. So that's taken a bit of time. They didn't, because of the skill or either the inability or the bad advice of Aubrey advisors to either raise money or not raise money. I'm certain Logic had to raise money to get all this outside work done. So to answer your question, because these filings happened over the last days, yesterday, there might be one today. Yes, I believe that Logic will announce its reverse merger candidate in May and maybe next week. So yes, I'd say the possibility is 80% for May, 75% for next week. Now, the question becomes, if they announce the reverse merger and it's worth $500 million, is it believable? Will the market give it credit? Second, and do the shorts then just try to short it down and all that? No. Secondly, there'll be a new CEO. Does that CEO take toxic financing? Do they listen to the smiling, lying faces across the conference table? Those are the two risks. But on the positive side, if the value is, let me just cut to the chase, if it's 20, 25, 30 cents, and there's a story behind it that more growth is to come, do you think there are shorts in Logic? Whether they're illegal or legal, who knows, but there are shorts. Do you think they're going to stay short? Do you think they'll cover? Do you think the stock is going to stay at 3.5 cents if the definitive value is announced at 25 cents a share? Maybe. I mean, it's a possibility all in that the criminals can keep it down. But the problem with that Logic, as I see it all in, Logic doesn't need any more money. Logic doesn't need to go to the criminals. Logic is at its fullest 250 million shares, which will own something like 10% of the new company. So we get our shares converted into that ownership. And we don't need to raise any more money. We don't need to do anything. So yes, I think the possibility of Logic going up, I think running is too big a word. There is possible that shorts will cover, and if there are illegal shorts, they may cover a lot. And sure, maybe I'm surprised and the stock goes to 50 cents, 75 cents, $1.25 in a short squeeze. But I'm not telling you about it for that. That could happen. But what I think is a stock that's trading, I don't forget where it closed at, let's call it 4 cents. If the announcement comes out that here's the announcement, this is the growth, this is what's going to happen over the next 12 or 18 months. And buyers assume, well, that's equivalent to 20, 25 cents, 30 cents a share. And the stock's at 4 cents. That's definitive. That deal is definitive. And it becomes shares in a new company that's going to be trading on the NASDAQ or NYSE. It's off to the races. So the arbitrage between Logic at 4 cents and let me just pick 20 cents, okay? The arbitrage between Logic at 4 cents and 20 cents is 5x. is are the shorts or is the market going to be, let's say we only own 10% of the new company. Is the market or the shorts, are they going to be able to pull the value down from 20 cents to 4 cents and below? Or is it more likely, like a magnet, this company with a new start and new investors, a new dream, is going to pull 4 cents towards 20 cents? I'm going to guess the latter. The 4 cents will move towards 20 or 25 or whatever. And so if it's 4 cents and the stock goes to 12 cents, you've made 3 times your money. I think that could happen this month. I don't know if that qualifies as running, but I think the stock could go from 4 cents to 8 cents, 12 cents, 16 cents, maybe 20 cents in the month of May. I will. Please signs off. I care too much. I had a girlfriend. Really, I did. I had a girlfriend. She was from Scotland. We were out one night, and I had just found out from one of my friends. Do you know where your girlfriend goes every Sunday? So yeah, she goes to church. She was Anglican. I didn't find any God there. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. I said, yeah, she goes. I said, yeah, she goes to church. And well, my friend said, oh, well, what she does is she meets men and she's been seeing this guy, that guy, that guy, that guy. And I was like, oh, Lord. I was in a state of shock. Later that night, I went with her and her boyfriend, who was my friend. We went to another party, and I actually, like the scene out of The Godfather, fell in love with a woman. That was quite a trip. Why did I say that? Oh, she said to me, this woman, we used to have a lot of, I would tease her. Nobody else would. And I think she enjoyed it, and we had fun, and she would give a lot of attention, but I found out there's all these other men. And, but anyway, one night I can see the bar, but I forget where it was. She said, Bill, why don't we marry? I'm meant to come into a bit of money, and I own a wee home in Edinburgh. Really, Bill, I do care. And she said, really, Bill, I do care. I didn't marry her. What's this? Advertisements from Webull. Naked short sale options trading with level 4. Unbelievable. And a margin count. Well, you know what that means, Justin? Maybe you're right. These other people are right. And maybe Ham's right. Something's going to change. And the best way for Wall Street to manage this is to have all able to hedge it and trade it. That's the thing that scares me. When it goes public, they're going to be able to strip us of our money, because we're even me. I'm going to be naive to all their strategies that they have figured out. Unbelievable. They're trying to talk you into it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. There is popcorn. All right, Jenny Rebecca is here. Jenny Rebecca, 4 days old. How do you see the world? All right, let's see. I'm looking at this picture and I'm like, that's Devin Nunes. Who's the other guy? It's me. You guys don't realize I was noticing it when I was doing the video on the train and when I got the haircut. When I look at myself, it's not me I see anymore. It's some I look quite a bit like my father. Got a couple things about my mother, but most of all, I don't look like me anymore. What's up, Mr. William? You know, my computer faded out, and there was something I wanted to talk to you about, but maybe we've gone far enough. Unless there's a question or two, I want to end by saying I haven't given up on GTII, but this has been, and HAM has been, an education in trading. And sometimes, you know, a stock's going down, or sometimes you know it's going to trade sideways. I guess I should say this. My personal goal, which I don't try to do a trade without letting you know. I'm not trying to get rich without letting you know, and I don't know if I'll get rich. My personal goal, I'd like to trade 1 or 2 or 3 of these stocks, take that, trade the next, and take that and trade the next. And I also am trying to raise money for that gold company, which I am working on. But I owe many of you a follow-up. I also would like to start 1 or 2 companies. And if it's GTII, I will make that thing kick ass. But no, I didn't. No, I didn't. Ham got me started, and then I stayed on. And right now, for the life of me, I can't remember. I guess it was Dave M. asked me a question about GTII. And that kind of led me to several of the questions that I got about GTII a few days ago. And one that stuck in my head is, I like how William never talks about GTII anymore. Well, number one, I didn't think it was true. And number two, I didn't do a good job, Northwest. But number two, I think it's just absolutely foolish to have ridden GTII from whatever up to $9 and back down. It's a complete round trip. Guess what? I'm talking about myself. And then I was focused a bit on victimhood, playing the victim, laying here, bemoaning everything, and expecting that somehow by talking about GTII, it's going to go back up. There's an aspect, Northwest. It works, I think, on college campuses. You can have your safe spaces and everything can be the fault of white straight men, and everything else is defined from that metric, no matter how absurd it is. You can talk about the patriarchy as if all white straight men benefit from the patriarchy, whatever that means. I'm actually of the view that women in general control society and women drive society. But anyway, I'm getting off the point. My point is, when you're trading in the stock market, you can't set up your own facts. You can't set up your own safe zone. Although sometimes I don't look at my account, or I don't want to know the price. But because I'm trying to save my fighting ability to focus on what's in front of me. But so anyway, with MMTLP, with GTII, even with Finger for a while, way back when with Vocal, in some of these stocks, people get wedded to a stock and then they want to wait for that one to go up, or why don't you talk about that one? The market has rhythms and it tells you. And I'm not saying if I stop talking about a stock, sell it. I think I was pretty clear that I was in the go ahead and try to sell some GTII, wait 31 days and buy it back camp. I was in that camp for a few months. I don't know what I feel now. I'm not going to sell my GTII down here. But also, I guess, Northwest, when you have an account, you don't have to trade everything. You can just trade 5%, 10%, trying to make some money to get back in. And my main thing, I think, I was trying to get across, and I guess I got mad about with MMTLP, and I felt myself get, kind of like a sergeant would yell at a new Marine, or maybe a wife would slap a hysterical husband or something. I just want to say we don't have to be victims. And I used the example of sucking a thumb, and of course that was insulting, I guess. But I meant it for all of us, and I was trying to use it as me doing it, not. But I was saying, in general, maybe specifically, but to any of us that are behaving like victims, we got to stop it. We got to stop it. GTII is a complete round trip. If we can't accept that, and you're asking me to operate without reality, it's just not me, babe. It's not me, babe. So I talked about that. We talked about some of these other stocks, and I still don't know, Northwest, if I got the point across. It's hard. I've lived it. I have lived it. What's really hard about, let's say, Aubrey Advisors, or what's hard about Vocal, or what's hard about GTII, what's hard about any of these, MMMAT, MULNN, you do all the studying, you understand it, you set it up, and then you're relying on other people's decisions. And when the smiling liars come in, like Jeff Easton or Kurt Kramer, they come in and they charm the board, they charm the CEO, and then the lawyers lawyer it up, and they don't listen. And then even though in a normal situation, that stock, just based on the story, would creep up before it popped up, with all the criminality, they're able to just sell it down and sell it now. And then when a CEO makes a bad decision, it's a tough task for a CEO. They have to know all this and Wall Street as well. and they make a wrong decision, like buying brown shoes to go with a tuxedo because you never bought a tuxedo before, and they got to live with it. It's tough. It's tough. So anyway, I would like to make enough money to get a company going or do one that's in existence, and know that the decisions made, if there's a mistake, it's made with the shareholder first. It's a good faith mistake, but never to agree anything, to see threats from all sides from the criminals, because that's the state of these markets. The threat is from all sides. Anybody you meet is a threat. Anybody, until you get to know them. I agree with that, Ek. I think the tide is with DJT pressure. Plus the young lady who, I just wish I can see her face. I wish I could remember her name. She brought up that May 28th, and then several other people. And then the other thing is, yeah, I can't remember the other thing, but I agree with you. What's up with the truck? That'd be nice, Donnie. What's up, truck? What's up, truck? We could do that. Maybe we could do it at all. We could do it Congress, all three House office buildings, the one Senate office building, the White House, Treasury, SEC, Washington. That's a good idea. Do it outside of the Trump courthouse. I like that idea. Maybe we could get a truck and 50 of us. We'd be outside when he comes out. He's bored with the court, and he'll walk over and shake our hands, and it'll be on national news. I like that idea. I like your idea. I like your idea, Danny. Put all three on it, Trump on it, and in New York. I like your idea, Donnie, and X-Pulse. You guys are brilliant. You guys are so smart. Yeah. I wouldn't know, Northwest Sasquatch. I never got married. All right. Let's go 3 more minutes. That'll make it 10 o'clock. 2 more minutes. That'll make it 10 o'clock. A good man. You're a good man, Captain. A good man always knows his limitations. Clint. I think so, but donkey donks, the thing is that trading, I understand it. It feels like the shorts always win, and they do. But that imbalance of supply, there isn't always a Jessica Hopper to pull a U3. There isn't always a Ken Griffin to bail out Melvin Capital. It isn't always there. And sometimes the tables get turned so that buying comes in and then they become their own buyers. It does happen. It does happen. So some of these old OG traders can also come in on the buy side. And if Ham makes this work, you make this work. One trade will set up the next and the next and the next. Don't worry about the system collapsing because the money will all stay in the system, but some brokerage firms might collapse. I'll meet you, Donnie. I'll meet you up there. Retail is getting smarter. I recognize that quote, but I forget where it comes from. When a man's got money in his pocket. It's not Clint Eastwood. It's I can't remember who said it, but I recognize that. And we should all pray for peace in the world, especially for children. And sometimes going is tough. You gotta get mean. I mean plumb mad dog mean. Because that's all that's gonna separate you from living or dying. That's just the way it is. All right, I'm gonna sign off. I'm waiting to see what Northwest tells me. Who says this? This one? No, I just saw a movie where the guy said that, and I just can't remember. When a man's got money in his pocket, he begins to appreciate peace. Oh, that's out of a movie. I can't remember. Oh, it's Fistful of Dollars. That's what it is. Fistful of Dollars. I don't think it's funny. You laughing? See, my mule, I know you fellas are just having some fun. But my mule doesn't understand it. So if you all will apologize, as I know you will. All right, Fistful of Dollars is a good way to end it. Ramon, I've got to warn you, don't come cheap. I don't work cheap. Well, I'm sure that sounds mighty cozy, but I don't find you men all that attractive. He's something. All right. I'm going to run. I'm going to go. Trying to remember another one. When you try to kill somebody, Ramon, shoot for the heart. Shoot for the heart. When you hang someone, you got to look at them. All right. I can't think of anything else to say. So I'm going to sign off. I enjoyed this time with you. I'm disappointed in myself that I apparently ranted earlier. But I hope for those who are compassionate that by staying and answering all the questions, I made up for that a little bit. I really didn't mean to rant. What I meant to say, what I'm really trying to say, is those are the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen. Now, you can tell everybody this is your song. It may be simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is while you're in the world. What I really do mean to say on the, I guess on the tough love side, is we don't have to be victims. And that you have, if you want to be in the market, you really have to see things from the best estimate of truth you can come up with. Trying to have safe spaces and all that, it doesn't work. That's on the hard love side. On the optimistic side, and I really mean this, if you've lost money, and I have, all you have to do is just start and use some of the lessons you've learned and make sure you have some capital that you're free to trade with, because you never know. There will be another trade. And believe it or not, there'll be a trade that's better than 9 cents to $9. Believe it or not, it will come. But the key is not to be trapped in our own thinking, to be reluctant to take a loss and maybe move it to that trade. So I guess on the one hand, I'm being tough love. On the other hand, I'm telling you, there's a lot of reason for optimism. And I haven't given up on GTII. And there's no reason to be sorrowful and down on GTII. You can trade, even if you're trading with a little bit of money. You can keep your GTII, and you can make a little money on another trade. Imagine if you take $500, turn it into $1,500, and then it's in cash, and you have a choice of buying GTII or staying cash. You figure I'll just stay in cash. And then another idea comes along and you turn $1,500 into $3,500. Same thing. You can put it back, but you say now, and another deal comes along and you turn $3,500, 10x, 35 grand. You're back in business, and it can happen. If you want a guarantee, buy a toaster. It's a hell of a thing, killing a man. You take away everything he's had and everything he's going to have. Didn't scare little Bill. Clint Eastwood, some of the best lines. Some of the best lines. All right. Thank you, Expulsar. God bless you. Wow. You bought 200 shares? Good for you. See that? We'll end on that lesson. By looking at another story, listening to it, instead of buying Finger now, which would have been I think that would have been a good buy. You took that same money you would have bought Finger with. You've purchased DJT, and for simplicity, I'm going to say you doubled your money. And so if you sold your money for a double and Finger doesn't go up very much, that's the one risk. I think it's going to. I'm going to guess 2 weeks, but who knows? You can buy twice as much Finger. So those are the reasons to know other stories. Good for you. Congratulations. I'm really impressed. Congratulations for the several people that got their shares of NextBridge. I really mean it. Congratulations. And sincerely, I apologize for being a dick, full of horse shit, and a shithead I can't remember the other names you used. And mea culpa, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. And all I can say, this isn't, you should try it sometime. This isn't always the easiest thing to know how you're coming across and moderating, but I do apologize for being an asshole. And I mean it. But I don't take back my message. We have to toughen up. We've got to get plumb dog mean, because that's the only thing keeping us from between living and dying. And that's just the way it is. All right. So yeah, I think the elections will do it. I like those prophets. Let's say prayers tonight, if you care, for peace in the world, particularly for the children. And I think we can also pray. I met a guy when I was in New York. He goes to China and he saves dogs. He wanted to show me pictures. I wouldn't mind if some of us prayed that they stop killing dogs to eat them. They actually torture the dogs so that it tastes better and then they eat them. I wouldn't mind that. A few prayers for the dogs, all of the animals in the world. Why do we have to kill so many? And I continue to pray for Jenny L. Pray for her health and strength and her family. Let's throw out a big prayer. Let's pray that God softens Donald Trump's heart and connects Donald Trump with the plight of counterfeit short selling, and it actually makes him want to change, clean up Wall Street, and make the financial markets what made New York great, what made him love New York, and what makes him proud. One of the things that makes him proud of America. And it would help communities, jobs, people, children. And I guess I can leave it at that. No, I'll say one more. I do it, so maybe we all can do it. We can remember to pray for Lou Bravo and his family and pray that he's in heaven and that the pain, any pain he suffered, is matched by the blessing of being in heaven, and that any sins that he may have had are completely forgiven and that he can be close to God. All right, I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you for my candor, wisdom, speaking the truth, and being generally an asshole. We appreciate all that you do for us through this journey that we're on. Yeah, that's a good way. We're on it. So I'm going to wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. Thank you for being here. Thank you for putting up with me. And I'll try not to be such a jerk. I'm learning a lot from you, and I'm learning as I go. Not anymore, Carnegie's painter. I'm about to sign off. I'm gonna make like a branch and leave. I'm gonna make like horse manure and hit the trail. I can't talk about that one, Bunny. I'm not allowed to, but I can tell you what I know about it from before, and I'm not being negative, but from before, that's a similar story to all the rest. The short is owned by the float is owned by just a few, and there's a big short position. My guess, Bunny, is that there's going to be a stock. I get new information and new sense of things every day. And I might guess there's a stock you're not thinking of that could go run first. But any of them could go. But I think once one of these goes, that it's going to be a little bit like popcorn going around the ring, because there's going to be this sense that it worked. There's going to be other people that want to get in. Anyway, I think that one, without talking about anything new, is on the list. Your kiss is on my lips. Finger will run hard. 1,000 is the floor. Well, I think in a squeeze, you're right. In a squeeze, you're right. And here's your assumptions, Immortal. And you always have to look at your assumptions. One, you're assuming there's a massive naked short counterfeit position. Two, you're assuming that after a certain price level, the prime broker is going to demand more collateral or money, and it's not going to be met, and there'll be a buy-in. And you're also assuming that Finger will not do another shit crap deal with any crooks. And then finally, you're assuming Finger is so far along that their revenues, cash flows, and earnings are going to explode. I think all those assumptions are perfectly logical and reasonable. The one you're not accounting for is, do the shorts have it under control? I think with time they've gotten a little bit under control, a little bit of deals, little bit of we'll help you, you help me. Could you keep it down? I'll make sure you make money on my next crime. But Finger, I think Finger is more likely to behave like the protagonist in Hemingway's novel, or was it The Great Gatsby? They asked the man, he asked the man, how did you go bankrupt? Slowly at first and then all at once. I think Finger's going to be a slow move and then all at once. Ham's much more optimistic that DJT will go, the vision, everyone will run away from trade. So I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I just have in my head the way I'm coping with stress is planning on, I told you my strategy with new money. Buy half in Finger and sprinkle it around in other names you really believe in. I gave you my sort of 5 off the top of my head. 5,400 is where Ace said it might go. If you add to that sentence, in a squeeze, in a spike, there's no telling how high it'll go in a spike. But if you still own shares when it hits 5,400, if you still own meaningful amount of shares when it hits 5,400, I'm going to question your sanity, because it might go to 5,399 and then collapse again. So it's been a while since I picked high numbers for these, because, Immortal, I truly believe that the criminals they all work together, and as long as they do, I think they have GTII and Finger under control. But finger is on the verge of a dramatic, permanent change in its condition. And it's going to be viewed much differently by legitimate, real investors, not people trying to short it or trade it. In that environment, there is a number at which finger crosses sort of the red line for the shorts. If it can stay there or above for a period of time, I believe there will be a buy-in. And I think Ace is correct. I don't know I'd have to sit down with probably with the Fibonacci sequence, but the potential for finger to have a tremendous squeeze is there. I think there's some other stocks that are going to go first. I can't talk about them all, but whatever. Good night, Carnegie's Painter, Mark, Donkey Donks. Check out Bark stock. All right. We renamed our puppy Sheriff from Popcorn. Sheriff or Sheriff. I like it. Hey, Celeste, call him Sheriff Popcorn. Okay? Make his name Sheriff Popcorn. And then when you call him, you can call him Pop. Call him Sheriff Popcorn. That'll get your parents. Oh, it's Sheriff Friday. Okay, I guess you can't. I can't. Oh, no, there's no period. Friday, he turns 5 weeks old. Oh, such a puppy. So, Celeste, keep grabbing the paws, the tail, the ears, the nose, rub the eyes, rub the belly. You know, do things humans do to the dog later in life. Then the dog will be quite acclimated to the human being. That's true. Immortal. You're right about that. You're right about that. It's all the same narrative. And what's hard to understand in the middle of a squeeze, it's just its own phenomena, and it takes over. It has nothing to do with anything except there's a mad scramble to cover the shares. I know. You think I'm a dumb Bill? I figured that out. That's Celeste, Sweetie Pie, and the dog is a cutie pie. The whole combination makes popcorn pie. All right, 10 hours. I didn't know that, but hey, what else was I going to do? Finger, Army, CJYL, HNRC, Logic, and MMTOP. I like those names. I would add in there, I'm always willing to look at other stocks, but I might get ready to add in there RCRT, CAUD. Anyway, I think I have some dogs on my list. I have to stop looking at. The market cap won't matter, Mark. The market cap won't matter. I don't. If I can come back to that question, I think 5,400 is as good as any other number. Ace, I think, is capable of making a perfectly good call. This time when I studied all the squeezes I could, Mark, and I just took the breakout point times 10x, 20x, 30x, 100x. And believe it or not, some of them went much higher. And if you start using that kind of comparison, yes, you could get to high numbers. But Mark, I want my view on Finger is much more austere. Is that the word? Much more of a diminished play. I would just be as happy as if it went to 100 or 200. But I'm just not. God, I just keep repeating myself. I'm not convinced that the shorts haven't gotten Finger and GTII and others under control. You need to come out of left field and shock them. You have to shock them. But having said that, it is completely possible. Finger's a great company. So when I talk from an investment standpoint, then I have to shift to a trading standpoint, then I have to shift to a squeeze. There's all this risk that someone out there summarizes what I say and it comes back and not what I mean to say. But I'll try to think about how high I think Finger can go. I used high numbers before, so yeah. I don't think the market cap at that point will matter. I think she should call him Sheriff Popcorn. Hey, Christopher, I'm going to sign off. I already did sign off, so it'll be quick. Okay. You'll get to see me lose it. I agree with you, Immortal. I agree with you, Immortal. Well, Mark, what you do is you put your orders in advance and you go ahead and put 100 shares up there or 1,000 shares. Or if you really, I don't know how many you have, you put 5,000 up there. If it hits, great. If it doesn't, just accept the fact that, Mark, the stock will trade up at some point in this flurry of panic, and it will peak. If it peaks at 5,000, 6,000, 2,000, I don't know. I'm not making prediction. But if you believe it's going to go to 5,400, put it in at 5,400. But you got to realize everybody else will use that round number. But anyway, put it in. And then if it doesn't hit, that doesn't mean the next day it's going to be zero. It just means the next day it's going to fall like a cliff. It's going to go rocketing downward. And you might get a bounce. Most likely you'll get a bounce. But so you could either sell it the next day when it's at its low or hope for a bounce. But just accept that. You put it in, let's say you put 5,000 in at 5,400 and you're going to become richer than Rockefeller. But you accept in instead that the next day you might have to sell it for 1,500 or 500. And if you can live with that, go ahead and put it in. All right. I'm going to say out the back, Jack. No need to be coy, Roy. Get off the bus, Gus. I don't remember the rest of them. So I'm going to sign off. Lucky's right here, little green candle, right here. And he's been outside sleeping on the outdoors. So I'm going to go walk him. But my ankle is killing me, so I have a hard time walking. But anyway, what do I think about NBH suing TradeStation? I don't know if that's because they have, or that's a proposal. But I think it's great. I know somebody that can't get their shares out. I think it's tremendous. Anything that puts information in the record is great. But I think TradeStation, Round Robin, whatever it's called, Moo and Webull are all fake companies. By that I mean they essentially have a business plan that tells you that they're just going to give you fractional shares, they're going to buy a block of stock, they're going to do all this. I think if you scratched below the surface, everything's counterfeit. It's all just not in a wink. So I think it's great, but I don't know if it's going to work because the lawyers on the other side are really well paid. Price targeted finger squeezes. Oh, Lordy. I don't know. Anything above 980, 990, grand. I don't know why you would wait to sell beyond 610, for example, or 244, but I don't know, Pharaoh. What do you want to get the exact top? I think it's more likely that in the short run, I think it's more likely that finger goes to 5, 6, 7. I've said that before. Maybe 7, 8, 9. They'll try to sell it down. And you might get a move, like I've said, into 15 to the 25 range by October. I'm not as optimistic for the squeeze to happen immediately. Why? Maybe I'm just worn out. Maybe I'm just being a fuddy-duddy. I just think they have it under control. What could surprise it is, like the lovely lady said, the May 28th could do it. The DJT could do it. And out of the blue announcement that none of us expect could do it. Organized buying could do it. But Pharaoh, I don't really. My computer's died here. I can't really look up what I've written before. I'd be happy with 987, 997. If I were pushing it to some extreme, I'd say 3,100, 2,100, 2,100. But it could go to, it could go up in the thousands. But after you've made your money, you'll be happy talking about that you missed I sold it at 997. And can you believe it? It went to 3,200. You'll be able to live with it. To go 24 and teach Ace how I'll be Ace has a long life ahead of him. He's got to pace himself. Ace is the pace of the modern man. Can I get off from the chair and do 10 squats? I don't think so. I don't think I could do 10 squats. without embarrassing myself. I have to pee like a racehorse all over the floor. Co-stream, people come over. Okay, finger warrants, that's a great thing. Good earnings coming end of May. I think that's a great thing. I don't know, just to correct you, I'm not sure they'll be positive necessarily, but nobody knows. I personally think their positive numbers will come their second quarter, so in October range. But that, you know, that's being trying to be precise about something nobody can know. Lots of public sentiments. Yeah, absolutely. They have a great product. And I think what's really going to do it is when they update their Instagram page. That's going to change it. That's true. And so I would flip that, Immortal. I would look at, just for sanity, I'd look at it. I'm buying it for that long-term investment. Who knows what the Lynn Partners clients can do in the short run? But I'm in it. I'm happy if it just choo-choos on. It's just a steady on. And if it squeezes, because of my training, because of my experiences, because of my scars, I'm going to know when to sell and get out. That's how I look at it. That's right, Mark. All right. I said all my prayers. I said everything. So I'm going to wish everyone well. We'll speak to each other, I guess, tomorrow. And I'll catch you on the flip side.